Check it, every day we're getting it. Hey, check it, put the place up. Yeah, we know what we made of. Can't get enough of you, boo. I'm a chaser, face up. Now I feel a little major. Blink of an eye, ego I'ma take her, shake her. Yeah, she was a born shaker. She shake me out that door to no place. Damn, why you doing all that? Thought you was my wife, but you stabbed me in the back. Something like a rose when we came out there. We settle facts like Da Vinci. I'm breaking codes, so breaking backs. Come on, get your ass up if you're slipping. Put another smile like it was the last Christmas.
Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright.
That's right.
You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya. Girl, you like a nine-cut diamond. Every time when you put your smile on, really wanna get to know you better. Loving every minute we're together. A king, a queen to be. If I pop the question on my knees, cause you kill a competition. Got a body divine with a vision. Wanna see you move, yeah. Hurry up before I lose, yeah. I'm addicted to your hot kiss. I can't take it no more. Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright.
That's right. Yeah.
You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. Yeah. And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar.
That's right.
I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
Hey, find me in the bar, I ain't going outside. In this cold ass winter, gotta roll up and out. See it from afar, got my thoughts in the sky. Where we used to kiss, sunshine, shit and wild. You gotta call me every day, pretend you're my baby. I see more real out there lately, it's crazy. Yeah, we could be the same as we claim in this kingdom shit and keep it tame. Come on, baby girl, we're not the same. Two different speeds, but we keep it one lane. Yeah, what goes around comes around. Keep 100, y'all. Do this for my soul like a dawn, but still you on.
Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright. Oh, you keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. You know I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya. Yeah, starting with a little small talk. People whistling from the sidewalk. I just wanna spend some time together, and this night will keep on getting better. We step into the club, I can feel the room is full of love. Cause you play the top division, we'll be running the night, it's a mission. Yeah, wanna see you move, yeah. Hurry up before I lose, yeah. Cause I'm addicted to your hot kiss, and I can't take it no more. Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright. You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
Yeah, Benzie Bands. Hey, today, making history.
Ain't messing around, girl. No, I want you. You know that I do. Hey, yeah.
about you all the time. Anytime you wanna leave tonight, love, morning comes and goes, but I'll always be your What a way to go. This incarnation is really wide. The air is getting warm. I know you're the worrying kind. And is there any way? Or do you like not being found? In time the light will fade. Don't you know I worry about you all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. Don't you know I worry about you?
Kill secure.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Sunday, wherever you are. Maybe it's Sunday evening, maybe it's early morning. Wherever you are, thank you for joining us here for another great day of Paladins Esports. This time, we're looking at North America. My name is Evan Rayner, known as Rain Day, and I'm casting, of course, today with my partner in crime, high-res, pretty-haired Nick Keogh. How you doing, man?
Good, brother. Ready to be here on this Sunday. Excited for NA, especially after all the action we saw over in Europe yesterday. That was really intense stuff. I think that had to be probably the longest broadcast, most best of fives that we have ever seen in a day of Paladins Esports.
Oh, absolutely. That was more intense than walking into your spouse cheating on you. 5 days, 5 games, felt like 5 days. And we didn't finish till about 10:30. So it was really exciting. A lot of people had a lot of good things to say, but boy, I was glad to jump in my bed and get some sleep. Today, though, we will be talking about where we've come from. We just did that, but where we're going, even more important. That is the path to DreamHack coming up. If you want to know why we're here for the Open Summer Qualifiers, that is because we want to get to Spain, and these players do too. It's week 3. It's a swing week. In order to do that, they're going to have to come in the top 2 here in the next stage. But 4 of them are trying to get themselves into a round-robin part, which will kind of delineate who those top teams are able to make it to Spain, Nick.
Yeah, it's going to be really intense, I think, coming down to the wire here in a couple of weeks, because those second and first place finishes honestly can mean so much. I mean, during the Masters qualifiers, using the same point scheme, we saw somebody who just finished first 1 week. Maybe it got lucky, or maybe they just had a good day, but that one first place finish allowed them to make it into the next stage of qualification and give them a real shot at land.
And, you know, that's what all these teams want to do in this budding esport. Getting to the big prize money is so important, but just getting your name out there, getting on the big viewership moments, that's what they're looking for at the summer premiere in DreamHack Valencia. So we have that coming up for you in July 13th through 15th. A lot more action coming through as well. And especially today, we've got some great teams lined up. It's a good time to take a look at the brackets and see exactly who's going to be playing and who's made it to the semifinals. As you know, we are going to be looking at this top side and the bottom side semis, and then finishing the day off with the finals. All of these sets are best of 5s. And if you're looking on your screen, you'll see that Odin's Chosen and Woogly will be facing off, and Kungarna and Denial will be facing off as well. Nick, Odin's Chosen, not a name we've seen in North America. What's up with that?
Yeah, Astro Authority was the team formerly known as these guys. They had their contracts basically come up and they couldn't agree on terms with the organization, so they did part ways. But all things told, I think this is probably the stronger name to give them the advantage here today.
Well, Odin, you know, he is the all-father, so if he's got any say in the battleground, hopefully he can pass some of that over into the realm. Woogly as well, looking to make some high contention there and take it to a best of 5, or maybe finish things up in 3 if they're able to. We've seen the underdogs in these sets be very vicious to the top teams who maybe weren't ready and on their toes for a great opponent. We're going to be taking a look at this set first. So the map draft is on your screen, and where they'll be playing first today will be Stone Keep. So Frozen Guard and Jaguar Falls actually banned out. That's a little atypical, Nick. Jaguar Falls, kind of a map that pretty standard for a lot of teams.
Definitely the Frozen Guard map is, not super surprising. Just kind of a personal preference thing, I think. But Jag Falls is normally one that we do see in the first 3 games. Even if it's a best of 3 sweep, we will normally see Jaguar Falls. Personally, I think this is a ban from Woogly against Astro Authority in particular, because Astro Authority are very good at the double tank lineup. They are very good at keeping their momentum high and snowballing early wins, especially, Woogly being the lower seeded team here. They're not trying to give Astro Authority that type of scenario.
And it does give the opportunity for a odder map, maybe less consistently seen in the professional dimensions, to be played. And that could be in Ice Mines, where we've seen a lot of, times the lower seeded team have just as much of an advantage on that specific map as the top seeded team, trying to just limit their opportunities to really get exposed for maybe not being at the level as we've seen Astro Authority, or now currently Odin's Chosen, play at. So going into the champion draft, the big things for me, Inara, I want to know how much they prioritize this, Nick, but I also want to talk about who we haven't seen, which is, to me, pretty interesting. We haven't seen the Pip. We haven't seen some of this lockdown, some of the big favorite kind of healing opportunities that North America presents, especially with that big Evil Mojo ultimate being able to affect her.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the best answers. Dragon Punch is a good one, but people have kind of prioritized Drogos, especially in Europe. Pip has never been someone that's been a favorite champion except for, Simsalou. But other than that, T69 don't really take it. 50 Shades of Sneck, they don't really prefer it. And I think because of that alone, that sort of impressions the rest of the European region to dissuade them from taking. Because if those guys don't think it's good enough, then a lot of those lower seeded teams that look up to those two aren't going to think it's good enough either.
Absolutely. Stone Keep, good map as well to kind of pressure away some of the picks people think might be strong. The Inara, I think, is not her best on this map, in particular because of the height advantage you can get on her. That wall becomes negligible. But who is pretty good right now, all these 5 picks, Androxus, Ruckus, Bomb King, locked away for Odin's Chosen, and Woogly takes Ceres and Drogos to counter that.
Yeah, weird, I guess, is I after what we saw yesterday, and especially including the fact that Rovnik is on this team, a very seasoned Bomb King player, has he lost confidence in his Bomb King over the past couple of weeks to the point where they're literally picking Drogos into Androxus? Like, I don't know. I don't agree with that.
This is, maybe I think we talked about it the other day. I gave him a little bit of a hard time, but this is the guy who publicly proclaimed he wasn't happy with his Bomb King performance at the Masters LAN when he was the feature. And a lot of people expected big things from Rovnik. And now that he was really going to work a lot harder. But through that, I've seen him take on a lot of different champions and try to master those champions and not just be a one-trick pony, so to speak. So maybe this is a different opening of characters and not just relying on the Bomb King that he's showcasing here.
Perhaps the Inara Cassie as well coming through for Woogly. Cassie, for me right now, isn't really, you're not picking something up specific about Cassie. You're not picking her up for like a Dragon Punch. You're not picking her up to counter anyone. I think she's just kind of an A+ damage dealer. If you need some Haven-based damage, it's good from long range, fall off. At her core, you're picking her up for what she does at her core rather than a specific ability. As well as the Inara, maybe they're picking up the Drogos because they're looking way ahead in their draft, trying to take this away. So Odin's Chosen don't have the Dragon Punch personally, but I think Evil Eye for Odin's Chosen is going to be just as dangerous. Kind of like how we had that discussion about Bomb King and Drogos with Bugsy and Lazy yesterday. I think Evil Eye kind of falls into that category as well. I think he's going to be just as impactful on either of those characters. So taking one of them away from Evil Eye is not really, I think, your best bet.
And that's the benefit of having a guy like that on your team. You can do too many things deadly. Either way, the gun is facing at you. And that's not something everybody can say about their carry champions here. And Torvald locked in at the very end. Shaolin coming in to round things out for Woogly. Game 1 should be starting in just a moment between Odin's Chosen and Woogly on Stone Keep. We'll see you there in just a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, time to get the game going. Game 1, set 1 for today in the semifinals. Odin's Chosen versus Woogly. On Odin's Chosen, it will be Aerial Assault Ruckus for Dosips, Accelerant Bomb King for Evil Eye, Dark Stalker, Androxus for Cuss Cutie, Ripened Gourd for Maldamba, and Vex going to be playing that today. Field Study for Torvald, and Wardoom taking control of him.
On the right side there in the red corner, it's going to be Team Woogly this time around. ASDF Master going to be on Anar with Mother's Grace and a Cauterized. Corvinor is going to have his Exaction Cassie. Mortal Reach for Wizdude. Saris Rovenick will have Combustible on his Drogos. Plum going to be taking Recurve for his Shaolin with 2 Wreckers on this side, as well as Morale Boost, seeming to be the theme for the Saris nowadays.
And I love the backline pressure here. If he spotted out Cuss Cutie, he went for a full flank, misses 3 shots. New to the carry role for his team, but definitely not new to carrying on Androxus. He's been doing it since the beginning. Couple of nice shots there on Drogos, pressuring out Rovenick. He's turned his attention and Shaolin's attention to the back line. So even though he hasn't found a kill, he's opened up some space for Odin's Chosen. 33% on the capture point for them.
ASDF Master taking a lot of punishment right now. Wardham getting pretty low, but does have that recharge available to him. A lot of healing punching through right now on ASDF Master. Evil Eye needs one more. He's finally going to find first blood a minute and 30 seconds in.
Oh, Cuss Cutie still in the back line, looking to finish Rovenick. He will. Coming through from Plum, and he will finally take him out. Evil Eye does the work in the front side of things, right on the middle of the action. And now Odin's Chosen looking sweet here. And that was, to me, a big reason. Cuss Cutie staying in the back line, just keeping the focus of the 2 damage carries on Woogly.
That's why it's not a great idea to pick Drogos into an Androxus, especially a very experienced one like Cuss Cutie. It's just so much distraction. And even in that 1v almost 3 scenario where he had 3 of the backliners kind of coming to get him, the police had been called, he still was able to come away with that kill. That's how good of a matchup it is for Androxus.
And this Dark Stalker legendary, we can't talk about it enough. The fact that he can get in and get out, and his mobility is seemingly endless on this type of a map where there's so many corridors for him to duck and dive through, so many rockets he can dodge. It's almost an endless chase for the likes of Drogos and especially Shaolin here. As the upper corner starts to be where Cuss Cutie decides to take his defense, they're still on the move. Odin's Chosen, minute and 43 seconds left, 80% to go, right on the money.
Pinch kill on a Wizdude, so the healer gone for Team Woogly. A big part of how Inara is able to stay alive, walling herself off for the time being, but Odin's Chosen gonna find her as well off to the side here. Now they've got the kind of permanent man advantage in this fight, make it a 2-man advantage. Plum able to answer back onto 1 kill, but things looking good for Odin's Chosen. Wardoom
with a great job to just silence out Saris on the enemy team, making Woogly under pressure, and that just forces the shadow travel at the wrong time for Wizdude. He's forced to run away, and that will lead Odin's Chosen into a victory here for the first round. 2-0 goes the score. They've got 2 more points they need to capture, though, and Woogly definitely set to try and change things up this round with some items and some credits in their pocket.
Yep, so going to have the big advantage here, all the level 2 offensive items. No Chronos 2s just yet for Wardum or for Bex 30, but the Cauterized 2s across the board, making Wizdude's job that much harder. A couple of interesting choices for Wizdude, looking like auto buy here with Resilience 1, Veteran 1, and a Morale Boost 1, but all good things for Saris here. Trying to avoid a lot of that crowd control. We're talking silence. We're talking stuns from Maldamba. We got stuns from Grumpy Bombs and King Bombs. A lot of CC on this Astral Authority lineup.
No kills on the side of Woogly. Only Plum has 2 kills and has not died yet, and he's the only member on the side of Woogly who can claim that stat right now, but looks like he may not last for long. Cuss Cutie in the air. He's got 2 of them spotted out. Shadow travel by Saris will save her, and Cuss Cutie will actually die to Plum yet again in the air. Here comes the seismic crash down onto the ground. Wardoom sucked in with the convergence after that, but still, Odin's Chosen, on the point and not moving at all with this Flux Generator coming through big.
Yeah, Flux Generator on top of Torvald just being a shield right now, and neither Saris nor Inara have records, so Wardoom is fine. He's not worried about those 2 at all right now. Long range bombs coming out of Plum. Second payload going to be captured by Odin's Chosen, looking for that 4-0 quick closeout.
Yeah, didn't speak there. The aerial assault was picked up, but a repulsor field still going to give them 30% damage mitigation, and they don't have an Inara to turn it into, somewhat of an 80% damage mitigation on top of the Earthing Guard, but it's more than enough for a guy like Torvald. The shield is still relevant here, Nick, and it's because they don't have those credits. The Record 2s haven't really been able to get full onto the enemy team, and now Woogly is faced with dealing with a Torvald who's a lot tankier at this stage of the game than he would have been if they had won the first capture objective.
Eli laying down some long-range bomb. There's a nice one on the Corvener in the back line. It's going to pick him up. Rovenick quickly answers back. ASDF Master now back in the fight. It's going to be a big tanky turret. Hard to bring down. This Inara looking very healthy, forcing back and actually killing Doseps. So this is going to make a good look here for the stabilization. Woogly trying to hold, trying to get themselves on the board.
Plum really having an excellent game here. I love the combustible choice as well by Rovenick. Hasn't hit a lot of clutch fire spits, but he's changing his play right now. Hits 2 in a row and helps to push back this offensive onslaught. Plum still, I think, the mainstay for this squad. But here's the Dread Serpent coming out. This is a big turning point for Odin's Chosen. And Rovenick knows it. He's going into the Dragon Punch, wants to finish Doseps off. He tries to go into the air. He will not be able to escape the Dragon's Fury, but Evil Eye will come through big. And a Cuss-Cutie in the air with the Accursed Arm means that in under 6 minutes, Odin's Chosen have won succinctly.
So much left in the tank as well. The King Bomb was up there on the high ground. Great target prioritization. It's kind of a risk-reward thing. Normally we see teams kind of calling out the same targets, wanting to burst them down, wanting to make sure they confirm these kills. That just wasn't the case here. We had Cuss-Cutie on ASDF Master, caught out on an Inara. So that kill is basically dead to rights. Recognizing that, Evuli has clearly received the call to just continue to surge forward, finding more kills, killing Rovenick there at the end, and splitting the difference now. They have everyone wiped. There is literally no one to contest. And then they have 2 ultimates for anyone that would dare come out of spawn. This is the type of dominance, the type of snowball that I think we were trying to avoid when we banned out Jaguar Falls from Team Woogly.
You know, actually, and you got to say this, although the team didn't perform that well, I think Plum really stood out for me in that game. 7-2 in terms of eliminations. He actually had at least 4 of the killing blows on their team. And so those are a lot of those eliminations are really back off of Plum's performance. Only died 2 times. In fact, you look at the stats, he's got better stats than Cuss-Cutie in this game, matching him with kills and actually having a little bit more damage. So I love the way that he's able to really fulfill that role. Of course, Cuss-Cutie was sharing the load of 2 other superstars going at it. Evil Eye and Doseps really carrying a lot of the damage weight in that fight. Woogly's got to bounce back, though, and the next map will be Frog Isle. Definitely a snowbally map as well, Nick. So they've got to figure out something quick. Do you think this loss happened before the game even started? Maybe the draft just didn't go their way?
The draft, like I said, personally, I don't really care too much for picking Drogoz for Rovenick early into an Androxus when he is such a good Bomb King player. And like I said, Evil Eye, either way, I think is going to rip you apart on Bomb King or Drogoz. So if you got to give one up, it might as well get your guys where they're most comfortable and as well giving them a better matchup to boot.
Yeah, that's very, very important. So the champion draft is here. Can't wait to see what these guys go for. To me, I'm really excited about these new teams in North America trying to have the same type of performances that we saw yesterday with Flashpoint, you know, and all of these great performances from the kind of secondary teams wanting to get into that top tier. But so much of it has to do with the draft. How do you set yourself up to win rather than just counting on your aim when you get into game? Inara will be taken by Odin's Chosen. And now Woogly going to respond probably with the Drogoz and the Saris yet again. Oh, but it's the Androxus.
The Saris Androxus. The Androxus I get, the Saris I don't. Just valuing Saris pretty highly right now. Bomb King Androxus, I think would have been the proper way to go right here. It depends how highly they're prioritizing Saris. I mean, from what I've seen, Maldamba and Saris are kind of the number 1 and number 2 healers in most cases. But for me, Saris doesn't do enough to warrant taking away. You know, Maldamba or Saris, I think, can do fairly well for themselves. But you pick Bomb King Androxus here, you force Odin's Chosen to pick into the Drogoz if they want that solid source of blast damage. And then you have its counter on your squad. And you just put Astral Authority in the same situation that they just put you in game number 1.
Very true. The question is maybe they're not comfortable with, you know, it's interesting. I mean, this is weird to see Woogly avoid the Bomb King twice when they've got a guy like Rovenick who has said that he loves Bomb King. And it's not even that they're prioritizing.
I think he's just tilted away from it.
It's just not even that they're prioritizing Drogoz here, because Odin could have easily taken the Drogoz. It's not like they locked it in second. Maybe just thinking Androxus is that good and they want to test Cuss-Cutie's hands on this damage roll outside of the Androxus. Hey. That's actually all we've seen him play.
Yeah,
this is big.
But not having, like I said, they take the early Andro. I think Odin's Chosen respect the matchup enough not to take Drogoz, and Evil Eye being so good on Bomb King. They're going to start with that. But the Mave, this is likely what Cuss-Cutie is going to be playing.
And this is something that is probably surprising everyone. I'm not really sure When's the last time we've seen Maeve in the actual pro scene? It might be because they feel that confident against Woogly and they want to test some things out. It might be because Cuss Cutie's got some secret skills he's been practicing. We want to know what he had after the Androxus. It's a Maeve. I wonder what he has after the Maeve. We might see some Sky today, boys, if things start getting deeper with Woogly taking away Cuss Cutie's favorite carries. We'll see in game 2 here on Frog Isle coming up after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the action on Frog Isle, a place where Frog maybe had a little bit too much to imbibe the night before, and he's just spewing it all out with a beautiful fountain of water. Cuss Cutie, though, in the spawn room, ready to go with these daggers. May going to be played by him, and he's going to use an artful dodger. You'll see Exaction Cassie for Doseps, Accelerant Bonking for Evil Eye, Mother's Grace and Nara for War Doom, and Ripened Gourd Maldamba for Vex.
We're trying to bring it back here with Fusillade Drogos, played by Arovanik. It's going to be actually Tinker and Barrack for the time being. We'll have to see if he switches that. That's a pretty uncommon legendary for Corvinor's Barrack. Mortal Reach for Wizdude Ceres, Godslayer for Plums Androxus, as well as Half Shell for ASDF Masters Makoa.
He kept it. So Corvinar going with the extra damage. Tinker going to give him another 100 damage at base for his weapon, and then also reduce some of the clustering, so make it more accurate. So he's going to hit more of those shots as well from the blunderbuss. First blood for Wardoom already, and Cuskey in the back line trying to just zone out again, and yet again, Odin's Chosen do this great job of pressuring out the back line of Woogly.
They do. Prowl's going to be popped as well. Walk It Off 4 being run by Cuskey right now, so 160 health per second while he's in Plow. But Plum definitely getting the better of him right now in this engagement. 9 lives going to be popped. Walk It Off tops him up as he heads back up, looking for some more knives onto Rovenick, but no kills just yet, but a lot of distraction value here for Cuskey, and 81% on the point for Odin's Chosen.
And you know what? That's what they need to do. ASD has the right idea, just can't execute. Whiff on the hook means that Cuskey will live, but not much longer. Rovenick shuts down the artful dodging thief, and he will go back to base. This could be a retake by Woogly. In fact, it is. The get wrecked spray on the tree, but Doseps will have to actually get wrecked himself and move away from this objective, totally in control of the underdogs here.
Walled off right now. Wardoom is going to be hooked out. Doesn't have his Earthen Guard. Now he does. He's going to be fighting under the Shell Shield, though, into some Barrack turrets, just absorbing a lot of damage right now. Seismic Crash has been charged. Dragon Punch is off to the races. Rovenick looks for Dosep. It's actually going to find him.
Oh, Ripen Gore thrown onto Wardoom, but he gets pulled right away, so they lose the front. And Woogly will take objective number 1 here on Frog Isle. Stunning turn of events for a lot of people watching, especially if you saw the last game, which was a 5-minute decimation. Woogly have turned things around. Rovenick on a 4 streak here, looking to really say to the community, to all of us here, that he does not need to play Bomb King, but down he goes with Doseps Cassie.
Rumpy Bomb comes out as well. 2 kills already for Odin's Chosen. Cuskey finding one of those Doseps, hooked in and blasted. A lot of burst damage coming through. Walled off. ASDF Master is going to be claimed as well. Plum with the fadeaway slay onto Evil Eye, but doesn't have the mobility to get out. It's going to be the killing spree as Cuskey finds his 3rd kill in this engagement.
Now, is this partly the confidence, the nonchalant type of vibe that Odin's Chosen put off when they picked this lineup, Nick, with the Maeve coming through? I mean, clearly not a meta pick. Cuskey hasn't found a lot of individual success on it. Has this really worked for them already?
Not really right now. There was 2 key things that went wrong here. We'll talk about that after this fight. Seismic Crash and conversions coming through right now. A lot of CC locking down Woogly. They're losing this fight pretty hard right now. Gonna have to back up as they got the worst end of that trade. But yeah, Cuskey did go down to the Makoa, rotating back into that fight. A lot of burst damage, was able to get out. And then, despite getting Rovenick low during that little skirmish, we saw Evil Eye launching bombs across the map, trying to clean up the kill, but unable to do so. He finds himself cleaned up, so a free 2 for O exchange. And then Woogly have double frontliners, so it's very hard to uproot them once you give them that one team fight. Once you give them that slight man advantage, they're going to abuse you.
And, you know, Woogly, they also have the fruit. I'm talking about Plum. He's coming through strong, man. No apples, no oranges today. Plum coming through, helps ASDF Master clean up Vex. So no healer for Odin's Chosen. However, what they do have is this push continuing their way. It is closing in on being pushed through, and that could be a 2-0 lead. Those are hard to come back from, especially on Frog Isle. So the danger is nigh. They need to make sure that they can defend this somehow. Odin's Chosen looking to regroup and regroup quickly.
Woogly lose enough just to try and back up, though. They still had 3 members here with a tank and a healer. I don't see why they didn't just want to push forward on that. Plum will find Cuskey, though, shutting him down once again. The hook gonna whiff, though. Evil Eye finds 1 kill. 9 seconds remain here. It's all even, all tied up in the man advantage as we head into this final team fight of the round.
Plum gets another kill onto Doseps. This man is playing as delicious as he sounds. And on a hot summer day, there's nothing more than a good Plum for you to help your team move into success. He goes down, though. Wardoom and Cuskey say, nah, we've already had our full, and we will take this overtime our way now. End things, defend this payload, and get ready to do this one more time. Cuskey already experienced a little bit of the pressure that Maeve can bring to a team, but can be brought onto her, especially with a Makoa looking for the hook every single time she pokes her cute little face.
Yeah, it's dangerous, you know, to run her into the Makoa, but with the Artful Dodger kind of being the standard legendary for her, you can actually just pop that and get out of the hook if you're quick enough on the draw. So Maeve, pretty decent against this lineup. It's just tough. I think being out of the meta for so long, it's been a while since anyone's really played her at this level. So landing those knives is pretty difficult. It's something that can kind of, you know, come and go for you. You could have a good day or a bad day with it. And that's, you know, so much of what she relies on, because dashes and stuff, being shorter now, they're that much more vital to be used for repositioning. You can't really dive as deep with them as you used to be able. So very, very important that you do hit your auto attacks with Maeve.
She's usually going to get seen here. The seismic crash available for Inara. Wardoom doing a lot of work on the Corvin. As Cauterize come through, he's going to try to stay alive. Earthen Guard save you. Instinctual reaction, but the Dragon Punch is a one-hit KO. Dosage looks to find the last shot on the Dragon. The Hunter's Daughter will find her prey. And 15% on for Woogly. Plum looking to seal the deal. Nice roll. Exaction going to keep him healed up just a bit. But Turrets, Barrack, and 4 other members on the side of Woogly should mean that Dosip's got to die, but he's rolling around here. I can't believe he stayed alive this long. This is incredible.
Look at him go. He finally falls down. 3 members. He's buying a lot of time, and 2 kills are able to be found off the back of that as everyone's just scrambling to kill Dosip's, rattling and rolling through that fight. Woogly are in the lead right now on the capture point progress with 42%, but Odin's Chosen are now surpassing that mark. The Earthen Guard going to keep Eve alive with a nice mid-air bomb. Shuts down Rovanik.
He is a fantastic Cassie player, bringing things back to Dosip's, which has given Odin's Chosen the room that they needed. They attracted so many members on Woogly to just focus him down and finally get the last hit. Exaction Cassie so good now with the recent buffs, not only to the ultimate, but to her actual cooldown reduction on the roll, that she can just be in a mid-fight, rolling and staying safe, getting health back, and doing a ton of damage as well. The objective captured for Odin's Chosen as the payload begins to move now. 2 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock. Woogly on the defense.
And they find it here, looking for a team fight starting to break out, but Evil Eye has been really clutch, finding a lot of pickups. Dosip's rolls into the back line as well, being very aggressive on this Cassie alongside Cuss Cutie. Everyone is contributing to this team fight from Odin's Chosen. This is the type of the aggression, the type of, foot to the gas that we just didn't see in the previous round from Woogly when they had the man advantage. This is how you choke a team out and don't let them get back into a round.
Yeah, this is how you keep them not only spawn camped, but you keep the respawns trickling in. You don't let them get grouped up as 5. And right now, ASDF Master, to stay alive here at this crucial time, goes into an ultimate. And now, Maeve's made him so susceptible. Dosips picks up a kill there. Dragon Punch means Rovanik is in trouble. Plum in the air as well. Dosips still alive, rolling around. The mid-range fighting from the Hunter's Daughter puts him in a 1v1 scenario, but he's got his ultimate. He can see Plum before Plum can see him. The reversal comes through. Can't get it. Plum shuts him down. Still playing great.
Wardoom has wiggled his way out of, I think, 2 or 3 Dragon Punches this round to the point where Rovanik looks like he just stopped going for him and has chosen to just try and find this Maldamba in the back line. Losing this fight, Wardoom super caught out right now. Doesn't have the mobility to get himself away. He's just going to try and go down swinging, get that ultimate as highly charged as he possibly can, but very staggered from his team, but still plenty of time here. One more clean team fight, and Odin's Chosen are going to be able to convert this payload.
I'm surprised. Those moments that the defense happens or the offense happens usually is a result of 1v1, and then that player who won coming to help snowball the rest of the fight while the frontliners are kind of neck and neck here. That's exactly what happened, except Plum beat out Dosips, and he is 9-3. 9 actual killing blows for him. Only 3 deaths in this game. This is incredible play. I'm not sure they were even expecting Plum to show up this big against one of the best, if not the best team in North America.
A lot of members low right now. Dosip's rolling around looking for a flank. Pop that spray, looking good as he heads into battle here. Rovanik, a couple more shots and he's going to go down. He's 1 shot right now up in the air, but no hit scan threat is allowing Rovanik to escape a lot of these times with low HP. A lot of members low here for Woogly. One's going to fall. Can Odin's Chosen find the conversion?
Oh, that's huge. What a convergence. It will take down Evil Eye. Cuss Cutie as well. Plum is going to help Rovanik finish off Dosips. Left alone, Inara falling down from the Dragon in the skies, and it's a successful defense by Team Woogly. Oh, so surprising to some people, but Woogly, they seem like they've got this confidence all along. Ever since this map began, they have been showing up and playing well, and now few of their team members on streaks. Plum on a 9 streak as well. 2 ultimates charged. They're ready to go, Nick.
Rovanik, has been escaping with really low HP. A couple of members getting out and back in and continuing to have impacts on these fights. And I think it's as a result of the lack of hit scan on Odin's Chosen. Every single character is projectile based. So once these targets get pretty far away, once they start to retreat, it's very difficult to confirm those kills, with the Cassie bolts, with these Maeve knives. But if they had something maybe like a Lex instead of a Maeve, I think they would be able to confirm a lot more of these kills and frankly have roughly the same type of impact, the same style of play Cuss Cutie would be able to execute that he's trying to do with Maeve right now.
And, you know, with Maeve being the pick he chose, we haven't seen him play anybody but Androxus, and now the Maeve. I wonder, was it a bit of a troll, or maybe he was really trying to bring out something he'd been working on? Either way, I wonder what he would have picked up and how this game would have gone different if it wasn't Maeve he was playing. Right now, though, just trying to stay positive. Cutie rounding around the corner, looking for Rovanik, and he's going to pounce into the air, get pulled by ASDF, and this could mean death for the little thief here. He's going to Artful Dodger away, cleanse the CC, heal up a bit, and he will stay alive. Both teams not on the point right now.
Lock it up, gonna convince him to stay alive. 2 members moving from Odin's Chosen. It's Wardoom coming around with the flank on Dosup's by his side that cleans up Rovanik. Confirming these kills is gonna be so important here. Plum will have that lifeline attached to Sarah, so he'll be hard to bring down, but he's not looking to overextend right now.
And Dosup's still playing like a masterclass Cassie. This zone is really good from Odin's Chosen. I don't see a way with only the Barrack to be able to get in. Makoa's going to have to do a lot. The shell spin's not really available in range, and the objective will be captured before ASDF can get there. So after the hook, might be able to kill Vex. Dome Shield pops so early, and he's going to fall. A waste of a very crucial ultimate for Ruby.
And now backline is in trouble as Cutie has a great angle, but Sarah's so good at dealing with flanks in her face, puts tons of damage into Cutie, takes him out very early. ASDF Master finds Vex. ASDF Master finds another on the front line to go down in favor of Woogly. So despite the Kalo being captured, all the momentum on Woogly's side right now.
Oh, that was good. I loved what I just saw there. Woogly realized that, you know, too early, a lot of ultimate value, but they all decide to commit, and they end up wiping Odin's Chosen. But now with the seismic crash as well, maybe not getting a lot of value. That's just even things out for these squads. Both tanks missing their real game-changing opportunities here with the Dome Shield and the seismic crash down. With a minute 30 seconds left, though, they'll be able to build that up with this push.
Plenty of time remaining here. Both teams just feeling it out right now. A lot of ultimate spent in that last engagement. We saw the seismic crash King Bomb come out with nothing really spent from Woogly to try and stabilize. So frankly, that's a win for Woogly. 2 ultimates from Odin's Chosen. Not a whole lot of ground gain. Not a very convincing team fight one. There is some resilience coming through for these 2 tanks. So that's combo isn't going to be super effective anymore.
Odin's Chosen, they've got the Dread Serpent, which is great dispersal, but they're going to use it right now, and they're going to go in with Maeve's. Add the darkness into this fight, but look at this convergence, and look at Rovanik ready to go. Earthen Guard for Wardoom's and Nara, and somehow he's going to stay alive. The damage reduction's so good, and he's actually going to get that immunity to cauterize, which will allow him to get healed up by Vex. So what a great combination of play and communication by Odin's Chosen to keep their front line alive and make that an 11 streak as well.
Wardoom continuing to roll on with all of the healing on his side. ASDF Master, nice Dome Shield up on the top there, but Earthen Guard just so tanky. Wardoom loves this solo tank life, and this is exactly the type of brawler that he has been waiting for. One of the players I think is going to succeed the most with Anara's new play style.
And again, he gets so low, and he waits for the Earthen Guard until he's ready to get the healing. He knows he's got that 5-second window to heal back up to full. He's not using it early. Side. Joseph's will fall thanks to Rovanik, but Wardoom can get revenge, and that means with Maeve's ultimate, he can't see where the Stone Spear will be firing. Odin's Chosen with another victory, this time a lot closer, but still, they come away with the W at the end of the day.
Rovanik, 112,000 damage despite all that, still not able to come away with the win, and that's the thing, because there was no hit scan threat, but Odin's Chosen just getting it done. 86K for Wardoom. Zanara actually beating out Evil Eye's Bomb King. And amazing. Part of this comes off the back of just the healer most of the time. He's going to be brawling out close range with some tanks, just with the advantage. You know, Nara is such a good brawler right now. He's going to be farming a lot of damage, but Wardoom knowing when to get aggressive into the backline as well. We saw him cleaning up numerous kills. Nara is not hit scan, but she's pretty close. She has, I would wager, honestly, probably the fastest projectile speed of anyone on this roster. Cassie probably right up there with her, but you know, she was you know, the most consistent there in terms of being able to confirm damage onto Rovanik's airborne Drogos.
Yeah, and I mean, she brings a lot to the table. We've really talked about this stuff that is obvious, and I think that was, to me, what was really cool. Sometimes you see the uniqueness of what a certain player brings to a champion, even when they're good, but sometimes you just see the basics done and executed really, really well. And you know, a great plan executed poorly not going to win the day, but a worse plan, maybe even a bad plan, executed to perfection, sometimes can get you what you need. And every single time he got low, the Earthen Guard and Vex was right on the money with the Mending Spirits, and then a Gourd to follow up, healed him back to full, gave him a ton of life. You see he was on a 14 streak there, only died 5 times, tied with the lowest amount of deaths, aside from Vex, who only died 4. So great combination between those two. I'm liking the pairing, Nick, that we're seeing with Vex and Wardoom. They seem to be having a bird Thiel thing going on in North America.
In between those two, but notable picks missing here. Again, the Maeve, worked. They won the game. That's fine. That's cool. Whatever. But not a ton of damage. Cuskey maybe just feeling out his, new role as this flanker. Androxus is what he's comfortable on. He's been playing a decent amount of Lex as well, but it's Astral Authority. They're going to try everything. They're going to try the Maeve. They might even try the Sky if they're feeling that confident. You never know with these guys. And that's, one of the reasons I love them.
Yeah. And the next map will be Serpent Beach as we head over on your screens to see the map draft. This could be the last one for Woogly if they're not able to get a victory. And that's exactly what Odin's Chosen will be hoping. I mean, I got to say that I'm kind of tongue-tied here announcing these names because so used to calling these guys Astral Authority. If you're just joining us here, that is Odin's Chosen. They've actually had a organization split from Astral Authority. So Odin's Chosen, the name they're going under now, and Team Woogly, not a firm stay in this scene, but definitely some players in North America here. As again, to mention one more time, the map will be Serpent Beach. Game 3 here, Champion Draft just starting.
First pick going to be over here for Woogly. What do they take this time around? Is the Androxus heavily enough prioritized? It definitely is come up a little bit, but Serpent Beach in particular, very good map for Ando to try and control the high ground. I expect a Bomb King in response at the very least for Odin's Chosen. But what will they go with to try and counter out the Drogos that is inevitable to come from Woogly now? They need some type of hit scan pressure. The Ruckus is going to be good and for that, but Ruckus doesn't always have, the distance. Drogos can be very far away from him. And honestly, because of that, Drogos can oftentimes come out, on top of Drogos.
Yeah. You know what? I don't mind it. I'd like to see a long range hit scan actual tank come into this game. That would be pretty cool in my eyes because you really don't have that. But I think Inara and Ruckus are the closest thing in our game right now to being able to really deal with these aerial threats as a tank. We've seen them be very effective against Drogos, and now not even picked up in the top 6, which is we see not even the top 7 now. Drogos kind of left out to the side, kicked out of the bar, not able to hang out with his friends anymore. So Maldamba and Buck following along. This is something Odin's Chosen are pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, Woogly, I think, are still in a good enough place where they could pick a Drogos if they want it. Maybe Torvald, I don't think they've kind of had the, want to pick that up. Odin's Chosen could potentially go into it. Looking like maybe a little bit of a D69 draft at that point, though, with Ruckus. If it's going to be played by Wardoom, I expect Aerial Assault, but might be Doseps here depending on what comes through next for Odin's Chosen.
Now, a lot of people are saying, you see the Inara, you see the Saras, how do you combat it? One of the newest champions in the realm. You got Willow as a damage champion, a lot of AoE pressure, that dead zone, so good, right? If you're thinking that, not the case. Inara, with the new change, actually immune to that debuff that Willow would provide. So even though it's 100% anti-healing zone, Inara, when she pops her Earthen Guard and with Saras healing her, will still receive that full Saras heal. So Willow not really able to counter out this meta right now. That's why you see her largely unpicked in the last couple of days. Maeve, again, for Odin's Chosen. Cuskey wants to prove he can bring the Street Thief back into this meta. Nick, what do you feel about this?
So they're just going for really, really high mobility. Different, we've seen District 69 do it, but it was a little bit different. They did it with Androxus, Bomb King, and Buck, as well as a solo tank Torvald to try and supplement that. This looks like just a different type of version of that. If Ruckus with Wardoom taking the aerial assault is going to try and keep up this mobility, what I think Odin's Chosen are going to try and do, rather than get picked off one by one by this Makoa from Team Woogly, they're looking to just collapse and just slaughter them as soon as possible, using all their mobility to just outrace, outpace, and outmaneuver Woogly around this, very high ground centric map.
Pace is the name of the game. We'll see who can keep it, who can take it. Odin's Chosen, game, match, point pretty much here. We'll see if Woogly can answer back right after this.
In the night, you keep me up when you say, love is strong, come along, fall into my arms. Come on over, let your soul fall into my arms. Finally, I can feel you. Finally, I can see you fall into my arms. You move the mountains in my way, make me whole, make me sway, keep me up, keep me sane, and let me love you all the same. Send in the trumpets, send them all, calling fire in the hall. Come to life, let it blow. You give me hope, and I say, do you see me now? Do you see me now? Like I see you now. And I'm calling, fall into my arms. Love is strong, come along, fall into my arms. Come on over, let your soul fall into my arms. Finally, I can feel you. Finally, I can see you fall into my arms.
If you've been here watching, you know it's down to the wire. If you're just joining us, Odin's Chosen game match point here against Woogly, and it will be Odin's Chosen trying to seal the deal. Woogly, though, with Rovnik on Fuselage Drogos, Darkstalker, Androxus for Corvinor, Mortal Reach, Saris for Wizdude, Pluck, Makoa for Plum, and Mother's Grace and Nara for ASD.
And Doseps will be running his Accelerant Bomb King this time. Evil Eye making the swap onto the Bounce House Buck. Aerial Assault for War Doom's Ruckus. Cuskitty with the Artful Dodger Maeve. And a Ripened Gourd Mount Damba rounding things out. 2 Chronoses. So Cuskitty actually not going for the Cauterize this time around, as they already have 3. Don't feel the need to pick up any Wrecker against a solo Pluck Makoa.
Alley Cat Maeve. The nice stressing there on top of the daggers. Ready to go ahead and do some work. A good map for her. Already, ASD running over, trying to pressure out the young Street Thief, but looking in the back line for a little bit of damage. Just going to reverse that trajectory, head on back to the safety of her teammates, but getting low already. Not really able to make an impact quite yet.
Doseps getting low as well, backing up out of combat. Cuskitty with his cooldown starting to come back up. He's going to make his way back into this fight. Nice knife, narrowly finds the first blood onto Corvinor at a very long range.
They're a very different playstyle as well, but this is all they need. Give them an inch, they'll take them. And Cuskitty and Squad looking to finish things off.
Wow.
Doseps on the Bomb King really coming through as well with a nice kill on the Plum.
Look,
so 45% on the point.
That's the advantage that you have with all of this mobility for Odin's Chosen. You find one pick, and then you absolutely have the mobility just to move your whole team composition and just chase them out. On the back foot, Woogly didn't have enough mobility to get away fast enough, and they one little pick, one lucky knife. I'm going to call it luck there because, frankly, the shield just wasn't in time to save Corvinor. One pick resulted in a complete collapse from Woogly.
Evil Eyes Buck jumping in the background as well. He's got 3 to land on. That's Value Town if I've seen it. Plum gets taken down long range because of Dosip's bombs, and ASD left on the point by himself, throwing the wall up just to try and delay the inevitable, but with the wrecked shotgun here, Evil Eye doing a lot of work will help Cuscutie slay WizDude, and that will be the first objective put together on the board for Odin's Chosen.
They are going to find out 2 minutes and 30 seconds to push it to completion. Corvinor is pretty poked out right now. Evil Eye could be in a rough spot here. He's going to get blasted by 3 members of Woogly as he tries to escape. There comes the Hexafire from Wardoom. Doesn't find anything here. And a lot of ultimates starting to come through. He's trying to stay alive, trying to keep their momentum high as Odin shows it.
Oh, and this is great. Cuscutie finds an absolutely vulnerable, stunned out WizDude, thanks to a Grumpy Bomb by Dosips, and Rovenick getting pressured out by Maeve as well. Cuscutie doing a great job of just relocating mid-air, trying to hit the daggers yet again. So despite all of the pressure that Woogly once had in this set, it feels like a long and lost time because they are just raging in the backline. Plum, WizDude, they have no moment to breathe.
Not looking good here. Ultimates are available to try and stabilize. Team Woogly have everything, but they have to try and find value here. Xerath is boxing out pretty effectively with Cuscutie, but now in a rough spot with no shadow travel available. WizDude gonna fall down.
Oh, Cuscutie sends Corvinor into the drink, hits him with the pounce and then a spray. Get wrecked is the theme of this push for Odin's Chosen, and Team Woogly have really got to turn things around now, Nick. They're down 2-0. If they continue this, they are going to be out, and Odin's Chosen will find themselves in the finals.
Items coming through now. Odin's Chosen way out in front. Cauterized 2's coming online for Evil Eye and Wardoom, as well as Chronos 2's. Those are very expensive items that Cuscutie and Vex were both able to afford. Dosips with a Cauterized 2, as well as a Kill the Heal. Loves this item, just loves the potential to snowball a team fight, especially with a character like Bomb King. Despite his health nerfs, Kill the Heal is an item that can literally win you a game, you know, especially when you get to that rank 2, rank 3 mark. If you're trying to solo carry, there's nothing better and then Kill the Heal. When you're getting 900 health for an elimination, you can really just roll through an entire team fight.
Absolutely. And you talk about stats right now. Dosips 5-0, Wardoom 3-0, Cuscutie 6-1, Evil Eye 4-1, Vex 0-6, hasn't died. There's not a lot of deaths on the side of Odin's Chosen. They've got to be able to change this momentum. Woogly have a tough task ahead of them as ASDF falls, though, leaving them with a man down and a tank down as well.
Wardoom, love watching him use this aerial assault to just navigate around the map. Now setting up on the high ground, dissuading anyone from pushing in from Woogly. And 69% already on the point here. So much mitigation here. The item lead is really starting to show for Odin's Chosen.
And Ancient Rage popped by Plum, who finds himself on the tank instead of the Androxus, which he proved to be just so incredibly good at in the last matchup on Frog Isle. But nonetheless, Corvinor will find a pickup onto Cuscutie, albeit too late. Score 3-0, the push starting now. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Rovenick and the entire team of Woogly backed into a corner as Dosips finds 2, and the push continues.
Ooh, Evil Eye still not able to be found, even though he got hooked in at about 10% health. Plum, just not enough damage to do the deed here. And there needs to be some kills, frankly, from Woogly right now. They are being absolutely rolled over, only finding 3 kills so far in this entire game.
And what's dangerous is that when they get down to the wire, when they need to defend, the issue could be that the Dread Serpent is available to knock them away. King Bomb comes through for Dosips. Corvinor goes down in the process, and Vex 30 still alive and well. Uses the Dread Serpent early, wants to wipe all of Team Woogly right now and not wait till later to get their prize. And it looks like it could just happen. Odin's Chosen here, ready to push it to the end. 1 minute and 20, but they won't need any more time, it seems like. Hexafire to do it. And that is a victory and a ticket to the finals.
Just, you know, it's just a superior team, I think, watching at this point. I don't think there's any other way around it, no matter what they're getting. I mean, these are all really good picks. This is a strong draft on Serpent Beach from Team Woogly. Rovenick on the Drogos. I mean, those are all great champions. They're all great players playing them as well. But if you can't do anything with that lineup, then it's just cut and dry. I think the superior team here with Odin's Chosen.
Absolutely. I think it's really, really important to note that sometimes there's just a skill gap and there's an experience gap, not necessarily even skill, because we're not going to count out these guys being able to play this game. I'm sure they're some of the more mechanically gifted people in the world at Paladins, but when you talk about putting 5 teammates together, all different voices, all different play styles, and trying to make that come to fruition as best as possible, get the most out of that squad. Odin's Chosen, formerly Astral Authority, have just had so much more time to be able to do that. And, the switches for me are really coming into play here. I'm a little wary though, Nick. I will bring this last point up before we go. I'm a little wary, and maybe in a good way. Maybe it's more, maybe I'm more anxious. I want to see what Cuscuity brings out outside of the Androxus, because it's so heavily contested. And if they face up against Denial in the finals, Stolze's going to want that. They might prioritize that. What's he going to bring out after?
To bring out Lex, I think, is what he's going to go to. I don't know if they'll go to the Mave. Cuscuity can bring out the Buck. Evil Eye getting that this time around. I think that's just how the draft ended up working out, that he and Evil Eye ended up being on the Buck. But yeah, this might be one of those cases where, this is a weird draft from Odin's Chosen. And because of that, it makes it that much more difficult to play against if you don't really know the ins and outs of it, because you've never really seen it before.
Yeah.
So the Astral Authority, without having to show too much, I think, of their in-depth strategy, being able to come away with victories like this just by keeping their opponents guessing at what they're really trying to do here with this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. And filling a very big void, I think, in terms of the competitive scene, getting Maeve out onto the battleground the realm for 2 games in a row was definitely a treat to see her. We'll see if that continues today. Let's take a look at the brackets, though, because we'll be heading down to the bottom side of things for the next semifinal that we'll be watching. That will be against Kungarna and Denial. So a couple new names here. Kungarna, a name if you've been around Paladins, you should be familiar with. These guys were actually at the finals for DreamHack when the first big tournament for Paladins ever took place about a year ago. There were a couple other guys on there that are out and in the scene now. It's a team run by a former player who used to play in Paladins, who was on that roster previously. They have put together a good squad that has beaten Impact on the way here. And Denial, of course, Stolze added a new member, Nick, and that's Prince Danny as well.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting to see how those two mesh. What we've received, Shady Shades has stepped down from this team, from competitive Paladins for the time being. Always sorry to see him go. He was a great player, but Prince Danny, one of the phenomenal up-and-comers, really young guy too, so could really grow into mature and become a really big staple of this scene.
And so we'll be excited to see what happens there. Can't wait for that one. Coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have some more Paladins action. The second semifinal of the day coming up. Denial versus Kungarna.
That's inside of me. All the world's riches and diamonds will one day be sold. Trinkets will just hold you down, but life takes its toll. Everything you'll ever need is inside of your soul. You give me life.
everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you've enjoyed your break, got some water, got some chips, maybe a soda, a couple slices of pizza. It's Sunday. Relax, have fun, watch some Paladins esports. My name is Evan Rayner, and this is Rain Day. If you know me in the community, of course, Nick Keogh joining me, high res, pretty hair, casting with me today. Let's talk about the wrecked chest, Nick, because that just came out. A lot of these players are using it in game. This is a good chest to jump on.
Okay. Yeah, we just get wrecked right now. We saw Dosubs popping that spray there. It's the rarest thing in the chest. You're probably going to have to scoop everything unless you're very, very lucky. But yeah, big thing here is Perdo. This just in does love that wrecked revolver there for Androxus. Uses no skins other than that weapon. And we talked about his Valentine's revolver as well. So from time to time, even the greatest of Godslayers do break down and play with toys.
I mean, that's the cool thing, right? I mean, Perdo, he just keeps not arrogance, but I mean, the guy plays Androxus all the time. He comes off as, not necessarily the most childish of figures, but this wrecked chest has got him reliving his memories as a youth. Who knows what types of gods he was slaying? Who knows how he was doing the slaying? All things to fantasize on a nice Sunday. But either way, today he's trying to wreck some people. And that spray, that to me, that's the biggest one as well. You got to get the spray and let them know that you just made a hot play. So that get wrecked chest available currently in Paladins right now. If you go ahead and log in, and of course, if you're playing Paladins, there's a big opportunity for you to be a part of not only the PC scene, but the console scene. That's coming up in a big way. If you don't know, Paladins is an open beta for console on PS4 and Xbox One, which is an incredibly cool thing if you want to play on console and check out this cool action. But also, we're going to DreamHack with Console Wars as well, Nick.
Yeah, this really cool process about to start. There is a little bit of an error. You can check it out on the esports.paladins.com. That's the website with all the sorts of esports info on the console wars, on the PC path to the premier, DreamHack, Valencia, all that good stuff. But it's going to be a similar-ish format to what we're doing right here, just open bracket qualifiers for you and your console buddies. And like we mentioned, it's in open beta, so it's completely for free. If any of you guys have any interest getting your buddies together and maybe making a team, you can do that on either PS4 or for Xbox.
All right. Well, let's head into the actual set for today. We're ready for the map draft. It will be Denial versus Kungarna now on this bottom side of the bracket. So let's take a look at what will be going forward here. It is going to be Fish Market Band as well as Jaguar Falls. And the first map, yet again, will be Stone Keep.
Yeah, Stone Keep here for Kungarna versus Denial. I'm really excited to watch Kungarna play. They have a bunch of cool new faces in the scene. Most, I think, notable Random Noob TV for me is a guy that I watch stream from time to time, high-level ranked player, really good guy, good attitude, and, it's always good to see somebody like that kind of get a team together and succeed, make it to the semifinals, make it onto broadcast, get a real shot at making it into that next stage, into the round robin.
Always exciting to see friendly faces kind of take the next step into showing up in different ways that you don't see them already. Streamers turn pro. It's maybe not really happened at a huge level before. It's usually the other way around, but maybe we'll see Random Noob TV have some success. He's already gotten to the semis. Now he's just got to face off against Stolzy, Bidey, and Prince Danny. So kind of a little bit of a tougher task. We'll see if he's up for it. And his team, led by the veteran leadership there of Michael, who used to be a part of the Paladin scene, now back in an ownership role. So the champion draft is ready to go. Let's see which of these two teams in North America will get the better of each other in the draft.
And this is going to be very interesting, answering a lot of questions. Denial are in a, not a weakened spot right now, but they are vulnerable, I think, to Kungarna right now. Denial pick up the first pick, Ruckus, and they have a lot of questions to answer for themselves today. Shady kind of leaving, and Prince Danny coming in. Just looking at Prince Danny and Stolzy, they seem like they play a lot of the same stuff. So it's going to be a kind of a shakeup here for this Denial roster to figure out who's going to be playing what, who gets the priority on this Androxus is going to be my biggest question for this roster.
So far, no Androxus priority at all. Ruckus taking first pick by Denial, leaving a lot on the board. Kungarna take Androxus and Drogos to respond. And Nara and Cirrus looking to be locked in and hovered. So Denial with two frontliners and a healer right now. A lot of synergy between Nara and Cirrus on this map.
Yep, communication definitely going to be there. I mean, Arai and Wiffle have been playing together for a long time, so that sort of punching through is going to be easy. And the VFX for Earth and Guard for Inara, that debuff immunity state, is pretty easy to see. Even if you don't have the communication, you don't need to clutter comms with that. Denial team, very veteran to the scene. They're going to be able to pull that off pretty easily. Maldamba, Makoa. So Makoa does go 7th here in the draft between Denial and Congarna.
Cassie looking to be hovered by Denial, giving them some mid-range fighting potential, but also the long-range poke. We often call her arrow silent because you just don't realize how much damage she's doing from range until it's almost too late with a blast shot to follow up. Exaction probably going to be the legendary she chooses, but Eevee now hovered over for Denial will be locked in and give them some ranged pressure in case some funky Kinessa or backline kind of damage seems to be picked up by Congarna to finish.
And a Victor being picked into an Eevee right now for Congarna. They're looking for, I guess, more hit scan, more long range, something. But with Shaolin on the table, I think that might be a better option personally. Yeah, I don't know. Not too much for me to say here. Picking Victor into Eevee for me is almost like picking a Drogos into an Androxus. Could be rough, but you could go for like a Hipfire style build maybe and build a bunch of HP and try to just outbox her. It's definitely a possibility.
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways this can play out. I think it's enough speculation. Time to see what happens when these two teams take aim and jump into the realm versus each other. Stonekeep, first map. Here we go. Denial is not just a river in Egypt. It's a team playing against Congarna right now. And they're going to be lining Wi-Fi, starting things with the Mother's Grace and Nara. It looks like Exaction Cassie for Stolzy this time around. Mortal Reach for Saris's Arise Saris. Aerial Assault for Bides Ruckus. And Reprieve for Prince Danny on the Eevee.
Welcome Congarna for the first time in the semifinals of these open bracket qualifiers, guys. It's going to be Mr. Hayes on the Rapping Gourd, Maldamba, Pluck for Amos, Makoa, Bandy for Darkstalker and Droxus, a Hipfire, Firefight Victor for Drace's Victor, Random Noob TV. We'll be playing Fusillade Drogos, 2 Wreckers, 2 Cauterizes, and a Chronos for the guys in purple.
Bitey on the point, looking to hold things down. Jumps up in the air, contest the Victor, and this is not what he expected. He's like, on the point, let me throw a grenade down there. Wait. Coming through to attack me devilishly strong with that DPS, and he is absolutely wrecking in the back line of Odin, excuse me, not Odin's Chosen, Congarna. So they are falling like leaves on a tree, man.
Welcome to the big leaves, young blood. They came in hot. And this aerial assault Ruckus, that's something you got to be prepared for when you're going against Bitey or against Wardoom or Bonker for that matter, or even Peridot. You know, we love it. Look at Bitey. He's just literally chasing people off the high ground. I love to see this style of play come through from the Ruckus. He's a big fat flanker.
And that's right. He's doing a great job of doing the interesting job that Ruckus has on the battlefield. Not necessarily just to hold down a point and an objective. He's got incredible opportunities to give damage reduction to his teammates, but also to provide DPS more so than almost any other tank. They're going to come through strong in this department. Wi-Fi as well, doing a lot of work with the Stone Spear that Inara has. 2 minutes now, the payload been stalled, but they are slowly but surely pushing through with Denial.
Kingana they're holding it down right now, and I like to see that now they have a legitimate chance at these team fights without, having miniguns shoved down their throat by Buddy. A chance to kind of talk it out and figure out what they want to do, execute a plan a little bit here. They're winning these fights. They're getting consistent picks. Denial have not been able to move this payload an inch.
No, not at all. And Prince Danny, he's going to have to do some work. He's new to the roster, and it's going to be interesting to see how to kind of combine the characters, the personalities, the play styles of Stolzy and Prince Danny TV together. But Danny looks to be cleaning things up. That's an answer if I ever got one. Prince Danny TV with a great shot onto Vandy to make it an advantage to his squad.
The wall could be deadly here. Now, not that great from Wi-Fi, but not going to shut anyone off. Random Noob getting pressured out. 3 members remaining from Kungarna, but they're now reconvening with all of those respawns coming through. Buddy is up on the high ground once again, trying to pressure out this Drogos. Doing his Roxas' job for him, using those advances just to stay up in the air and out of that gourd damage. Beautiful positioning here from Buddy.
And Stolzy on the left-hand side too, pressuring Amos about 3,000 damage onto the big turtle in the front line, poking him around and just forcing him out of this fight so he can't contest this payload as it moves towards the capture. Now, Stolzy still with 1 streak on his name, hasn't found the killing blows, which is what he's looking for Danny to help do. He wants to get him low, and Danny blinks in, finishes him off. The Random Noob TV will take down Wi-Fi, and Vandy will follow up with Eevee, leaving Stolzy by himself.
Nice Dragon Punch that they need to stabilize right now. Have a couple of key ults as well. Everything except that Dragon Punch, so that was all they needed. But Denial made a lot of progress, and that can kind of happen on Stone Keep when you do give up all the ground before your base. So Kungarna have 1 more team fight to hold. Maybe they're going to have this Eevee here in position, maybe to blink and just stall this overtime.
Random Noob TV on the Drogos, fighting off onto Inara, but Wi-Fi is going to get the last shot onto him. Arai will come through with the convergence. Hexafire for Bitey. He picks up 2 in the process. Overtime taking away, but this could easily be Denial's objective secure.
Overtime. A response here from Kungarna, and Drox is going to try to hold this down for however long he can, but now Dread Serpent coming through. Very, very last second chance here for Kungarna to hold on. Prince Danny gets 1, but 3 for 1. Is it going to be the odds that Denial need to win this team fight? There's a 4 for 1. And Kungarna, against all odds, by the skin of their teeth, hang on and tie things up 1-1. Wow, that was close.
Very, very close. And this is good for Kungarna. I mean, the fact that we see a lot of teams in a similar position against Denial, against formerly Astral Authority, now Odin's Chosen, crumbled to that 2-0 deficit. The fact that they've stated, no, we're here to play. Let's even things up. We're back on square one. That's a big statement for me.
Yeah, so items starting to come through right now. The defense probably held long enough for those level 2 offensive items to be able to be purchased by Kungarna. And that's the big thing here. That's how you know, you lost that round. You didn't capture the payload, but you're hanging in there. All things are probably going to be equal here going into this round, but more ultimates used on the side of Kungarna here. They do have the Accursed Arm and the Ancient Rage. Only the Scout and the Seismic Crash available, so the Accursed Arm comes out pretty early. It's hard to get value when that's the first cooldown used in a fight, though.
Oh, Prince Danny TV, though, in the back line, pressuring everyone out, up in the air. Oh, Danny with the long-range shot from downtown, takes down Amos, and he does do some work, but Random Noob TV and Dryce come back with some follow-up damage. Arai forced to shadow travel out of there. 42% for Denial, but not the full objective capture.
Kungarna get on the point, just now stepping on there and starting to close this gap. They won a team fight, but already all 5 members of Denial are back and ready to contest once again. They didn't make great use of that window they fought so hard for.
And that's what they need to capitalize on, Nick. Most on the point, using the Ancient Rage. Arai forced into the shadow travel as well. Bitey and Wi-Fi look to be crumbling here. Arai seemed to be caught between who should he heal, but now he's down. Wi-Fi falls, and it's seeming like Kungarna have the upper hand in this point fight.
These guys are good. They are winning consistent fights over Denial here when there wasn't, they were taking them back at first by that Ruckus, hopping up onto the high ground and destroying their Victor instantaneously. But past that, once these fights have kind of gone at their own pace, it's been very, very good stuff from Kingarna. But the Ice Storm is going to lock down this Makoa, given an early first pick over the way of Denial.
It locked down a lot of people. It forced Random Noob TV back, and they can't do anything for a few seconds right when they should be zoning away Denial from the objective. So Prince Danny TV with more of a utility-oriented Ice Storm that proves to be the difference maker in this point objective. So close for Kingarna, but Denial come away with this one yet again.
Yeah, just getting very clumped up and not really caught out, but they got locked down pretty heavily by Prince Danny's Ice Storm there. So a good start. Denial comes roaring back in, are able to find that. But Kingarna, don't hang your head. They're finding very consistent fights and very clean team fights here. 3-for-1s or more in a lot of cases against Denial.
Now, Nick, you talked about, this victory. We weren't sure it was going to work. Seems to be working thus far. Dry's really a for Kingarna. He's running the hip fire Victor. Is this a choice you like here?
I think I do, because A, it's good against EV, as well as he's sitting behind this Makoa and just looking for heavy burst damage follow-up onto Dredge Anger targets. Very, very good, easy to execute, an effective strategy for newer teams.
So much damage here from the Victor, and that's Prince Danny's job to try and shut him down as well. Prince Danny, though, in the back line, trying to find Dryce. Just can't get his eye onto him, going into the iron sights. But right now, he knows that the two tanks in front of him are the ones that need to get taken down. But in front of him is a kind of a vague word when Bitey's in the sky, maybe above him. A little bit more appropriate there. Vandy gets 2. And now 1 minute and 22 seconds. Bitey just trying to come to the rescue of Prince Danny, and he surely will, taking down Mr. Hayes.
Pretty good progress made so far. However, Drogo's putting some big damage into Bitey. Bitey is eating rockets left and right. Dryce puts the final blow into the Ruckus. He falls down, and Denial have to make their retreat, have to exit stage left here. Big duel going on right now between Vandy and Prince Danny in the back line. And Drox's first EV. Stolzy comes in, makes
Hello.
it a quick 1v1 and says, "What up, man?" 910 to the back of the dome.
I mean, that if he sprayed there, I think that would have been just disrespectful. He comes in, just disrupts the duel. You don't disrupt a man duel like that, but unfortunately, he decided that it was his time to secure the lead for his squad. Nice roll into the wall, and that will heal him back up thanks to Saris. Now, Vandy on the end of Stolzy's arrow yet again, and this time, the capture objective will be secured and the payload push to boot. So that's 2 points in this round. 3-1 goes the score. It's all up to Denial to finish it off, or Kingarna to get their first objective here.
Yeah, Stolzy found a lot of good angles in that fight. A lot of good, just, not really being the focus of anyone's ire, I think, in that team fight. Was free firing a lot of the time, scooted under Androxus, I think, without being noticed as well, and got great positioning on the stairs to just free fire. And that's pretty much what Cassie wants to do. So Stolzy with the scout here is going to be heading into the fight. Has his cauterized 3. Everyone has their cauterized 3s. Who has started that item for Denial, and it's only Dryce who has the caught 3 for the side of Kingarna. But with the Nara on your team, it's not as big of an issue, and Nara's been pretty quiet. Just, because she has no ability, and you've got Bitey who's just flying all around the map on this tank, it's kind of hard to watch anything but Ruckus sort of in this matchup.
Absolutely. And one of the things I do want to mention, leading the damage charts, it is Random Noob TV, followed by Vandy. So they're getting the damage done. Every single member on the side of Kingarna have several kills to their name, and that's Random Noob TV adding another one to the stat list. So they're doing well. They just aren't really coordinating on these big clutch moments. But as I say it, Vandy and Dryce come through, get 3 big kills. Prince Danny TV able to kill the Victor, but 42% for them, and it doesn't look to be stopping soon.
I tell you what, Vandy is impressing me. This guy is fearless, running into one of the biggest names in North American Paladins and just having his way in the backline. It's absolutely nutty. This guy's coming away with 2, maybe more picks in every single engagement.
I think Prince Danny TV doing a great job. He stalls it out. Great wall by Wi-Fi for the mortal reach from Saris to get in line of sight to heal him up during Earthen Guard. And although Bitey takes fall, Wi-Fi takes down Vandy, and Random Noob TV falls to Danny, and Wi-Fi is still on the point. That was unbelievable timing. It was in tandem with the ice block from Eevee and a great wall from Inara to keep her hopes alive.
Kingarna have some big ultimates here. Dragon Punch, Dread Serpent to try and swing things back. They have to use their ultimates here. Vandy gets spotted out early, however. Now he's under a lot of pressure. Takes half his health from Arise Saris. Not a great start to this fight for Kingarna.
Mr. Hayes with a great Dread Serpent here. This could be big. Amos needs to live, but he's gone. That means Healer's going to have to jump onto the objective now. 99% for Denial. Kungarna trying to get it to 99 and force the overtime. It's here. Here's the Gore. The wall comes through, separating both of them. Vandy with an accursed arm can't get enough damage to take down Wi-Fi. The Stone Warden is unkillable right now. Sarah's healing him up, but Amos is back to change the tide.
Forward actually finds Mr. Hayes. Kungarna, though, do get the payload. Good stuff from them just to be able to eke out that team fight just barely. Any longer, and Denial would have won that convincingly enough to take game number 1.
Unbelievable. That was crazy. I don't believe that Kungarna was able to come through and get the victory off. What great plays by Wi-Fi and I think Arai to just keep it alive. But then also Prince Danny TV, the stalling that Eevee does so well. But then finally just getting Amos back into this fight. Vandy, although he doesn't get the kill, stalls a lot, uses the accursed arm well. This is good stuff by Kungarna, and they're back in this game. They just need to find a pick off of Amos here, who misses the hook.
Vandy does go down. Random noob, able to find Wi-Fi. This Fuselage Drogos paying dividends right now. Too easy to hit tanks, farming a ton of damage and getting frequent Dragon Punch off. Here comes another one wound up around the corner. It's going to actually find Stolzy.
And that is exactly one of the people you don't mind ever killing. If Stolzy goes down, you say, worth it. And even if it was an ultimate use, definitely worth taking this guy who's just, he's responsible for so much momentum being built on Denial. When he starts going off, everyone feels more confident. You don't have to care about healing him. You know he's doing it all by himself. Prince Danny TV, he's got to heal though. Salvo in his face, forcing the reprieve, which will heal him in his ice block.
You're right. You know, mathematically, you get the most value from killing a tank, but Stolzy is so hard to lock down. You don't mind picking him up whatsoever. Convergence comes out. No kills just yet. Random Noob sitting on a ton of credits if he ever makes his way home from spawn on a 4th streak. 2 of his teammates already falling. Amos answers back, but Kungarna basically on their way out as they have just lost too much at this stage.
Definitely hasn't died in a long time, and he's trying to change that now. Biden's going to get a lot of damage onto him, although he will get low. Not able to get picked up. Amos falls as well. Stolzy gets the credit for that one. Dryce in a bad spot here as the victor, just preparing to do some damage himself. Prince Danny TV really creating a great zone distance for them, and that's one of the things that this guy can bring. He's got the confidence to play by himself, make big 1v1 plays. He's not afraid to take those fights.
14 seconds remaining. Kungarna have to get on this payload here. No defense point for Denial, so the game will continue rather. Vandy is very poked out right now. He's spotted out this whole time. He will go down. Not a great start again to this fight for Kungarna.
Dryce with the hip fire. Victor going in on Stolzy. 1v1. Disengage. Back. Tells him to go away. Seismic Crash here available as well. Bitey up in the air. And Dryce combined to get the kill. Stolzy follows along, finishes the victor off, and Random New TV in the back line with a Dragon Punch will have to go back to base. And so overtime was right when he wanted to use it, but he won't get a chance.
Yeah, and lands a big shot on Vandy as well as gets healed up. So he is snowballing this team fight. Stolzy under no pressure, free firing into the back line, gets a ton of damage through. Denial hold the defense. 3, almost 4 ultimates available for them. They're going to need them all, though. Kungarna, I think, will still have the comeback mechanic here and all 5 of their ultimates to boot. Absolutely important stuff here. And I do see Denial having an opportunity to clean things up. Kungarna still 2 points away. So they got to not only capture this next objective, they've got to go to the next objective, either pushing it through or wait another round after defense and grab it again. A lot to go through, but they've got 5 ultimates, Nick. They might be able to make it work if they use them well. About equalized here. Everyone hitting the tier 3 and having enough to pick up their flavor items as well. Cauterized 3, some resiliences for the tank and for the healer, so going to be able to get out of those seismic crashes, those convergences a little bit quicker. Scout popped early and often here from Stolzy, giving vision of everyone. Dragon Punch wound up, looking for something. And that won't do anything for an R. The Wi-Fi by himself, and the Dragon Punch not going to actually come through. It looks like Stolzy just getting the kill before that was able to connect. So that's a big time turnaround play. Almost lost the tank, but to keep all members of Denial alive. Yeah, Kungarna using a good bit there. Don't have a ton left in the tank. Accursed Arm and Barrage now are going to have to drive this team fight home. It sucks to use 3 ultimates and lose the team fight on top of that. There comes the Accursed Arm, but Bitey is just higher than anyone in the sky right now. Pops the Hexafire as well, and looking for some kills. He's going to find one before going down to Barrage.
He does, and there's the convergence, though. It's going to pull in Amos. Get the kill, but Stolzy and Wi-Fi will combine to grab a few. Prince Danny grabs one himself. This could be the first win for the new Denial squad, adding Prince Danny to the roster, and if it is, it'll be a great moment for them. 4-2 should be the final score here as they get their first W in this semifinal.
I love Bitey, man. He is just insane, dude. On this Ruckus, I actually probably had to use 4 charges of advance to get as high as he could. Only with Bitey's specific loadout with enough cooldown reduction could you potentially get that high. Pops the Hexafire as well. Really looking for that highlight reel play. Getting a ton of damage done, though. 90,000 damage, second only to Stolzy. So that's only about, 5 or 6 shots separating those two, which is insane because Bitey is just getting unheard of with his aggression on this character.
Yeah, very, very impactful stuff coming out from Bitey, and great plays by him. So much damage, and Stolzy, again, 95K as well on the Cassie, doing a great job. 14 deaths, a little high. Wi-Fi, though, leading the charge with dying only 7 times in this game, and about 70,000 damage to his name as well. But that's the first game. It was wrapped up. Can Garner show they can play, and they can stay with Denial for a lot of this game. So this should be an interesting set. That took it to 20 minutes, Nick. That was not bad at all.
That's a very long, it is a 4-2, but, it felt like that was a 3-3 scenario for most of that. Most of that was very close team fights. Kangarna, very impressive here. Vandy specifically, 98,000 damage on his Indrox is very good stuff for him. Random Noob as well, 120K on the Drogos, highest in the game by a large margin. So I'm very looking forward to more from this team. I hope they continue to show up and continue to make it towards the semifinals so we can watch them on broadcast.
Well, the next map will be Frog Isle. We get to watch them a little bit more today. And as we see that on your screen, the champion draft is only a few moments away. And I think looking at it, Nick, what are you expecting from Denial and Kangarna in terms of adjustments, if at all?
The Victor did a lot of damage, 32 and 13. But into the Eevee, I don't know. It could work. But once he's not being babysat by the Makoa, once he's not sort of just following up on hooks and stuff, I don't know that I really like it. I don't think it's going to work against higher level teams, against higher tier Eevee players. And especially, I don't think this will work or be something that they can lean on at LAN when, all things are equal, skill is equal. It might be a very difficult matchup. You just can't really put yourself in a position. You can't pick into losing matchups, I don't think, going forward.
Yeah, going to be very, very important here. So let's see if they can get this thing going as the map draft, the champion draft does come through. Denial with the first pick this time, have the opportunity. They took Ruckus last time. Will they repeat it? They will. So the Goblin and Mech duo combine as the stars of Stone Keep. They actually win on that map where the cinematic features them. And now we'll see if they can take their talents to Frog Isle.
They can. Drogos being locked in here. So leaving open the Androxus. I don't know if that's a smart move from Denial. Denial are going to scoop up a Droxus 110% here. Saris, was it valuable enough to be worth picking up? Anara is being hovered as well, being pretty impactful for them. But I think I'm starting to recognize, watching the healing graphs yesterday between Gara and Bird, whatever team has Anara is basically winning the healing chart. So I don't think it's easy to say Saris is better or Maldamba is better. I think they're both good enough to heal Anara. I think it really comes down just to the debuff immunity being the strongest variable in that equation.
If you look at it, I mean, that's basically 4,000 healing you're probably not getting off, right? Maybe 3,500. How many times do you heal an Anara through a game? I mean, if it's 10 times or 5 times, I mean, you just add that up. That's maybe 30,000 healing that just comes through when it isn't for Maldamba. So that's where some of that discrepancy is definitely coming from. Makoa lined up as well. Nick, you're always surprised to see this guy go so late. He has dropped off, but I think this is a good spot for him. Still a very important and game-shifting frontliner.
Lex, in fact, prioritized over the top of that. In fact, no hit scan. I mean, I guess if you really want to stretch it, you could say Denial just run Ruckus as a pseudo Androxus and Bitey just flying around into the backline. He's on the same level as Drogos, completely content to just box out with the greedy dragon up in the sky.
So this is interesting. This is the same draft. Denial have the exact same draft going into this map, which to me is just spells comfort, comfort, comfort. You just get to do the same thing over and over again. You get 2 games on the same champion, every single person on your team. I absolutely love that. The only difference is the healer. So Arai, he's the only one who has to make that big change with Saris being played last time and now Maldamba, but not too hard for these guys. Not even that many healers that you've played in the competitive scene. So this is going to be an easy switch. Grok, the last pick, adding Totemic War. Do you think we're seeing that this time?
Probably, yeah. I think that's really the only reason that Grok's being picked up right now. But comfort with Prince Danny and Stolzy on your team, and then Droxus not even being picked in the game after being prioritized and first picked throughout most of the day in Europe and even earlier in the previous set. That's just weird to me. Maybe they're trying to show that they can do something else. They're trying to show what else they've got in the pocket here. Maybe they're thinking Astro Authority's watching this broadcast right now and they don't want to show anything. They're confident enough that they can take down Concarneau without going to their real strats.
It's not like Vandy had an issue in their case of taking Androx. It's not like Vandy had an issue of playing well. He played absolutely phenomenally, maybe one of the stars for their team. And on the side of Denial, just maybe not needing it. Stolzy feeling very confident in the Cassie play he had last game as well. Definitely did a lot of damage and was effective enough. So Frog Isle, we'll see how all of these talents mesh together. Congarna versus Denial, game number 2 coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, time to kick things off. It's Denial versus Kungarna, the Kings, Swedish Kings, and we'll see if they are the Kings enough here to get to the finals and get to Spain. You might have to do a name change if they want to keep consistent with the languages of the places they play their tournaments. Here we go. It's on the side of Denial yet again. Mother's Grace for Inara and Wi-Fi. Solzy running Exaction, Cassie, Arai on Ripen Gord Maldamba, Reprieve for Prince Danny TV's Eevee, and Aerial Salt Ruckus for Bitey.
Garner looking to bring things back. We'll have Mr. Hayes on the Mortal Reach, Saris, as well as a Leviathan Makoa for Amos. First time I have ever seen that. Fusilade for running back for Random Noobs, Drogo, Seth Hastens for Vandy's Lex, and of course the Maelstrom, actually, no Totemic Ward for Dryce's Grok.
Very, very interesting picks here, surprising us without the Totemic Ward. Not worried about CC here, but more worried about the control with the Shock Pulse. It's been a minute since we've seen it. Bitey, yet again, though, we've seen this the last couple of games in the air. Uses the emitter now to get a couple of extra moments of shielding and bait him out. We call it the great bait, and it has worked to perfection. 1 kill for him on the Random Noob TV. Looking to find some more here as they get to the point. 36% in control for them.
Rock is just so tanky, tough to bring down, tough to box in this early game, especially with all the attention he's receiving from healers. Full wipe for Denial, 60% on the point as well. Denial, Prince Danny, just going to head back, land in that gourd, and receive some healing, and get back into the fight.
Bitey doing such a good job of zoning out. This really is flank ruckus, man. This is, what would you say, flank uckus? I don't know. It doesn't really flow as well as flank Nara, but he is definitely doing the deed. He's high in the sky, and he's more of a threat to Drogo's is than Drogo's is to him, and that's saying something.
2 minutes and 17 remains for this payload push. Vanny looking for the blink. Just going to throw some pop shots in from a distance here, putting in more damage to Makoa. Amos actually finds Bitey on the front line as well. Random Noob with a nice direct mid-air rocket. Makes it a 2-for-0 for Kungarna, forcing back Denial.
And that is important for them. It's so good to see Kungarna have the consistency to play with these big boys and force them back. Say, yeah, you gave us one punch, you might have knocked us down, but we're right back up, and we're giving you an uppercut as well. The Haymaker hasn't come through, though. They haven't been able to really shut down Denial's presence, but they have stalled it. And there is a Drogo's ultimate that's not going to find anyone yet again. Just going to conserve it, 31% on the ultimate charge, and the Law ready for Vandy.
Yeah, speak of a Haymaker there, but with the Fusillade, you can get it charged up pretty quickly. Already back to 50% for a Random Noob. Hooked down onto the low ground. Nice heads-up play there. Not going to do a whole lot, but just buy some time. Slow the momentum here and separate a man for a little bit on Denial.
So smart. I mean, you just get Inara out onto the lower ground. She's got to walk all the way around. There's no other way off of it because she doesn't have that mobility. Bitey, though, Hexafire and a trip kill. Let's talk about flanking. Let's just talk about standing still and pressing E. This man knows when to do what, and he and his team are capitalizing off of this incredibly strong performance of his. 6-1 is Bitey, leading the damage charge by all players by at least 3,000 right now.
Bitey is really good at Ruckus. Tracking aim specifically with this guy. I mean, he loves his Tyra, getting a lot of kills as well, just rolling through this team fight here. Ruckus is the perfect target, the perfect character to shred through all of the HP. 16,000 HP for Amos was not enough for Amos in that fight.
And can I say that it was 3,000, now it's like 7? I mean, this guy's damage is nuts. Bitey is on an 8 streak, and Denial are so glad that they brought him to this fight. 30 seconds left as they decide what cards they need, but without losing, by losing that first objective capture, they don't have the extra credits to be able to break through his shields fast enough.
And that's the disadvantage of losing the round that quickly is you can't get those level 2 offensive items on. We got some resiliences coming out, you know, maybe just for desperation here. Mr. Hayes and Dryce picking those up, trying to get out of those seismic crashes. Dread Serpents a little bit quicker. We'll have to see if that's all that it takes to swing things that way. And even Prince Danny goes into the Chronos, doesn't feel he even needs to get that cauterized to the level 2 mark. Feels they have enough, as it were. Going to be more Predators in the blink and the Icebox here.
And this is perfect for him. Doesn't need the Winter Witch right now, the Ice Storm. And he just needs to get onto Sarah. Squall, great shot by Prince Danny. Had me just jumping out of my chair here as I watched it. As he soars away, gets into the reprieve. Another bonus shot after the blink, giving him the extra damage. Hitting over 1,100 is the Winter Witch. In control of the backline, but not in control of this fight with her squad. 35% now for Kungarna.
Danny going to heal up in the back line with his Ice Block. He did a good amount of damage from in pursuit as well as Grok, so he's going to be forced out of the fight. 54% comeback mechanic for Kungarna is quickly closing the window here for Denial.
Danny is behind everyone yet again, and this is so good. This is what Evie needs to do. She just distracts, and the Ice Storm is ready. She might throw it on. The objective already captured, but this is going to be such good setup here for the boys of Denial. And one goes down. Another one looks to follow through. Bitey with the Hex of Fire, trying to stay on the top damage, and he just might do that himself. Vandy fighting against Wi-Fi, and although Lex, you're pretty good, if I may say so myself, it's going to be hard to break through that girl with a Rifling Gourd and a Earthen Guard combining to help her stay alive.
Two very brawly tanks being healed up by Arai constantly. Rapid Gord going to come out, slow down Amos' approach. Wi-Fi gets hooked out, but so much healing just pumping through. Earthen Guard as well is going to keep him safe for the time being. Bitey's up, playing up in the skies right now, but he gets Dragon Punched out of the air. Good kickstart to this push here from Random Noob. Arai surges in, trades his life. 4 for 1 right now for Kungarna.
And to me, what's a little surprising is although Danny had a great ultimate, he died at the end of it, wasn't able to follow up himself, which is where some of the power from Eevee's real Ice Storms that are amazingly detrimental come from. And they don't get a full follow-up. They get a couple of kills, but they really can't advance the push. And that is really not what they wanted to get there after using one of those crucial flank ultimates that Eevee provides. Still in the back line, though, Mr. Hayes getting pressured out. Danny decides to go away.
Soars away, but retains his Ice Block cooldown. Almost gets a nice read on Mr. Hayes coming out of the Shadow Travel there, but unable to get that one. Looking for the Grok now. Will find it. Gets into the Ice Block as well. Seismic Crash comes through on the front side of the fight.
Danny's really controlling the pace of this backline, and this is what I love about the way he's playing. Vandy shuts it down, but he's just attracting so much attention. Stolzy again on the Cassie, needs this next shot, does hit it, hits the other one as well. He's healing up as he's taking damage. Stolzy in the mid-range fight, hits Grok yet again. He's getting healed up in the totem, but it's not enough. So close, but still, no cigar. Stolzy falls down and gives Niall a little bit of room.
Up on the high ground, using a lot of his self-mitigation. Not enough. Overextension there. From Bitey. Will trade out his life for it, but Stolzy bought. That was insane how many times he was able to hit those flick arrows after the roll just to keep it going, just to buy time. He survived a good 5 seconds longer than I thought he would in the midst of all that chaos in the back line. By 16 seconds left, though, for Kungarna to try and find this payload push, but an early disengage since Mr. Hayes off the map.
And this is the problem with this situation. You know, they've got to capitalize off of this push, this moment. Otherwise, they are 3-1 down despite all of their efforts. And that's what going 2-0 down can do to a squad. Just immense pressure, probably almost impossible to do against a great team like this. Random Noob TV trying his best. Stunned out of the air by Arai. And the Snake, the Victorian Snake here, gets the better end of the Dragon this round.
Again, big game, I think, for Random Noob. Despite being down 3-1 right now, still having a good game. Stalling out a lot longer than I thought he would. Taking ahead on the damage dealt charts by a mile. About 23,000 damage ahead of Bitey now, as well as second in net worth. So having a good day overall here. Landing good rockets against Bitey and Nara. Very good pickup here. For Kungarna. Granted, you know, it's a good matchup, you know, being able to just launch into two pretty slow tanks. Bitey's juke ability right now is rather high, but he's able to have, you know, the Inara to land shots off of bunch of dragon punches that he can just guarantee on the high health targets. So good stuff from Random Noob. He's stepping up, and he needs to be.
I like that word, juke ability. That's what you need here. And he's going to need some winnability, I think, for this next round. Otherwise, they are out. And here's the Dragon Punch, charging it up, looking to find a nice, juicy target. And he will slay Bitey, although the close from Wi-Fi. It will give Random Noob TV 2 kills. And with the seismic crash coming through, they don't see Drogos, and they might just want to take a look. Amos is alive with the 10k HP. Arai, though, doing such a good job keeping Wi-Fi up. And Earthen Guard and Ripen Gourd combined to save the day again.
Stun reload coming out from Aldaba, but nobody's going to be hit. Nice hook onto Bitey, taking a ton of damage. He's healthy enough just to force this fight. Goes up into the air. Bitey does take down Amos before he gets out. Now Prince Danny buzzing around in the backline, buying a lot of time and distraction. 72%.
And they've already done it, Nick. They've already done what they need to do here. I mean, they've zoned out Kungarna, and there's going to just be a hectic rush onto the point. Random Noob TV is falling down. Sarah's on the point, but Mr. Hayes has no health to work here, and they now have nobody ready to contest. Hexifier just to seal the deal, almost for style, and it will be Denial coming through with the final victory on Frog Isle.
Hey, Inara just too difficult to bring down there at the end. Dragon punching Inara may have been the better solution there. Bitey was taken down, but you know, frankly, he maybe could have been answered, but Inara's just kind of that body at the end of the day. Ruckus does pose a genuine threat, especially the way Bitey is playing. 23 and 6, best slash line on his team, almost the most damage as well.
Yeah, and you know, Bitey, when a guy like that shows up, and we're talking about him all game, when you got guys like Prince Danny TV, you got guys like Stolzy on your team, and we've got, I mean, champions like Inara, it's impressive because Bitey's always a guy that we mention. We usually mention him in tandem, but he's really stolen the show today on this Ruckus. And if it was a kind of a gimmick last week, it has become a legitimate strategy this week to be playing Ruckus this way.
Absolutely has. And incredible stuff here. The Grok, especially the Maelstrom Grok in Batak here. I'm not really on board with this one. Bandy on the Lex, not having the game that he did, not having really the impact that he had on Androxus. And with it on the table, I don't know why they wouldn't go for it this time around. You know, it's a different composition ever so slightly. It works so well. The only switch up that Denial made was their healer. And, you know, you got Androxus obviously working a little bit better on Stonekeep. Lex can kind of do everything Androxus can do to an extent on Frog Isle, but I don't like the switch up here from Bandy. He was really impressing me on Androxus earlier.
Yeah, kind of weird to leave that there. Just doesn't have the aerial mobility to keep up with the big aerial threat. That's Ruckus. Hilarious stuff there. But we are heading into the map draft for game number 3. Could be the end if Denial continue their winning ways. It will be on Serpent Beach, like the last game where we saw Odin's Chosen, who were formerly named Astral Authority, top team in North America, take their third victory and beat out their challengers. Will it be the same for Denial? Will Kungarna have something to say in terms of results after this as we head into the champion draft?
I don't know. With the first pick, Serpent Beach, they're looking like they might take the Ruckus away here from Denial, trying to cut the legs out from under this strategy. Denial, I want to see Androxus come through this game, and I want to know who's playing it. Stolzy and Danny kind of play the same stuff, so it'll be interesting to see who gets what. Cassie, both of them can play. Androxus, both of them can play, but the Inara is the high priority target right now in the draft for Denial.
And, you know, I think the Androxus should be the second. They've got two amazing Androxus players. They could flex this. They can get a Cassie afterwards if they want. They can go into a Shaolin, which Prince Danny TV loves, not only on this map, but just in general. The fact that they made them take Ruckus first pick, I think, is just a huge advantage for Denial right now. Though it will be a testament to see where Bitey can find as big an impact as he made on Ruckus on another champion. He's great at a lot of champions, but he was really changing the series with this Ruckus. I'm interested to see who he goes for now.
Go to the Drogos because Kungarna have scooped it up alongside Saris as well. Bitey was very excited about the lag compensation. You know, he does live in Idaho. He's got some pretty crappy ping for the most part. So anytime somebody gets lag compensated, he really enjoys the character. Hasn't had the chance to play it just yet. With Makoa being hovered right now and locked, I assume Bitey is going to be on Inara.
It will probably be Wi-Fi Makoa, Bitey on Inara. Definitely not Torvald because that's hovered over by Kungarna, and they will select the grandfather of the realm, the runic sage Torvald himself, and Cassie finally rounding things out. So that does make it interesting. Will we see an Eevee yet again from Denial? Will we see a Shaolin like we mentioned earlier?
Probably.
Still looking for a little bit more damage to flex this out.
We seen Shaolin today, period? I don't
No, I
think
don't think so.
NA has picked up Shaolin whatsoever. Eevee being hovered and locked, probably for Prince Danny. I think he prioritizes this over Stolzy for sure. But personally, I don't know. I think the Shaolin may have been a better decision here.
It might have been better overall because Shaolin has no weaknesses against any. Well, here's the thing. Shaolin does extremely well against the Saris, the Drogos, the Ruckus, and the Torvald. The Cassie, he can do okay with, probably maybe not the best because of her hypermobility. The thing that Eevee does well is she does really well against the Torvald and the Ruckus. She hits big, and she can do it from far away as well. Suffers from the Drogos, but from the Cassie, she's got a little bit more mobility than Cassie. She's got the verticality, and maybe that's what Danny was looking for, just being able to escape if things go wrong, either into the ice block or onto the upper ledges where Cassie can't so easily chase.
Yeah, good point there. This is Serpent Beach, so mobility is king. 3D mobility specifically. Need to be able to get up onto that high ground, control it, as well as we've seen the impact of not being able to chase onto the high ground is letting kills escape and come back to haunt you in fights later. We'll have to see. Denial looking to close it out in game number 3.
Break it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game number 3 of the Paladins semifinals, number 2 here in the Serpent Beach map. It is going to be an exciting one between Denial and Kangarna. On the side of Kangarna, you'll have Mr. Hayes running Saris, and Mortal Reach will be the legendary Random Noob TV on Drogos with Fusillade. Vandy on Exaction Cassie Amos running Field Study Torvald, and Aerial Assault Ruckus for Dryce.
Quick 3-game fashion. We'll have Pluck Makoa for Whiffle. Stolzy will be running Darkstalker and Droxus. Ripen Gourd for Arise Maldamba. Reprieve for Prince Danny's Eevee. Mother's Guard for Bites and Nara with 2 Cauterizes, 2 Records, and a Chronos. They look to head out and find the advantage over Kangarna very early with this Makoa.
Curious to see how Vandy plays this Cassie. Super patient by him, actually. Goes to the full left side. Some hooks and some action happening, but Vandy decides to engage very, very late here. With Exaction Cassie, though, you kind of only need to engage at the right time because she does so much damage and she's got so much mobility there. She's going to actually back off, get too much damage taken to her. Although she gets a little bit of burst healing, will roll away, and that's the first blood from Arai onto Vandy. Stolzy finds another one, and here's Random 2V looking to answer back onto the Godslayer, but Bitey and Arai clean that up. Full wipe for Kangarna.
Torvald will fall 5 for 1, 54% for Kangarna on the point, but Denial now total in control. Do have the zone pressure up as well with Prince Danny up on the high ground here. That's the benefit of picking the Eevee here on this map, being able to pressure everywhere on the map and then fly out to safety.
really good ice block as well. I mean, he stays alive. Some players, they kind of save the ice block just for that last. I love to use it preemptively because you put yourself in a position where nothing bad can happen. Sure, maybe you don't max it out, but at least you stay alive. That's Eevee's big benefit in the back line. 63% for Kangana on the objective, though. Denial looking to find a kill before they move all the way back. It's Amos and Bitey on the point. But suddenly, though, Amos and Dryce get a couple kills. Vandy here as well in the back line. This could change around, and Kangarna look to find themselves in the lead.
3 for 1, 90% on the point here. Stolzy's trying to contest. Prince Danny will be able to buy some amount of time, but the accursed arm gets nothing and actually shut down immediately. Stolzy not finding the value there.
Oh, and this is what they wanted. Prince Danny TV comes in, actually stalls enough time to allow all of Denial back, and that is play. They know exactly when they need to get back onto the point, but guess what Random Noob TV knows he needs to do? Exactly, Dragon Punch Wi-Fi. And so they lose their tanks. Prince Danny TV goes down as well, despite a really hard-fought battle. It is Kangarna who come out on top here for the first objective.
Big thing I love to see from Kangarna there is they're not afraid to back up for a second and take the proper team fight. Too many times we see lower tier teams or newer teams just immediately run away as soon as, you know, any type of take back comes through. Kangarna didn't look like they were scared, and they still executed the fight properly.
And there's a convergence as well. This is really good for Kangarna. Amos feeling himself on this Torvald, and Hyper Beam locked and loaded. Might be able to get some huge value from this in the back line, but Random Noob TV will fall, and that is really going to be on Stolzy's back to complete this. Stolzy gets 2, and now him and Danny able to run free, forcing Vandy out of this fight. And Cassie, although getting healed by Saris, is in a bad spot.
Big damage coming through from Bandy. Healthy for now. Might be able to pull Waffle off the map or bump him off with that disengage, but holding down this corner in particular. Now actually Bitey moving around, looking for a pinch flank here, which is going to give that Prince Danny with a nice read around the corner, keeping Bandy just on the back foot, not letting him get out of control.
Great stuff there by Stolzy as well, but Random Noob TV hunts him down and takes him down. Random Noob TV with 2 kills here in this fight, and Prince Danny TV's trying to answer back. He goes on to Saris, 1 big shot, 2 big shots, but she heals it up thanks to Ren Soul, and he'll heal up thanks to Reprieve Legendary for his Ice Block immunity. Now the Winter Witch does have the Ice Storm available, Nick. She's running to use it right now. Oh, goes down.
0, the Fusillade salvo is enough to slaughter Prince Danny. 4 kills, triple kill by the end of that team fight for Random Noob. Dragon Punch primed and ready. Stolzy has his work cut out for him.
Another one. Random Noob TV taken down by Stolzy at the end of a 5 killing streak. Prince Danny TV with the Ice Storm. We questioned whether he was going to use it, and he just did. But look at this Hyper Beam. It's set up for perfection. They don't see it coming. Oh my God, is he going to use it? No, not. He's going to back off. Not important. Doesn't think he can get enough out of it. Amos had 4 people near the water, and he was facing perfect direction. I'm surprised he didn't let that go.
Yeah, the call was just to back up. We actually saw Mr. Hayes on the Saris just jump off the map. Just trying to not be staggered here, using this 15 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to make it back, but Kangarna want to give this another look.
I love this wall here. Look at this. Nowhere for Amos to go. Can't even jump. Oh, barely jumps over it. Saves himself a bit of time. Bitey just shutting down the right corridor. Mr. Hayes sneaks behind him too. And Prince Danny TV is able to distract them enough to create a successful defense and tie things up 1 apiece.
So looking at some of the items coming through, Denial, I expect to be able to afford their tier 2 offensive items here. Bitey sure can. Stolzy's already gone with the record. Prince Danny has the cauterize here. Stolzy does not have the record, which is pretty interestingly, given that Prince Danny can scale better with record, but maybe it's just a play style decision here. You know, Stolzy is going to be focused more on Torvald and on Ruckus. I like the call because Reversal is just so good against Ruckus, whether you're throwing back Hexafire or not. It's plenty of damage to put back in the face of that big tank.
And now, because the reversal bug's been fixed, which has plagued a lot of Androxus players in the past, I mean, you just feel really confident taking a Hexafire like that. Wi-Fi, though, big story for me. 0-6, hasn't gotten a kill yet on a Makoa. Using the Pluck Legendary, that is absolutely a surprising stat in my eyes. As the objective starts here, Kangarna still in control, 18% on the point.
Opening things up with the kill onto Inara, so wide open for that Ancient Rage cooldown, but a Hexafire just to blast through all of that HP, trading out kill for kill. Kangarna are in control of the point, 42% and climbing.
Random Noob TV not falling fast enough, not really falling at all. And that is, I think, the big benefit here. Stolzy tasked with taking down the dragon, Prince Danny TV can't really do it. He doesn't have enough of a weapon, I think, to really deal with Drogoz in the air, and that's where the hit scan from Stolzy is going to come into play. Nice ice block to immune the Fusillade Drogoz salvo, but a big fire spit as well to put some pressure and a convergence here, but Seismic Crash immunes it, goes in and stuns him in turn.
Counter Dread Serpent onto Torvald, splitting up these two tanks. Both of them fall very quickly in succession to each other. 3 for nothing. Stolzy finding 84% denial, looking for the payload, looking to swing things back in their favor, and they've got plenty of beef in between Kingarna's spawn and the point to do it.
Oh, and there it is. Random Noob TV gets pulled in as the prey, suddenly becomes the hunter, and Wi-Fi forced the shell shield. Big deal for him, though. He gets his first kill of the game, although he's definitely been a part of eliminations. 2 great hooks in a row, putting Saris under pressure, actually putting Vandy playing the Cassie under pressure, and a Riping Gourd out in front of them all just to deny some area there by Denial.
Denial here. Recharge coming through on that shell shield, but a shell spin away. Baiting it out for no reason here. Still sitting on this hyper beam, looking for the right moment to use it. Amos just blasting through Buddy's HP right now. 2 kills for nothing right now. Kingarna are out in front of this one. Vandy's starting to find some momentum as well on his Cassie.
At a certain point, Nick, I mean, Amos needs to use his hyper beam. I don't think he can keep sitting on it. This is becoming really ineffective Torvald play in my eyes. I mean, I would have wanted to see him let it go at the start of the point fight, at the middle, maybe at the end, but you got a minute, you got 2 minutes to build it back up again. It's not that hard with Torvald. What do you think?
Denial side. I agree. It's a very, very quick building ultimate, especially when you have 2 tanks to farm it on. I don't see why he's sitting on it for so long, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Some guys like to look for that picture perfect, that highlight reel moment. Looks like he might be positioning for it now as he's moving around. Random Noob here lands his Dragon Punch and is able to escape with his life.
Not punished at all. That is very important. And you know what? They're just deciding to do a lot of different things. That's kind of the issue with Prince Danny TV and Stolzy right now that I'm seeing. Prince Danny TV and Stolzy both on solo missions. They're not supporting one another very well. And so if either one of them isn't getting that solo kill and changing the fight with their one-on-one engagement, they're just losing a lot of team-wide pressure that I think Denial could be having. So I'd like to see that synergy get a little stronger here heading into the end of this, with Random Noob TV just absolutely having a field day.
Saving grace right now for his squad, having really good games throughout this series. Vandy as well, starting to find his stride here in this game. Looking for the kill on his Stolzy. Gonna find it before he can get the hands up.
Big time stuff there. No reversal at this time. Will be closed for business, he says. Random Noob TV taking down the God Slayer. He is the dragon. He is in command of the skies. No other general, lieutenant, or captain in his ranks. And so he's got the Dragon Punch available. Doesn't even need it. It is all Kingarna here. Denial absolutely denied here with overtime taken away.
Bind with Fusillade, putting a lot of hurt onto Stolzy. 1,400 damage from that fire spit has got to be painful. Kingarna hold the defense. 2-2 here. The strongest game, strongest fight they've put up yet against Denial. 5 ultimates available for both teams. These items are hitting that level 3 stride here for the Kingarna roster. Vandy hitting his level 3 cauterize. Level 3 cauterize for Dryce as well. Bitey finds his 3 cauterize. Stolzy on the Wrecker 3. He is completely focused on this Torvald and on this Ruckus, popping those bubbles from a distance, from a safe distance, I think is the name of the game here. Stolzy, the only hit scan on that squad today. You know, just staying away from the hit scan in general, our Denial. It's kind of weird.
I mean, what's weird to me is I would have almost rather seen, at this point, Bitey play Makoa, even though Wi-Fi has usually played Makoa, and give Wi-Fi back the Inara, because neither of them are having great games. It's like both tanks here aren't having a huge impact. That Fusillade salvo took 2 members of Denial down to about 25%. Here's Random New TV to follow it up. He slays Bitey, and now he's looking for more. Fire spit, double kill for him, triple kill for the streamer turned amateur pro here. He's trying to make it the real deal. Quadra kill for the Dragon. Random Noob TV on a 13 streak, and boy, oh boy, is the Dragon roaring.
That's my man holding it down right now. Coming into the scene hot, finding a lot of direct impacts. This is such a good matchup for him. He's landing his rockets. His windups are impeccable. Thrusts out of the majority of that stun, but 2 ultimates just to shut down the Dragon, and a huge convergence.
That convergence was a convergence of time. Saris using her dark magic to predict the perfect moment, and boy, oh boy, Mr. Hayes steals the show. And 99%, and clearly should be a point for Congarna, and it will be. 3-2 goes the score. They are in the lead here. They are not content with sitting back and finding themselves losing 3-0 to Denial. They want to put their mark on this game and set, and so far they have.
They're looking like a top-tier team right now. Stolzy up in Random Noob's face. Needs to shut this dragon down. Can't let this go on any further, but one more rocket. Stolzy goes down. Random Noob finds the come out on top in the 1v1. Bitey all alone as well in a rough spot. Firespit claims his life. Random Noob cannot be stopped.
I need new target prioritization here for Stolzy and Prince Danny. Otherwise, Random New TV is just going to keep having a field day. They're focusing a lot on the tanks. They're focusing a lot on Vandy. They've got to get this Drogos out of the game. You've got more chase than he can run away from, but you're just not using it at the right way. And that's sometimes meaning that your front lines are getting outplayed as well. So there's a little bit too much for one man to do. Random Noob TV does get taken out by Stolzy this time. He gets the better in it. Amos will surely die here. Double kill for Stolzy. Looking to make it a triple. He's got the accursed arm, and hot plays are the name of the game. 3 killed for Stolzy. Not a triple, though, because they're a little delayed, and Prince Danny TV will find the follow kill. 4 for them, and successful defense for Denial.
There it goes. Big stabilizer for Denial, but pretty close on this conversion point. Congarna still have a chance at this game. They still have a hope to take a game off Denial here. Big grouping. Didn't work out for them on in the last round on this side in particular, so I'd like to see him switch it up. They have a lot of ultimates to bust this one open, whether it be Hyper Beam, Dragon Punch, or Convergence. They have the tools to do it. It's just about execution.
And this is where Stolzy, he runs away. He's got to go right back. Random New TV high here, but he's going to take down Stolzy. Shot that might have been the difference, and his hubris pays the cost of a life. Here's a Hyper Beam from Torvald. Finally gets nothing for his troubles. Bitey with the seismic crash will help the slay Mr. Hayes. Sarah's not able to immune and shadow travel, but Vandy and Random Noob TV still alive. Another 2 kills for him. Double kill for Vandy. This could be it. Is this the game? Oh boy, Congarna.
No way.
Keep the series alive and take it to a game number 4.
Oh my God. Random Noob, 126,000 damage there. He had 50 HP, and he would look like he wanted to start running away, and then he realized kind of the situation he was in, and he just fired his way to victory. 50 HP for the remainder of that round. He stayed alive somehow, unable to shut him down. He just went way too rampant in that game for Congarna to have any chance of losing.
This is pretty ridiculous stuff here. I'm very, very impressed with the way Random Noob TV carry that game on Drogos, but also Vandy coming through strong. Only 5 deaths. You see 34 eliminations and 8 deaths on Dryce. I mean, Ruckus still playing a huge difference. And for me, where Bitey was a difference maker on Ruckus, I posed the question, Nick, what's going to happen when he's forced to play a different champion? Is he going to have as much of an impact as he did on Ruckus on that new one? And he definitely didn't. I mean, Wi-Fi played a great Inara. Bitey struggled a little bit, and Wi-Fi struggled as well, having to switch onto the Makoa. It's just unusual performances by them, and great performances here by Congarna.
You're playing around this Makoa either. You know, Makoa used to be just kind of first pick and forget, but not really so much the case anymore. The hook is a longer cooldown, so it puts that much more emphasis on you need to get value out of every single one of them. Now, that wasn't really what we saw. It's not really the composition that Denial drafted. There's not a lot of hook burst follow-up. Prince Danny and Stolzy, like you mentioned, were kind of often off on their own, doing their own thing on a solo mission, and wasn't really panning out for them. Really low death counts from a lot of these clutch members from Congarna here. 7 for Random Noob, only 5 for Vandy. There just has to be more shutdown onto this dragon in the next game.
Well, without further ado, it's time to get into the map draft for game number 4. And I believe we'll be going to a ice map here. It will be Frozen Guard. So if you didn't bring your jackets, guys, you got to make sure you bundle up. It's a little colder, and definitely that's I think the energy here. Definitely feeling cold, feeling a little bit shook. Not shivering yet, not scared, I think, but Denial, definitely a big wake-up call. Congarna taking that game and turning the set 2-1.
Definitely, and big talking point here on Frozen Guard is Kinessa. Random Noob TV, very, very good Kinessa, in fact. So if they are able to get that cleanly here in the draft, we'll have to see what type of impact he's able to have. But Denial, I imagine, would kind of switch their strategy back up. They first picked the Ruckus, so right back to it. It's just weird to see Ruckus fought over so hard, tooth and nail. This character legitimately hasn't been changed in months. I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 months ago was his last balance change, and it was just like, it's little stuff like with his damage numbers. It's not even like at the core mechanics of what the character does, but he got a pretty good share of the benefits from the legendaries, I think, coming in as well, helping him out.
Yeah, that was the biggest change for him. And then the last one was, I think, just the re-kit with the repulsor field coming through and what that did and how that operated. But Sky is just, he rises and he falls when certain compositions, I think certain teams and certain champions become viable or not. And that just goes to show you, Ruckus is usually never a solo tank. He's such a good partner tank, though. He's such a good part of a composition. Maybe not the feature, but just that guy you don't want to deal with when everything else is going your way. So far, Kungarna, Drogos, Androxus, Maldamba, and Makoa taking Denial now, the chance to finish out their lineup. Ruckus, Shaolin, and Saris already locked in.
So Inara still on the table, as well as Kinessa, but with an Androxus on the table. You know, frankly, I think you can get away with the Kinessa into Androxus on Frozen Guard just because of how much room you have to see the Androxus coming. But it doesn't look like Denial are looking for that, as they do lock in the Cassie and the Inara. So the final pick to respond with, what will it be? It is the Kinessa. They're going to take it. No flank pressure from Denial. It's going to come down to this Cassie and this Shaolin have to be able to pressure it out. Or maybe they even send Bitey on the Ruckus to the back line.
And this is the one game you would have said, dang, Danny, you should have picked the Eevee to ward something off like this. But you know what? We have seen the Shaolin contest. He can do a lot of damage. Both of them can trade out. Definitely not as impactful as Kinessa with the Eagle Eye legendary, though, when that's firing. And that's the big question here. Will we see Bitey? We probably will, back on the Ruckus. The Inara, Wi-Fi, feeling comfortable. Soulsy back on the Cassie. Will he take Shaolin into his own hands? Have to find out and see here. Game 4 on Frozen Guard. Action. Game 4, Frozen Guard, Denial versus Kungarna. On the side of Denial, it's going to be Wi-Fi playing Mother's Grace and Nara. Soulsy on Exaction. Cassie taking control of the Hunter's Daughter. Mortal Reach for Arise. Saris, Recurve Shaolin for Prince Danny TV. Really looking to make an impact on this new team. An aerial advance for Bitey's Ruckus.
Mr. Hayes for Kungarna is going to be taking Ripe and going random noob, running it back once again on Fuselage Drogos. Fandy If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Back on the Androxus with the Dark Stalker legendary. Amos with the Pluck Makoa, and Dryce with the Eagle Eye Kinessa. So a lot of burst damage here that could come off the back of one of these hooks. Even Bitey should be very careful about being snagged.
Where is Dryce going to position, and who's going to take down Random Noob TV this time? That's the big question. Great area control, and oh, the salvo almost takes down Stolzy. He's dead. First blood yet again.
Oh, big damage coming through on a Wi-Fi. Already at half health into Planet. 2 kills for nothing so far. Kankuna having their way in this team. By another plucked out. Makoa goes down. Everyone is falling. Denial in pieces. Sent back to base once again. Strong zone coming out from Kangarna as well to keep everyone on the back foot. Arai goes down late in that engagement. That, in my eyes, all but secures this payload in favor of Kangarna.
Random Noob TV's Drogos is just nuts right now, man. I mean, he's hitting these directs, and they are so effective. He's got 3 killing blows in that fight, and that's going to do it. Kangarna take the first objective again here and continue objectives in a row that they've captured. I believe that's 3 as of last set. Dragon Punch already charged up, and the payload about to move.
Insane. Out in front of everybody by 40 to 30% charge. Random Noob landing a ton of direct impacts. This guy's aim is pretty nutty. Bitey, tasked with taking him down here, is pushing the issue forward on this dragon. Doesn't have the ability to get away, but one more rocket. Bitey is going to be sent back to base here. Amos misses the hook. Bitey topped back off, returning fire now. Denial. Answer back, final kill of their own.
The thing I love about this Random Noob TV goes in. Bitey with a great kill. Takes him out during the Dragon Punch, and actually maybe loses it. I want to see what happened. Yes, he loses it, so that was huge. If he killed him just a millisecond faster, he actually would have retained 100% of that ultimate. So now all that hard work is for naught. Prince Danny TV able to help keep his teammates backed off from this payload. Excuse me, the enemy's backed off from payload. Has a minute and 20 seconds left here for Denial to hold big.
That is pretty unfortunate, losing that charge. So he just barely launched off with it. For those of you that don't know, when Drogos doesn't get his ultimate off, when he just whiffs, he retains some of that charge. Bitey's in a rough spot, though. Isn't able to get back to his healer in time. Goes down. Amos surging forward now. Denial could be in a rough spot here, but only a minute left to push this one to conversion. It's going to be a long road ahead for Kangarna.
The Random Noob TV absolutely dominated damage charts, but yet again, the first place damage carry here for Team Denial is Bitey. He's 6,000 damage ahead of Solzy, 2,000 ahead of Wi-Fi. Prince Danny TV is not even 10,000. He's basically 10,000 away on a Shaolin. And so if that tells you anything, it's either how good Bitey's playing or how Denial need to step up.
Now here comes a seismic crash, stunning out a couple of members, but not a ton of follow-up. Random Noob is still safe, 900 HP to his name. Shaolin narrowly going to miss him out, but stuns him in the sky. Prince Danny with a triple kill here, looking to convert maybe a 4th.
And that just might have put him up in the damage charts a little bit. Gets about 4K in that one to start contributing his fair share of this defense. And I think, to me, the biggest thing looking forward is Stolzy. Where can his impact be felt? Are we going to see those crazy plays? Are the triple kills and the quadra kills, even the double kills, going to come out for him now? Random Noob TV, even Prince Danny TV started to feel it. We need to see Stolzy go big here.
See more damage coming through, more pressure on this Kinessa. No one's there. Huge convergence, but not a ton of kills off the back. Bandy shuts down Prince Danny. Now he's on Arai. One more shot's going to do it, but 3 kills coming through on the front side for Denial. Stolzy with 2, Bitey with 1, and Denial find the defense.
And that shadow travel so good. Gets him out of dodge with 65 health. And by the time he comes out of it, able to save the day and force Vandy away from the objective. So, Nick, I mean, what's the big game turner here? The credits are rolling. Items, are they going to make the difference, or is this play that needs to change?
I think it's play. You know, we mentioned Prince Danny with like 4,000 damage in that one engagement. Still just barely puts him over Makoa, so needs to step up a little bit. And this might be just a little bit of a factor of getting out Giraffe. Nobody's here to pressure this Kinessa out. 32,000 damage, as well as no real true hit scan to take down this Drogos once again. Bitey, the only one who is the true hit scan, but he's the tank. I mean, he can't do it all. Somebody's got to step up and shut down these picks from Kangarna.
Bitey can't do it all? I don't know. I don't know, Nick. I've seen him do pretty much everything so far, and I think he might be able to continue. Does he want to use his Hexafire? Will he find a lot of value from it? He straight up into the air, going for the Kinessa. You know he has a Hexafire, and he wants the emitter. Oh, jumps over the Drogos. Random Noob TV, though, does take him down, but this gives a lot of time on the point for Denial.
That was cute. I mean, somebody had to do it. We got to figure it out here. Kills are starting to fall. Only 3 members remain here. Make it 2, make it 1. Stolzy, the last member of Denial left alive. Now he's being chased out, and he is crushed under a salvo and under Vandy's boot. Once again, Kagarna with a dominant team fight offer, a beautifully executed draft.
Trice here with the Knessa, absolutely unpressured, like you mentioned, despite Bitey being the one who's taken it upon his shoulders to try and pressure out the sniper. They don't have a composition that is intended to do this. The long-range shots from Cassie from Shaolin, yeah, that's good. But now Stolzy comes in through just a day late and $1 short. It's already captured by Kagarna, and a double kill from Random Noob TV yet again. They don't have a damage carry that's really contending with him right now.
Trying to stay alive, but does get stretch anchored back into the fray. Arise being pressured out by Vandy once again. One more shot's going to do it. He just turns his sight over. So, wow, this guy just doesn't miss shots. Even at close range, it can get kind of hairy sometimes with somebody right in your face. But Vandy, very, very comfortable here on the Adroxus. Very easy to see that. Trice looking good on the Knessa. Random Noob looking strong on the Drogos. I mean, Kagarna, I am so impressed with them today.
You know what to me is impressive too? Random Noob TV, it's not the aim, it's the patience. He feels like he's never panicking here on this Drogos. He's got everything, it feels like all going to his plan. It seems like a supervillain from a movie because he's just like always collected and sure of himself, even when things don't look that way. But right now, he's playing more of the superhero role here, looking for a Dragon Punch. Can he find anyone? Can't do it. One Dragon Punch doesn't go, but one Dragon Rocket will. And Stolzy falls again to Random Noob.
Yeah, but Prince Denny eating a lot of damage on the backside of this. Eats that fire spit. Nice lead! Reads him like a book. Danny slaughtered under the Dragon once again.
Unbelievable stuff there. Can't believe that Random Noob TV has not been dealt with. It feels we're preaching to the choir, and it's an old that we're singing here, but it's still something that needs to be happening. Otherwise, Denial will continue to find themselves under pressure. Bitey falls yet again, and they are crumbling with 5 members of Kagarna ready to push.
Mr. Hayes finds Beatty as well. Scout's ready to go, but I don't know if that's really what Denial need. Convergence pulls in 1. Amos, it's a free pick, but they have to use an ultimate to get it. 40 seconds still on the clock. Kagarna can easily still get this push kicked off.
The more I look at this, Kagarna have a better draft. The more I look at, I think really Stolzy and Denial's draft, I feel very odd about it. The Cassie on Frozen Guard, despite these great plays by Stolzy, finally getting a little rhythm here and some great mechanical prowess here. Stolzy showing what he can do. To me, Cassie is not someone who screams Frozen Guard, but Vandy, he's one who screams reversal. Take that. One hit KO.
Later. Stolzy gets spanked there. A lot of damage fed through, I think, by Bitey. Might be yelling at him a little bit for that one. Helping to contribute there, but here's 1 second remaining. Can anyone get here from overtime? No, nobody from Kagarna stepping foot there. So 2-2, Denial. Still have a good chance at this one. Heading into late game, they can maybe swing it back in their favor. Cauterized 2's coming 3, but Vandy at the Cauterized 3 mark. Trice Cauterized 3. Random Noob doesn't even feel the need to go into the Wrecker 3. The shielding is just not enough from Denial. He instead goes for Haven 3 as he knows he's being pressured out by all these Haven sources from Denial. He knows he's the main target right now.
And he knows he is the main hinge, right? If he doesn't open up the doors for Kagarna, it's a whole different ball game. If he falls early in this fight, I think Denial will have a good chance. And the fact that they've been able to defend keeps giving them the opportunity to redo this point fight in the right way. Stolzy, I'm looking at you. You've got the scout available, 30% movement speed, but also revealing everyone's locations should allow her and her team to get the first shot and the first step onto the Knessa. This is good so far. They force him out. Amos gets a hook, but it's on Bitey. And although they use the hook, they use their Dragon Punch on him as well. So 2 very big resources to try and finish him off. Stolzy in trouble in the air, needs to find Kagarna's main threat, but he will fall to Mr. Hayes.
Stolzy goes down. Knessa putting in so much damage under a no pressure this whole time. Huge headshot onto a Gnar. Can't mitigate enough damage to survive the Eagle Eyes.
You know, Nick, I'm trying to find someone to spectate on Denial, but they're all dead. That's the problem. I can't really go to anyone here. That's how Kagarna won that first fight. 60%, not a toe stepped on the objective for Denial. Now, Bitey in the backline forced to emitter because Random Noob TV is hunting him down.
Wall's going to be good for shutting off Trice for the majority of this fight. Has the Headhunter if he can find somebody out of position here. Amos is strong and healthy on the point. Random Noob finally goes down, but Dryce is under no pressure right now, mitigating a lot of this damage. Nice job responding. Denial shut down Dryce, but they're going to need more.
And they didn't get Vandy. That's the one I really wanted to see get in that seismic crash, but it doesn't matter. Prince Dan unthinkable gets Bindy does the unthinkable. He gets chased by Random Noob TV. Random Noob TV maybe in an error lets him go, focuses back on the point fight, and then dies to Bindy, and they are able to snowball this objective. Now all trickling in. It looks like this could be Denial's change of the game.
Random Noob does go down, but Dryce is back, putting some pressure on, but not enough. Denial do come away with the payload, and now, after being so down this whole game, have the chance for conversion here, could put away the set.
And this is an important one to look at too. Now that they've got this payload, they haven't been able to really push and find success like this. And with Random Noob TV on the back foot, maybe without the comfort of the healing always being there, of all 5 members always being there, will he continue to shine? Will he continue to carry and fight against all odds? Answer is yes as of now. Mr. Hayes taking down Bindy.
Nothing coming through right now in terms of responses. Dragon Punch will try to find one. Wi-Fi goes down. Random Noob 2B back up into the air. Shaolin, the only one left to pressure him out, but full retreat call from Denial. They're not having any of this.
And they don't want any of this as well. They want to stay alive. Random Noob TV needs to go down. To me, it's just like a domino. Take that part of their game plan, which is a huge part, away. Then you start seeing the chinks in the armor. Right now, if he's alive, there's just so much to worry about. Vandy doing a great job, and Androxus as well. Got to mention him. But now that he's down, this could be an open floodgate.
Amos with a gorgeous hook. Convergence pulls in 3. Ruckus dumping damage in as follow-up, and 1 kill to cook this payload off again. Kangarna could be in a bad spot.
Stolzy goes in big, gets Dryce, but Random Noob TV shuts him down again. Nick, we don't see this, man. Random Noob TV is consistently getting the better of Stolzy, a guy that we think is probably, and we've seen be one of the best, if not the best 1v1 players in North America, maybe even in the world.
50 seconds remain here. Payload inching close. Hexafire from the top rope. Bitey putting in a lot of damage, but is unable to come away with any kills as Dryce shuts him down off the back of the Heffa, and another Dragon Punch comes through.
And that's what Random Noob TV gets for winning all those 1v1s. Damage. He's able to use that ultimate and keep Inara out of the fight. But look at this, Stolzy looking like the hunter's daughter, and her prey is running from her now. Stolzy finding the rhythm. It feels like he heard me on the other side of things, and he's looking to get his name onto the record books. He takes down Random Noob TV, but before Dryce can finish him, his team is still there.
Much tankiness. There's a Dread Serpent Dryce. They need to stabilize here. Kangarna cannot afford another inch. 7 seconds left on the clock. Overtime going to be started here by Wi-Fi in range of the payload. There needs to be a response from Kangarna. They can't afford to give this up.
Seismic Crash ready and available now, but will not have a chance to use it. That's been the story for Wi-Fi today. And as overtime ticks away, it looks like we're going down to the wire. This is what Kangarna need to do to stay alive. They could tie the set up and force a game 5. Or if Denial able to push this one through, they will find themselves facing off against Odin's Chosen in the finals.
This one, I'll tell you what, Kangarna, it feels like just from a spectator's position that they've been dominating in this game. Despite that, though, you know, the defense is held every time. So we go into that 3-3 scenario, basically tied up in terms of the items as well. So Ultimate's going to be very key here. Seismic Crash and Scout available for Denial. Kangarna only have the Accursed Arm and the Ancient Rage, but we've seen how quickly they're able to charge both Headhunter and Dragon Punch.
Yeah, Kangarna with the lack of the Dread Serpent is what concerns me the most. But if they can have a good start here, that will be the difference. But Stolzy with the Scout was really able to help the team very much here. I wonder if Denial will be able to group up together and find a crucial pick like they did last time. The fight engaging on the right-hand side. Kinessa is definitely trapped down. Random Noob TV in the air. Stolzy running away. Dodge roll out of it. Can he get Kinessa? Prince Danny TV. He's making his presence felt. And Wi-Fi still alive, which is something new for him.
Keeping Amos alive. Prince Danny up on the high ground here, putting in a ton of damage, but Amos and Vandy are dominating on the point right now. 3 members still alive for both teams here. Nobody in constant control just yet.
A hook from Amos could really change the game here. And Random Noob TV, he knows that. He's waiting with the Fuselage Drogos to capitalize on it in the air. Amos, again, looking to really pressure things out. Prince Danny TV, though, goes into, I believe, maybe even the ultimate, but double kill for Random Noob TV. Silences them all. He's looking for the triple into the Dragon Punch, and Solzy goes down yet again. Random Noob TV in control of this fight.
Sucker punch to the back of the head, as well as a nice direct impact. Wi-Fi goes down to the Dragon's Fury. Insane gameplay right now. That could probably be it. Finds the dismount onto Bitey. That's going to be it. Nobody from Denial, I don't think, is going to be able to sneak around. Find this one. 2 more kills. Stolzy's going to try to roll his way in there. Danny actually might be able to get the overtime started. No, he's going to go down as well. Grice finds Stolzy and Danny. Overtime is started, but not enough left in the tank for Denial.
Random Noob TV finishes the fight with 6 kills. Solo kills. Not really solo kills, at least basically got himself 6 killing blows. And that will carry his team, who played fantastically. Vandy, big-time performer in my eyes as well. But everyone really held strong in that match for Congarno to push themselves to the finals and face off one more time against Denial.
Insane.
Excuse me, the final set, final game of this set, not the finals.
Yeah, bringing it all the way back to game 5 here. 144,000 damage from Random Noob TV. They have got to do better in the draft to shut this down. They let the Kinessa go through unanswered, and they let the Drogos go through unanswered. And Congarna were able to come away with it.
I mean, this is an impressive thing, Nick. We mentioned yesterday, we want to see this happen, what happened in EU with these great teams. Flashpoint just keeps coming to mind in terms of, and WASD as well, and how competitive they are with 50 Shades of Snake and D69. And we want to see that in North America, and we're seeing it right now. But I mean, from a team that just came into this qualifiers this week, we haven't seen them before. And this is an incredibly strong performance from somebody I really, honestly, I didn't expect it from. I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, they're playing very well. They're getting good drafts, though. Denial looking a little bit hard-headed. It's pretty clear to us at home, what could be drafted to try and counter this out. Any type of hit scan would do the job here, but Denial they're not trying to put anybody on Androxus. And even, you could even look at the Serpent Beach game when Stolzy was on Androxus. Random Noob still had a hell of a game. He's playing out of his mind today. Just can't be stopped.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's time for the map draft. Bright Marsh will be where they take their talents, and that could be where it's all decided. In fact, I guarantee it. It will be where it's all decided. Second semifinal of the day before we get into the finals. It is a tight map. It's a new map. We've seen Victor played a little bit today, and this is a map that they've said he does well on. Androxus as well, very important on this map, and so is Inara. So let's go to the champion draft and see who gets prioritized and if Ruckus will stay the first pick in this series.
First pick going to go to Denial. Instant lock in on Androxus. No more can this dragon rule the skies. Somebody must slay him. Denial have picked up Androxus to do that job.
And what they thought was the important Ruckus pick is going to have to let go. They're going to have to let that one go to Congarna, and they will allow Drogos to be taken as well. And I believe that is giving Inara and Makoa if they want it. They may prioritize the Sarazar Maldamba here. But to me, I think not taking the Inara is a bit of a waste in my eyes. But this could be in response to Amos Makoa, which they thought did really well last game.
Yeah, so forcing out the Inara pick if they want to go for the double tank. Cassie being hovered right now. But I do like the idea of double tank on this map, as well as having a Drogos who can just kind of operate. And at the end of the day, if the Drogos out aims Androxus, he can come out on top because it's a 2-shot versus more something like a 5-shot. Excluding any huge reversals coming back the way of Drogos. But Random Noob has just not been able to miss these days.
Oh my. I did not see this coming. The Torvald taken instead of the Inara. And my God, knowing that they have they're not taking the Tyra and the Victor here. I was going to say Tyra with the firebomb, not going to be able to be a big deal if Inara's not on the enemy team, but right now they let Inara go to 10th.
What's
and not even take it.
What's better than one hit scan counter to Drogos?
How about 3?
How about 3? Tyra, Victor, and Androxus. You cannot be safe in the skies today, Random Noob. God bless you. Torvald's going to do his best, but Holy camole here. This is a all-in F this Drogos draft.
I got to tell you something. This is a weird draft, but this is a meta series draft. And that is why they say we got to get Random Noob TV off of this Drogos, out of the sky. The only one who will able to get up there, though, it is Androxus, but not a lot of high levels to really fight on in Bright Marsh. Most of the fighting takes place on the ground. I'm excited for Game 5. I know you are too. We'll be right back with the action here in just a sec. It's what we've all been waiting for. Game 5 here on Bright Marsh. Denial versus Kingarna. Who would have thought the Swedish Kings back in Paladins action and now looking to face the finals if they can get past Stolze and the squad as well. Wi-Fi, he's going to be running half shell Makoa. Stolze on Hipfire Victor. Firefight Victor, excuse me. Mortal Reach, Saris for Arai. Godslayer and Droxus for Prince Danny TV. And First Blood Tyra for Bitey.
Ripe and Gourd for Mr. Hayes' Maldamba and the boys at Kingarna with Fusilade Drogos all 5 games for Random Noob TV. Exaction Cassie for Vandy. Amos on the field today. Torvald and a Repulsor Field Flux Generator style Ruckus for Trice.
No Nara picked up in this game, but maybe they don't need it. They just want their damage. 3 hit scans picked up to deal with the Drogos and take down these stationary takes. First Blood for Bitey. Prince Danny TV follows up onto Vandy, and Denial already looking good.
Looking very good here. Whipple's gonna barely escape with his life. Long range fire spit doesn't connect, doesn't claim any lives, but it would have if it could have. 30% already for Denial on the point. These hit scans are immediately starting to have their effect on Random Noob TV as he goes down from a long way away.
And it is so important. Vandy comes in, gets a kill, and does a great play here on to Bitey. But Prince Danny TV, right where you don't, cleaning up the damage, and he goes in, and now you know what he's looking for? He doesn't care about anyone else. He's just trying to dismount and take down Random Noob TV in the air. Prince Danny TV needs not only 2 clips, he just needs 1. He's going to finish off Drogos, and now with Godslayer, almost take down Mr. Hayes.
I mean, that's the difference we needed to see. Finally, the adjustment comes through from Denial, and they are looking much stronger for it. Bitey, a very incredible tracking aimer, but he's taking a lot of damage from Vandy right now, who's not afraid to get in here and box out, but maybe he should have been, as he gets blasted by Makoa almost instantaneously. Can't pull him through the window, but Wi-Fi lands the hook nonetheless. First payload going the way of Denial.
Vandy really showing his prowess as a player here. I think his Cassie really impressive thus far. I mean, despite all this pressure, really finding a couple of clutch, hard kills, but a great firebomb by Tyra as well. Bitey knows that he's able to just force these tanks back yet again, and the Hunter's Mark not put on anyone yet, but if I can imagine who it might be put on, either one of these big tanks, or who needs that when you got damage. Crossfire comes through, Mr. Hayes running away from his tank, and now Ruckus, he's going to lose this DPS battle.
Look at this early game. They just can't shut down the lifesteal coming through from Bitey's Tyra, as well as Arai helping him to stay alive. Great job, and not enough congratulations going to the support players ever in my eyes, but he is doing his best to keep this train a-rolling.
Oh, and Bitey now getting so many kills, 2 in that fight. And Random Noob TV trying to chase in Droxus. Can't believe he'll actually grab him, but Stolzy and Bitey there to follow up. He's not getting away anytime soon. Bright Marsh, too close, too good, and Wi-Fi. Can't mention enough about him. His hooks have been on point this game.
The damage is just colossal right now from Denial. There are so many answers to all of the shielding, all the mitigation, all of the airborne threats. Denial, I love this draft from them. They're looking comfortable for the first time this set.
This is the meta draft. This is not a meta draft. This is that series draft we talk about, where these teams play each other so many times that they just develop a strategy that works for what is working already. And this is really, I think, such a great counter to the big strength that Random Noob TV has shown. And now in game 5, he's got to do something he's done differently all set.
Bitey will go down to a nice long-range salvo. Stolzy caught in a rough spot here. He's going to get bursted down by Vandy's Cassian. It's going to skunk most of the aggression thus far. Denial do have the time, 35 seconds to get this one started back up. They've got every ultimate except a Cursed Arm to try and kick this payload push off. Kangarna only have 2 ultimates to hold. Dread Serpent's a good one. Scout's not going to do much for them in this situation, however.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. Convergence, though, might just do a lot for a barrage from Vic. Great combination. One is on their fire from Bitey as well, plus Prince Danny TV and Victor following up means that the damage is in plenty for the side of Denial. They seem to have wiped every single person on Kangarna with that wombo combo, and this is a 2-0 effect for them. Let's check the damage charts as we head into round number 2 and the items.
5,000 damage for Victor. I mean, one barrage shell connecting with everybody from Kangarna is going to be decimation. That's 7,500 damage for Stolzy right then and there. And then follow-up shells, grenades. We're looking at grenade launchers, maybe even a firebomb. All good stuff for setting up that wombo combo from Arai, who hits a beautiful convergence and frankly wins that round there. That convergence got that conversion for Denial.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had 5 people? It was so well-timed, so appropriate, and now there's just really not enough time to react. The reaction needs to be in the item purchases, and that's resilience. Funny enough, though, resilience won't stop you when you get pulled. It will only stop you after the delay of when the post-pull stuns. So if you want to get out of that barrage, might have helped them save the day. Stolzy on the point for Denial, 9% already. Things looking like they're going the exact same way. But Vandy tries and fails to change things.
Try to get in there to Danny, actually in the back line here on Mr. Hayes, trying to shut this one down. Here comes the Dragon Punch. It doesn't connect. Stolzy takes down Random Noob mid-flight.
Oh, got him this time. Says, I'm not going to do that. Another one down the first time, but I come through when I need to. And this is Stolzy playing big, making the right choice to attack the Dragon while he was vulnerable in the ult. Bitey now facing off against Vandy, who rolls into him, and with a Torvald bubble will escape from that duel very safely. But Wi-Fi on the money with a hook, still gonna die thanks to Vandy and Random Noob TV following up.
Splitting up the team fight nicely here. Comeback mechanic engaged for Kangarna, so they're capturing this one very quickly. Somebody's got to get in here. Danny looked like he wants to be the one to start the overtime. Actually, nobody even stepped foot. Now in a rough spot here. Denial could lose this follow-up fight and give a lot of momentum to Kangarna.
Stolze actually falls here, and Kangarna, like you mentioned, getting the momentum back. And after such a great performance, it almost feels like Denial let their foot off the gas pedal here and pay the very dear price. And maybe that's just giving Kangarna the hope they needed to really find some rhythm. Vandy as well, like I mentioned earlier, playing really nicely on this Cassie and being much more of a threat than I would have said, Stolze really appeared to be last game for Denial on Frozen Guard.
2 minutes remain. Crossfire charged up and ready to go for Buddy. Stolze finds the first frag. Crossfire pop, pedal to the metal. Stolze fighting, surging forward, just boxing with this ruckus, but the lifesteal just isn't enough given the mitigation, and Random Noob pins him to the wall with a nice fire spike.
Oh, double kill in the back line for Prince Danny TV as well, Nick. Looking at the way Danny is taking on Random Noob TV, almost as a challenge, I think, is really great to see. He's really anticipating, and this is beautiful too, just stalling out the kill for Torvald so they can stay staggered. But really, I love the way that Prince Dan TV is really taking on the challenge. He's new on this team and he wants to prove himself here, and he's doing a great job of it.
Taking him seriously. He's just flopping around that team fight, doing his best. But Grandpa does have the Hyper Beam charge, could knock them all off the map for their transgression. Shield already popped. Record 3 online in the second round for Stolze.
Again, Danny kills Random Noob TV, hunts him down, finds him, gets the kill, wins the... This is what Stolze wasn't doing. This is what Vidi wasn't doing. Prince Danny TV may just be serving the perfect purpose for this new squad, and now actually hyper beamed off the map. It'd be a weird one to fight. No one sees him. Mr. Hayes doesn't see him. Danny gonna get a kill off of it. Oh my God.
Back on into the map mid-air. Good stuff there from Prince Danny. They didn't take Torvald seriously, and he blew them all off the map for it, but Danny turning it around, not out of the fight just yet. Running God Slayer connects it, gets the dash resets as well, but just why did it take Denial 5 games to figure out that Drogless was the problem?
I think you don't really understand how good, what quality, how much of a fluke it is until you see it over and over again. And you see Random Noob TV started to have some amazing plays, and you say, wow, this guy's not joking around. He really knows what he's doing. And Prince Danny TV is really taking it upon himself to shut it down. And yet again, Danny with a kill onto Noob TV. And here's a convergence, big time stuff. Barrage is ready. They may not want to use it though. On the defense, it's important. If they keep this their way, it will be a 3-1 lead going into the next point fight for Denial.
Stolze is ripping damage right now into that ruckus. Now Mr. Hayes, the target of his eye, are going to go down very quickly. Vandy rolling in here. This could be conversion for Kangarna. Random Noob finding a ton of kills. 3 triple kill. The second you don't shut him down, he punishes you.
And that is another moment, and I think a very fitting moment, an ironic moment, where Prince Danny TV gets the final kill on the Random Noob. All of this push, and then finally Random Noob answers back with not only a successful push, but a final kill onto Danny. He's the problem. They got to keep answering it.
Dude, I love this draft, though. It's so awesome just to see a different dynamic here in North America. Wholly different. It makes LAN, I think, more interesting when everyone's getting everything they want, because nobody wants what you want and you don't want what they want. North America here with these 3 hit scan, Bitey on his Tyra. Just loving life, I think, right now. 2-2. It's all tied up, and it could go either way.
No jokes here. Both teams very serious. And if I'm looking at Prince Danny TV, I know he's trying to hunt down right now. Both of the battle of television here going on in the sky as well. And very, very important. Vandy, though, will take one himself, but Barrage will help out with that tool. And now Prince Danny TV is free to help hunt the dragon. He spots him out, and this is inevitable that he will become his next target. Mr. Hayes just poked away, and Denial really changed this team fight to go their way.
Jeez, Stolze is turning this Torvald into Swiss cheese in literally a clip and a half. 5,000 shield HP disappears in like 5 shots, and then all that health very quick to fall afterward. Hipfire Victor does the most damage, I think, in the game, especially because Stolze is pounding every single one of these grenades home. 213 a shot. It's over 2,000 damage per second.
Oh, no, and the bonus damage from the grenade, plus the bonus damage from the first 4 rounds, plus the bonus damage. Fire, it's ridiculous. Firefight Victor is not something to mess around with. Danny, though, and Random Noob TV. Who's going to win? What's going to come of it? And Random Noob TV still alive. Then he will fall thanks to the pressure that Danny had provided earlier. Stolze and Vidi combining as well. And that is overtime, taking away Denial in the lead.
Yeah. They are just too strong to be able to live through that entire fight. Stolze on his Victor, and Tyra, played by Bitey, 7 and 8 streaks through that last team fight. Way too much damage pouring in for anyone to try and mitigate from Kangarna. Stolze has actually taken the lead on the damage charts, just barely beating out Now actually beating by a significant margin, almost 10,000 out in front of Random Noob.
Oh, man, that reversal is huge. 1,700 damage with Godslayer catching the final. But they'll actually die off of a really well-timed Dread Serpent. This is going to be a full team wipe. And Saris and Stolzy still alive, getting some grenade damage, just making sure the ultimate's charged and they're poked out. But now, I love the way Congarna's playing. Vandy isolated, though. If they find the pick here, they don't see him. They don't see Vandy. They could have easily taken him out of the fight.
Oh, they found him now. Stolzy's going to track him down, blast him. Early man advantage. Danny is up in Random Noob's face. Why are those two the most caught out right now? They're going to go down very early on in this fight. Not a great look for Congarna.
This is the mistake that doesn't come with experience. I mean, a little bit of confidence, absolutely, but experience, knowing that this could hurt you and change. This could end your game. The fact that this all just happened, and now Random Noob TV goes down. They haven't fought as a 5-man crew in a long. Crossfire from Biden, looking to change things up.
Oh, so much damage pouring in from such a long range. The heal coming through from Saris, as well as the crossfire with the lifesteal. Bitey just cannot be stopped in that fight. Huge mistake here from Congarna, and they can point pretty easily to what went wrong for them now. Random Noob tries to come in, but a nice headshot from Danny is going to take him out mid-flight. Denial will take the game and the set, but not after one hell of a fight from Congarna.
Oh, one hell of a fight, but like you mentioned, it's really easy to look back at the tape and see what went wrong. And that was just a little bit of the confidence of the zone, getting ahead of themselves, losing a real key pickup with Vandy. And I think Denial also credited them to take advantage of it. You know, Stolzy went in for the barrage and actually, you know, was really not on that moment, but for a lot of moments, really choosing to really take advantage of the crucial, maybe just one person kill that could change this fight. And I think that for me, maybe was the theme that got them the edge over Congarna at the very end of the day.
Stolzy on his Victor, 43-8, 96,000 damage. Great game from him. No flank pressure from Congarna's side, but still, despite those 3 hit scans, Random Noob still able to put in 85,000 damage on his Drogos. So might be someone just to watch out for coming up in this scene. Very incredible plays from him today. Torvald as well, keeping him safe from a lot of that burst damage, but Congarna still not able to get it done. I'm looking forward to them. I expect fully and wholly from the bottom of my heart to be able to see them in the semifinals next week.
And that's exciting. And I can't wait to see the progression. If anything gets you excited about Paladins esports, it's these types of games where you see experienced veterans come across a semifinal that challenges them, that pushes them to the next level, and that makes them know they can't stay content. New players, new teams are coming. If I'm Congarna, if I'm looking at this from a top-down perspective, I'm saying, man, this is a team with some potential. Can't wait to see these guys next weekend, hopefully. Congrats to them on getting this far. It is going to be the finals coming up right after this break, guys. So don't go anywhere. Grab some water, grab some chips, get some dinner, order some Chinese, whatever you need to do. But we will see you here for the finals. It's going to be Odin's Chosen versus Denial.
Hello and welcome, champions. Just Vox here behind the scenes providing you with a quick update. One of our commentators is running into some internet issues right now, so we're doing our best to get that resolved as quickly as possible. So in the meantime, we're going to throw you to another short break. We're going to have an episode of Top 5 Plays rolling in the meantime. We're going to come back in to another countdown timer, at which point hopefully everything will be resolved. Don't go anywhere, and I hope that you're as excited for the finals as I am. Odin's Chosen versus Denial Esports. The grand finals of week number 3 will be coming up shortly.
They say the good things come in threes, but I prefer 5 of a kind, as do the players judging by this week's clips. My name is Vox, and this is Paladins Top 5 Plays.
I will smite you.
To begin, we find Richter's Grover on the respawn. Pip there, you seem a little curious. May I ask you a question? Fine in burst heal and death to all machines. Ruckus out of the question. It's Barak who's next to soak an axe for a triple kill conversion. Tree you later, enemies. That's the game.
I will crush you.
Blue team is poised to take the game on push. Makoa pulls in Lex and finds a mid-range lob shot to convert on their first kill. Ruckus and Barrack stand in the way of the payload, and whilst they're tanky, a grouping like that is perfect for Makoa's mighty anchor to cleave through. First Drogos from the skies, then Pip caught by a backswing perish. Barrack is focused down, and as the turret disintegrates, Makoa's shot finds Ruckus for the quadra kill. Unofficial Penta on the frontline monster. What a way to close out a game.
You're goddamn right.
Paradox Pandora starts off in a boxing match with Victor, who, getting the worst end of the trade, turns tail to flee. Round the corner, rapid target switching allows for continued damage output. Hello, goodbye, Victor. Should've kept running. Shell shield down. Big AoE from Pip, and Bomb King brings 3 on the threshold for the triple execute. Nobody escapes the law, not even you, Drogos. That's a Penta, and this time it's official.
Shadows rise around you.
Cybase and Roxas is up an ultimate play today on Serpent Beach. They pass unnoticed for the perfect flank angle, while the Drogos for the easy kill. Dawn Shield prompts that step skywards, while Damba focus a cursed arm to confirm. 2 shots left, the shield waited out, triple kill as Barrack is blown away. The Godslayer continues, Charlene tagged as I pulled a certain death, and Ruckus 4 shots in a row later will meet the same fate. There's a reason why you always watch your back.
What a load of tosh.
But there can be only one. More than it, as good things certainly do come in threes. Bloxer on defense relocates to chase down a low health Buck. They meet Charlene, who withdraws, but Retribution keeps them revealed. Mid-combat slide shot finishes the earlier kill, and that's 2 down already. Maldamba for the triple, do or die. Lex brings justice to the round. Thank you all for watching this episode of Paladins Top 5 Plays. To submit your own plays, check out the YouTube video description and fill out the submission form to show us what you're made of. Don't forget to subscribe to receive the Onyx Stallion mount skin in-game as well, and we'll see you next time.
Live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here. I know we've been wanting to get the audio fixed. Don't know if it is, but you're going to have to stick with it. I'm the only one here for you today. Of course, I got Hyra's pretty hair with me as well.
Assad.
And Assad, we're ready to go in Cassie's finals. Odin's Chosen versus Denial Esports, and we are ready for the map draft right away.
Right Marsh, going to be that game number 1. So right where Denial ended their series against Kangarna, it's where it will begin against Odin's Chosen.
It's fairly, I think epic in terms of storyteller proportions. They've got the opportunity to start a new leaf after they've turned the old. Those great endings sometimes are great beginnings, and some great beginnings are great endings. We'll see which one it turns out to be as we get into the draft coming up really soon. Nick, the big key for us in this draft has been seeing the way that Denial sometimes deny or pick up the right champions for what they're going for. This last set, it really became a conversation about how do we get random noob TV out of the game. Went for a very odd draft, but really ended up working for them.
Still, I think Denial, one of their biggest weaknesses is going to be if they have a confident Drogos player. I mean, he's gotten lag compensation. I would think Bitey would be their Drogos player, but how does it fit? Can they fit it in with the rest of their draft? It's got to be something that they look to figure out going into this set.
Now, Odin's Chosen will be taking Androxus to start off the action, and this is a good pick. Of course, followed up with Ruckus, Drogos, Makoa. I mean, looking at this draft here, excuse me. I mean, what are you thinking?
I don't like the Drogos. They've never picked it all the way up until this point, and then they take it right into an Androxus. That was the solution to shut down. I mean, it's the better matchup for Androxus. I don't understand why they take it. You could go for the Bomb King, get basically the same sort of, damage output, blast, high burst damage as well. But there was actually, I don't think, a single Bomb King picked in that entire 5-game set between Denial and Kangarna.
Oh, that's actually a really good point you're making there. Maldamba and, Cassie locked in for Denial. What do you make? Cassie's kind of been a big feature here. Do you think that's a really good pick to hinge your strategies on?
for me to hinge a strategy on. We talked a little bit about it earlier. You know, you pick up Androxus for his pressure into the air. You pick up the Bomb King for grumpy bombs, king bombs, and a bunch of damage. Cassie just brings kind of a bunch of damage. She doesn't really have any utility. Disengage, it does what it does. You know, Scout's pretty low impact in terms of team fight ultimates, but you know, she's just good, consistent damage. I don't think she's the crux of anyone's strategy, however.
However, the crux of the early strategy that we've seen, at least Denial take with Prince Danny TV jumping into their roster, is now the fact that Eevee is going to be somebody he feels really comfortable on when another damage roll is already picked up. So as a flanker, you know, really meaning Androxus, now looking into Eevee. We haven't seen him play a lot of Buck, which is somebody he may want to start bringing out. How do you feel about this Eevee pick going into the lineup that Odin's have chosen?
I like it. Got to be able to shut down the Victor somehow. Needs some type of flank presence. Doesn't do great against the Bomb King, especially because Prince Danny has been running Reprieve, so Bomb King can just kind of set up the traps around the ice block and blast her as she comes out. But no Mako in this game, so don't have to worry about that Dredge Anchor locking you down. All you got to worry about is potential burst damage, the 1-2 punch from the Bomb King.
Love it. Well, can't wait to see what happens. Let's quit the talking and let's get into game. Game 1, Bright Marsh, coming up between Odin's Chosen and Denial Esports. Odin's Chosen versus Denial Esports. This is a game we can't wait to see. I'm excited for Prince Danny TV, who's come and joined Denial with Stolzy and Bitey and the boys to take on the formerly known Astral Authority, now Odin's Chosen. It will be them on the left-hand side, Doseps with Gunnery Victor, and Mortal Reach, Saris for Vex 30, Mother's Grace, Inara for War Doom, Darkstalker, Androxus for Cuss Cutie, and Accelerant Bomb King for Evil Eye.
It's going to be, whoa, Whiffle on Drogos with the Worm Jets trying to stay alive, flying through the sky. Stolzy on Cassie, Arai on Maldamba with Ripened Gourd, Prince Danny with Reprieve, Eevee and Bitey will be taking Aerial Assault for his Ruckus with 3 Cauterizes, no Wreckers, 2 Chronos.
No, Inara straight to the room. Loves that. The fight's happening outside of it, though, and despite a good wall possibility, she is going to lock in Arai into a dangerous spot, but the Slither will get him out of dodge, so that wall, not as effective as we've seen it be at the start of these fights. Bitey into the air, but he's got Evil Eye on his tail.
They're going to get it up there, try and be safe. War Doom taking a lot of damage, but receiving even more healing. So he's going to be pretty healthy right now. Prince Danny boxing out. 33% for Odin's Chosen. Denial only at 12%. Cuss Cutie finds and shuts down Whiffle. So a big pickup there. Prince Danny, though, answers back immediately onto Cuss Cutie.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from Prince Danny TV, answering the call. He needs to be big time here. And in fact, he and Stolzy have done the deed. They've taken down War Doom. They've taken down Odin's Chosen. And it looks like Denial have the point in control here. Cuss Cutie falling low and Vex 30 having to bail him out.
Yeah, absolutely. Bitey going to be here sitting through on the payload push, trying to get this one locked down in favor of Denial.
And you know, it's so important here. 96% on the objective, 99 overtime ticking away. And it is all up to Otis Chosen to change the course of the game, but Vex 30 will fall. Joseph's here trying to win a big fight between Stolzy. Stolzy going to dodge roll away, knows that Gunnery Victor's looking for him, and in the room will come out only a Russia Druggen and a few grenades. Prince Danny TV will fall as well, but go into the ice block to try and immune some of the damage. This is a huge comeback. Like Joseph's Victor, the last one on the point, fighting with the Moldamba. Arai trying to get the best of this, man. This overtime is not taken away fast, but they are just all contesting for it. It can go either way here, but the objective will be captured for Denial, Nick. Break that down.
Will be brought through. Just the superior sustain coming through the clutch pickups when they needed exactly. Payload starting to roll the way of Denial now. Bitey testing through on the point. Actually going to be found. Cuss Cutie goes down to Stolzy. That one always hurts. Stolzy, the former teammate of a lot of these Odin's Chosen guys. It always got to sting a little bit when they find the frag on you.
Absolutely. Evil Eye now finding a couple of big frags himself and taking down Wi-Fi. And this is exactly what they need moving forward. Denial, I think, is just definitely proven that they know as a group how to take the edge off of Odin's Chosen, who have a new name, but the same team that has really gotten the better of Denial consistently in and out. You know, Nick, there's a lot of history between these two teams. Do you think this is really the moment that maybe Denial have a chance to surpass Odin's Chosen?
I'm not sure, because they do have a brand new roster member here. They've got Whiffle on Drogos. It's a bunch of weird things happening for them. I think Denial have a little bit of an identity crisis happening right now. They're going to have to do some figuring out in the weeks to come, and probably then will they have their chance at Odin's Chosen.
Prince Danny TV, we mentioned this, trying to make a name for himself. Dostips and Evil Eye already doing work on Stolzy. Evil Eye will find another one. This guy's so talented, Evil Eye. We used to call him Evuli, and then at the Masters LAN, when everyone was playing Bomb King, you know, he came over and said, hey guys, it's actually Evil Eye. So he kind of made our job pretty hard, Nick.
About a minute remaining here for these guys to try and find this. 4 ultimates available for Denial. Everything except the Ice Storm. Odins have everything except Seismic Crash, but that's nearly charged up and ready to go. Wardoom is not afraid, but that is a Dragon Punch. It's going to be tough. He pops the Earthen Guard every time. It's not going to save you, Wardoom.
It's really not. It's an instinctive reaction. But Stolzy, you know what's instinctive for him. Fragging out. 2 kills for him. Prince Danny TV gets 1. Vex 30 using the Shadow Travel to move a little bit faster. Dark Whisperer coming through, giving him the extra movement speed. But will it be enough to save him? The Dread Serpent interacts here, and Prince Danny interacts with a nice weapon shot. He's holding his own. And now, Denial, very, very close to pushing this thing through. 15 seconds left, Nick. The King Bomb is ready for Evil Eye. Do you think he should hold on to it?
Could it be? They might need it just to stabilize. Going down 2-0, especially on a map like Bright Marsh, can be very detrimental to your team's morale as well. Odin's Chosen, they're so used to just whipping on Denial here, but Denial sneak it through. Oh my goodness.
Wow, great stuff there by Denial. And again, you do see Odin's Chosen, they elect to hold on to the King Bomb. And that to me is the big thing. Why do you hold on to that King Bomb? Maybe because you're worried about the next fight, knowing you already lost this. Maybe you're a little hesitant. It's a gamble either way for sure. Talk to me about the items coming through, though, Nick.
Items coming through here. Going to be hitting the tier 2 marks for both teams now. Wardoom and Cuskity on the cauterized 2s. Dosip's going straight just into the blast shield. He is the target of Prince Danny, who has managed with 11 killing blows to get himself cauterized 3. So going to have a huge impact on this round coming up.
And that is exactly what he wants. Cauterized 3. I mean, I can't believe that in round 2. That's absolutely ridiculous. Prince Danny TV must be fragging out. And you see the damage dealt, 35,000. Leading the damage charge as an Eevee is huge. Custudy, though, he's definitely got that revolver doing work for him. The Godslayer will pack a punch with those pistols, but Prince Danny TV gets 2. Joseph's and Vex fall to the Winter Witch, and here's a Ice Storm trying to catch Custudy. It's 1v1, but Custudy will get the better end of Danny there.
Prince Danny just having such a good game right now, like single-handedly in the backline, shredding this team apart. Here comes the Earthen Guard, or the Seismic Crash, rather, is ready to go. Bitey going to get chased out here by Wardoom just a little bit. 30% on the point for Denial. Here comes the Dragon Punch around the corner.
Will they find it? Wi-Fi looking for somebody. Can't find anybody, though. Left alone, drinking Martini's by himself, and that is just unfortunate when you're trying to have a hot date with a Dragon Punch. He can't find the answer, but he will help his team to clear out the space, and that is important. Denial, though, end up getting the better end. Cuss Cutie and Prince Danny TV take each other out in the sweet symphony. The rise and fall of that concerto, though, ends with Denial still on the point, 81% and counting.
They need to get here soon. Odin's Chosen, not used to losing these games. Here comes over the top, the King Bomb rolling through. Bully looking for something, looking for anything. Walled off by his own Inara, but quickly drops it. Stolzy does get found. 99% for Denial. Odin's Chosen need to win this team fight to stay in the game.
Bitey up in the air playing leapfrog over Inara, but this isn't any school ground. No, this is the exact opposite of a game or a playful setting. These two teams know what this means. They know how much it matters to be here. 99% overtime ticked away, but Stolzy is in sight, and so is Evie. Prince Danny TV's done a fantastic job of stalling, but can't do it right now. A great wall from Inara is going to block him off, and now Wardoom, Evil Eye with 2 kills, allows Bitey to get back into the fight, but may not be enough to turn this overtime as the objective is captured for, looks like, Odin's Chosen.
Odin's Chosen, comeback mechanic just too strong here. Dosups gets on the killing spree as well as he takes down Whiffle's Drogos. Moving out to zone now on a 5 streak. Wardoom ready to take this fight with Bitey, ready to take a fight with just about anyone with a Saris backing him up and flawless communications. Bitey looks like he just likes to advance straight up in the air for fun. No real tactical reasoning sometimes.
Yeah, and that's really honestly part of this play. When you're feeling good, you're looking good, sometimes you play good as well. And that's exactly what Bitey's been doing on this Ruckus. Taking a look at the damage shielded. He's still at the top charts there. And Nara coming through very highly as well. But what we usually care about is the damage numbers. Checking in on those, it leads Drogos. Wi-Fi at the top of the charts here. And this is not a character we often see him play, Nick.
Absolutely not, but still so good at it, even with the lag composition coming through. Whiffle not being stopped. Nice killing spree as Cuss Cutie gets slammed to the wall. One of those Dragon Rockets. Wardoom does get his cauterized 3-on run mid-round, though, so this is when the offensive capabilities are starting to be tied up here. Wardoom is actually the highest net worth on this Odin's Chosen team. Prince Danny on the Eevee is actually the top of the net worth chart there, so just goes to show you how many of these flank kills he's actually picking up.
And Stolzy, I think, playing the Cassie here, not having the Androxus on his team, really feeling comfortable on the Hunter's Daughter. She's definitely got a couple buffs that have warranted that, but Stolzy maybe just getting a little bit more comfortable knowing Danny's on the team, playing that damage role that's a little bit less conventional for him. Hexafire goes unrequited. And it's like a, love letter that doesn't get read. He's just getting no value from all that effort.
45 seconds remain here to try and find the conversion on this payload. Denial have to get out of the spawn soon. Prince Danny doesn't make it to the cart, unfortunately. Now all the tanks are in a scramble just to cover his tracks.
All right, tries to get a big snake on to Cuss Cutie. That may have sounded wrong, but he's going for the right intentions there. The stun does not play, and it does end up meaning Odin's Chosen get a 2-2 tie going into round 3.
It's always good. It's always, I think, speaks to just how close teams are when they're able to come back from being down 2-0. We see it happen all the time with D69 and with 50 Shades of Snick. When one of them is down 2-0, the game is far from over. It's very difficult for either of those teams to snowball on one another because just the play is so superior. Once an advantage is found, it's very difficult to relinquish away from them. So it could go either way. But the items coming here, like we mentioned, they were basically equalized early in that previous round with Vex. Basically everyone hitting tier 3 on their first priority items. Those are mostly cauterizes, but for Dosups just going straight into the blast shields, trying to stave off all this aggression from Prince Danny.
And here you see the big key, Evil Eye, not Evuli, coming through with the King Bomb. And he has the opportunity to use it, just not finding the right moment. But here it is, the backwards, no look fade away onto Stolzy. He's going to take him out, and the Hunter's Daughter accepts her fate. But Bitey, he knows he can change it, get revenge on one of the assaulters of his partner in crime. But 92 health will leave Evil Eye alive and allow him to continue fighting. That could be the real big mistake here as Wi-Fi's Dragon Punch gets caught by an Inara wall, and Wardoom saves the day.
Huge stuff there. Grumpy Bomb out onto the point as well. Evil Eye's going to go down to Prince Danny. Evil Eye having a rough game here. He is barely beating out, barely keeping up with his tanks in damage. You'd like to expect more from a big damage dealer like that. Red Serpent locks down Cuss Cutie as well. Denial taking a very convincing team fight with its Stolzy triple kill.
and they didn't even get value out of the Dragon Punch. That's what's crazy about that one. And look at this zone, Nick. They got 4 members all ahead. This is the confidence of this team right now. They know they got to shut this down. It's all tied up. No comeback mechanic here. So normally you'd see a team who is down 2-0 be a little bit closer to actually capturing this objective. But because this zone was so aggressive, they were able to really keep it for themselves. And Evil Eye is a day late and a dollar short, as I like to say. The objective going to Denial.
Double kill rolling through now for Stolz. He has the chance for more here. Cuskcutie up in the air, almost disengages him off the map, but Androxus can easily fly back on him. That's going to be a delayed triple kill for Stolzy. Once again, big impact in these team fights. Wardum caught out without a healer, goes down for free.
Oh, and that is Wi-Fi still showing up. He's doing a lot of damage, and Prince Danny TV is having such a big impact, not only on this Eevee, but against this team, this caliber of a team. I'm so impressed with the way that he's shown up. Maybe one, almost got 2, and he will follow through. Vex 30 could go down, and he will. That's no healer for the side of Odin's Chosen. This is looking bad as the push continues.
2 kills already, make it 3. Wardum in a bad spot with no healer. He's not going to last much longer. Danny claims his life, but still, plenty of time left on this payload to give up in terms of the distance here. So Odin's need to be careful, need to not give up any picks there. Cuskcutie almost goes down. That could have been bad.
This looks like it could be it. Prince Danny TV, he's got the Ice Storm. I know he wants to use it. Just zone him in there. It's got a big cripple, and he's ready to do it. And Nara comes in. Earthen Guard, CC immune, and here it is. Vex 30 caught and into the cripple. She's going to go back to base. A big barrage comes through. Dosivs finds the kill, but it does not mean that he will finish off the threat. Arai, though, the last one standing, as well as Wi-Fi, and they have fully wiped. I'm really surprised that that didn't go in Denial's favor.
Yeah, unfortunately for Odin's Chosen, though, over a minute still left on the clock there for that payload to try and get pushed in. King Bomb and Seismic Crash are available, so could look to stabilize here, but one more team fight from Denial, that clean as all the others have been. That's going to go a conversion and a game 1 in their favor.
You know what? This is what we talk about. Remember, we talked about the Torvald holding that ultimate so much on Serpent Beach in that one game. This is what I love about it. They use all 5, but guess what? They got a minute left. They're charging them back up. Dread Serpent's already ready. Ruckus has his in 20%. Cassie's about 70% charged. This is value. This is value for those big game-changing moments. You didn't get it, but you might get it next time as a Dread Serpent comes out to start the fight.
On the backside, Evil Eye gonna get the Grumpy Bomb stun off before he dies. Cuskcutie gets one. Arai has 2 kills in the backline, almost 3. Seismic Crash try and do something, doesn't get anyone there. Cassie stays out of that crowd control. Cuskcutie has to buy a lot of time here. Arai is actually going huge in this team fight for Denial.
And you know who else is going to use it with Stolzy, but unfortunately not able to stay alive long enough. And this will still give Odin's Chosen a great chance at stalling. And they have King Bomb. If they can get the Bomb King out of the fight, they won't be able to have that resource used against them. But right now, with overtime ticking away and only Bitey there, it looks like this is going to be a struggle to push. They might just have to settle for 3-3 in the last round.
And they do defensive point granted to Odin's Chosen for holding that one here. Don't use a ton of ultimates either. Just Seismic Crash, Barrage almost ready. But outside of that, Convergence, the King Bomb, as well as the Accursed Arm are all ready to rock and roll. Denial don't have anything online besides Scout right now. So no offensive tools here. They have the potential to be very heavily exploited here with the ultimates, but it's just a matter of how much have Odin's Chosen been paying attention to that? How much do they know is up versus down?
Taking a look at the items, we do see Master Writing 2 for Wardum, which is going to give him the advantage to get into that room first. No Master Writing except for Wi-Fi, surprisingly. Although he's done well in terms of damage, he's 8-12 in terms of actual kills to death ratio. Stolzy actually coming on top, and Prince Danny TV carrying this entire game. 21 kills, only 10 deaths, 10 assists on kills as well. So really amazing stuff by Danny. Let's see if we can continue to carry as this fight begins. 15% already for Odin's Chosen on the objective.
Prince Danny blinking in, looking for Vex or for Dosivs. Both members going to be staying alive here. Ice Block used very effectively to heal back up. Denial back in the driver's seat of the point, but they're going to be forced out here. King Bomb coming over the top, looking for a stun. Stolzy is the recipient of that King Bomb.
Big time plays, though. Prince Danny TV up and over, but he might get hurt here. It's looking like Dosivs and Cuskcutie ready to finish him off. He gets out alive, and that is a big deal. Somehow, they still keep their flanker there, and now if Cuskcutie or Dosivs fall, this could be the end, but it is the end for Prince Danny TV. Is Odin's Chosen able to turn this around? Big convergence, maybe? It's not going to get much. The CC immunity on this team is really looking powerful for them, and Odin's Chosen now really ready to settle things away with Denial.
2 for 2. Evil Eye needs to find Whiffle here, but Whiffle back up into the air, expertly tracked down with the thrust Poppy Bomb. Will put Evil Eye back up and into the Ice Storm. Prince Danny into his Ice Block, takes a ton of damage. Bitey's back here, but 99% on the point for Odin's Chosen. Bitey goes down mid-air.
And this is big, though. On the back inside, Vex 30 is definitely in contest. Prince Danny comes in right onto a Grumpy Bomb. Arai throws the Gourd. Here's a Seismic Crash. Wardoom stays alive, but the Gourd will do enough damage to finish him off. Yo, this is Odin's Chosen's victory, and look at that last ending shot.
Picture perfect.
Wow.
Good stuff there. Odin's Chosen come away with it. 3-3 scenario, probably closer than it has been in the past. But Stolzy 100K, Whiffle 110K on his Drogos. Looking good for having never played before in competitive play. 3 Godslayer titles on Denial Squad there for Prince Danny, Whiffle, and Stolzy. So Whiffle showing that he can play stuff, and that's often the case for most tank players and support players, is they do play a lot of the Drogos and Droxuses, a lot of hard carries, because, you know, you can't really carry a ranked game with a healer or a tank.
No, you really can't. But these players, despite being so good at all the different roles, have to play the role that they've been tasked to play. For me, looking at it, everyone did a great job. I liked everybody's performance here. Definitely shouting out Prince Danny for doing so well on the EV in a game where, you know, maybe the victor, yeah, a good target for him. Not the easiest here. And definitely not a lot of other easy targets in this game. But still really carried the damage charge, really carried the actual kills, super efficient in his play, and that's what you want from an Eevee.
Definitely. I'm going to be looking forward to this next game here. Bring up the map draft on your screen now. It is going to be Fish Market, actually. Really cool stuff. This is pretty early for a Fish Market map draft coming through.
Yeah, very, very early for Fish Market, but maybe they just want to get it out of the way. Maybe they want to get a W here.
Somebody's got a strategy here. Somebody's got a. Somebody's up for something here. I have a feeling. Ready for the champion draft. We'll have to see if any funky stuff's come through. Both of these teams pulling out some really.
All right. Well, it does look like we are going to be taking a look at the draft coming through. First pick still not chosen. I think the teams are flipped around, so we will get that adjusted. But still waiting for that first champion to be selected. Going to be really interesting. Do they go for the Androxus? It's the Ruckus there.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been big for Denial, and so they continue with it.
Absolutely. So Odin's Chosen, probably going to go with an Andro here, as well as what did they take? Maybe a Bomb King, but teams today have just not been dissuaded from picking Drogos into Androxus.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I think maybe you look at the counter, but maybe there's just not enough opportunities to counter. I mean, you spend all this time, trying to just say, I'm going to easily flank the Drogos. You miss your one opportunity to kill him, and he runs towards his team. He goes to the other side of the map, and then all of a sudden, where's your point pressure? Where's your ability to affect the fight beyond that? Androxus, very good at flanking a target, but not the best at really hurting the point. And he needs people to get him low. That's what Drogos does. He's got damage out the wazoo, no matter who's playing him.
Yeah, and, with Fusillade being the popular choice here, one rocket can really put a wrench in the Androxus' plan. Putting him below half HP is a great way to start off a fight, but it looks like it may be a Kinessa here as the Eevee has come through as well.
Yeah, I like this draft.
More flank pressure, maybe?
No,
I think it's enough dive.
Yeah, I think you could see a Victor here. I think you also could maybe see another tank, but a Buck, not a bad selection. He's available, and he will be selected here. He's got a lot of HP. He's going to be hard, even with a Kinessa to headshot. I mean, look at these champions here. Pretty much no one can get Eagle Eye headshot from full health. And that is a kind of a big advantage, especially when you're talking about sending people to go and try to assassinate her. But I have a feeling we're gonna see. Do you think we're gonna see Stolzy on this Kinessa?
I think probably. Well, what's Whiffle going to be playing? What's Bitey going to be playing? It'll probably be Bitey on Kinessa, actually, and then Cassie might be Stolzy.
Going to be really interesting to see how this one transitions. I can't wait for game 2 on Fish Market. Denial versus Odin's Chosen.
Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. Wish that I could stay. Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Nile versus Odin's Chosen here on Fish Market. And we talked about the spicy Kinessa pick and who will be playing it. Let's check it out. Denial, they're running Exaction Cassie Wi-Fi, taking control of that one. Stolzy running the Eagle Eye Kinessa, so we'll see some snipes from the main man himself. Mortal Reach, Saris for Arai, Reprieve Eevee for Prince Danny TV, and Aerial Assault Ruckus for Bitey yet again.
Odin's Chosen looking to keep things rolling here with Doseps on the Accelerant Bomb King, Vex on the Ripen Gourd, Maldamba, Architectonics for War Doom's Barrack, Darkstalker for Cusses, Androxus, and a Bounce House for Evil Eye's Buck with 2 Master Ridings here. Evil Eye is probably going to be the one looking to get in early and often onto Stolzy's Kinessa.
This is going to be very important here. Eagle Eye going to be important to, I think, see if it can make its impact in this game. Sometimes can just absolutely change a point fight. Stolzy, he's definitely one to headshot. He's going to be very aggressive with his Kinessa and very well willing to try and find the head. He will find one onto Barrack, and that's actually going to be first blood onto Bitey, but Prince Danny TV will take advantage of what Stolzy served on the platter for him and his team and finish off the frontliner for Odin's Chosen.
Really good movement around the fight from Stolzy's Kinessa. Transporter to safety as well as has some restore there, but Evil Eye looking for his Doseps, excuse me, on the Bomb King this time. Stolzy doesn't know where to go. These flankers are starting to tighten the noose around this Kinessa, but managing to stay alive and finding a big headshot to boot.
This is big time. Stolzy with 2 headshots that definitely changed this fight, but now finds himself in trouble. But look at the healing onto him. This is the support you need to give your Kinessa. And Stolzy somehow staying relevant in a very chaotic battle. Still, Odin's Chosen with the advantage, 66% on the objective capture now. War Doom, very tight and comfortable on the objective with 2 turrets set up, but forced to retreat thanks to a couple damaging shots here from the sniper.
Cutie could go down here. Stolzy's going to blast him as he comes around the corner. Evil Eye does find Prince Danny, though. So now Denial have a real chance of taking this one back, especially because Stolzy has no pressure on him.
Buck's the real danger here. Stolzy's free firing aside from this, but he's got his ultimate up already. War Doom actually, and Doseps hide behind a box and a shield, and it's going to mean Stolzy falls thanks to Evil Eye's pressure. And that Buck wrestler skin never looked so good. The man's been working out, but God, was he having it himself in a good position.
Evil Eye bouncing back in here. Cutie spotted out. Whiffle doing pretty well in the Cassie for himself right now, but 99% on overtime started for Odin's Chosen. There's going to be 1 pick coming through. Cutie puts his team in a good spot to find this first payload.
This is dangerous because despite Odin's Chosen winning this one, and you know what, I think despite a lot of things happening their way, it was hard to take down the Kinessa. The way that Denial have been playing, they really have been protecting Kinessa well. If this goes on towards the later end of the game, when those shields are less effective thanks to the wreckers, when those big shots matter a little bit more, it's going to be interesting. The big key for me, Evil Eye, really able to apply the pressure to Stolzy long enough to force him off his sniping spots.
2 minutes remain here. Payload already making good progress, about halfway. in just under 30 seconds of the payload push. Evil Eye, now Dosup's coming in as well, looking for Stolzy, and they are going to find him with ease.
Wardoom's got the dome shield as well, and Prince Danny TV has forced it out of him. That's actually a great place for the teammates of Odin's Chosen to hide for cover. Wi-Fi actually almost going down. Wardoom notorious for staying alive and having a great KDA. So they have not found a death onto Barrack yet, I believe, since the beginning of that fight where Stolzy is able to finish him off. So Wardoom still alive and well, sitting near his turrets, minute and 20 seconds, and this push is almost at its end.
Yeah, Cuskity putting a lot of pressure into the back line. Stolzy puts a big shot into a volley, comes out on top of the 1v1. King Bomb does come in, however, 2 for 1 in favor of denial.
Big time, though. Stolzy takes him out before the King Bomb, I think, can go through, and that leaves it with 100% still ready to go. Bomb King still has that big-time, game-changing ultimate. Stolzy will find a triple kill there. Kinessa showing up big. Stolzy recharging the wrecked sniper and ready to go ahead and keep wrecking Odin's Chosen.
Yeah, but so much time still left on the clock here. Just a couple of inches left. So one team fight, and Odin's Chosen. They're going to find this conversion with ease. Now big shots, though, onto Evil Eye, keeping him back for the time being. Has a good spot here. Really good long line of sight, keeping his flankers at bay. They're able to spot anyone coming from this spot in particular. So it's going to be very tough to break. Stolzy in a great spot and sends Dosups way back to base with a huge headshot.
Oh, baby, that was good. Stolzy making good use of that Eagle Eye, more so than we've seen a lot of times when people have played it. And he's not afraid to really rush into the fight. But Cuskity and Evil Eye definitely combining to make mincemeat of the sniper who's being a little aggressive. Vex30, though, he has really not died very often. Cuskity with 2 kills of his own and still can't take down Maldamba. Wardoom, yet again, alive, in charge, only 2 deaths to his name. And Dosups and Odin's Chosen push it in for a 2-0 lead once more.
Unfortunately, they're going to head to... that was a very quick conversion, I think, for Odin's Chosen there. They got so much done off that initial momentum from capturing the payload point there. And that's the price you pay, right? Denial gave up almost the entire conversion push before winning a convincing fight.
And we are going to possibly head to a break here. The game is still rolling. We just want to make sure we get the camera right for all of you watching at home. And so we will be obviously back with some visuals for you guys in just a second. This game, 2-0 for Odin's Chosen, looking very, very exciting. We're back with the point fight. It's just the beginning of the second round. 2-0 for Odin's Chosen, and Stolzy capitalizing on the convergence, getting the bonus damage from the Oppressor Mine, being tagged onto Evil Eye as well. Oh, big headshot for Stolzy. Takes Dosups out of the King Bomb, and though he falls, that was a great play from the sniper.
Cutie gonna try to swing this one. Triple kill for the God Slayer rolling through. Prince Danny has no choice other than to retreat. Vex 30 even cleans one up, and somehow Odin's Chosen cleaned that team fight up after the mess that was the beginning of that.
Oh, man, I can't even believe it. You know, we're getting crazy over Stolzy's double kill here, but Cutie pulls a triple kill that was just as good, even more impactful because he shut down what could have been a rampaging Kinessa. Cutie's Androxus, nothing to mess with here. Great play by Prince Danny TV, but dead to rights with those Bomb King bombs ready and facing him. Don't see Cutie quite yet, but the Dome Shield should secure it over Bitey's Hexafire. Odin's Chosen really in command of this game.
Absolutely. Every ultimate finding value there. Odin's Chosen still with one in the tank there. Evil Eye has the Buck Wild. Second payload of the game going to be captured and off to the races here. Denial got to find an answer in soon. They are down 3-0.
You know, it's real nice seeing Evil Eye play this Buck. They've really not had this guy run on this champion very often, but he has been very detrimental to Denial's plan, absolutely denying any safe space for Kinessa this entire time. There's too many people diving him, and he's got too big of a health pool to finish off quickly. He just is able to get in and get out. That's the benefit of Bounce House. So much safety, and he doesn't really sacrifice a lot of damage.
The bombs right now from the front. 600 credits in the pocket for Whiffle. Looking to get those cauterizes online, but Doseps finds the bombs onto Stolzy very early and often. Bitey's in a rough spot. He's going to try and advance out of this fight, but doesn't look good for him.
Oh, Cutie playing absolutely superbly. Wonderful play from the flanker here. Running Androxus is his favorite champion as of late on the damage roll, but he's brought out a little bit of Maeve this tournament. Maybe not so much right now, even though it might have been a good thing to contest this Kinessa, which has really been the key focal point for Denial's strategy. A minute and 15 seconds left. Nothing has worked so far to their according plan, and with a King Bomb ready to go and a Dread Serpent almost 20% away from being charged, things could be bad.
1 minute remain. Can they find it? Big ultimate still ready to go for Denial. A lot of damage being put in, forcing Odin's Chosen back around the corner. They're going to have some way to find breaking this defense. Stolzy on his Kinessa picks one off early, puts a lot of damage into War Doom. Clean sweep here for Denial off the back of another beautiful convergence from Arai.
I mean, that ultimate is so good. It is so good right now. The difference between 1.5 to 0.5 seconds from the buff in terms of the actual reaction time you have is so important. And this is the third time we've seen 4 members or more get pulled into one of those.
Back of spawn, so he didn't get the memo. Everybody got caught in the convergence, and he was left out to dry. That'll happen sometimes. Big Dread Serpent, though, on the front, and Evil Eye buying so much time. 3 members of Denial are distracted and busy with this Buck.
And there's Barrick. War Doom just picking up a kill, maybe another kill as well. Spray should be coming out. Get wrecked. King Bomb for a nice finish. And that's 4 members alive, none on the battlefield. 5 members alive and none for Denial, getting denied for the second time in a row.
And it's going to come through now 2-0 up. Odin's Chosen looking to close this one out. They're starting to look like themselves, starting to pick up momentum against Denial. But the big story here, win or lose for Denial, is picking up Prince Danny has fit pretty seamlessly into this roster. They've had some of their best games, period, with this guy up in the roster.
It's pretty ridiculous. I'm actually, there's a couple of things here that to me start to bode well for both these teams. I think Prince Danny TV, we talked about him a bunch, does a decent job for me on the Eevee. Maybe would like to see a little bit of a change in his God pull here. I think the Eevee was clearly not the only answer to a Kinessa, and they maybe should have left that on the table, and I would have loved to see Prince Danny try something else today. The other big story for me is Vex 30, Cutie. These guys are really falling into these roles. We're seeing it more and more now become consistent for them to really be doing the right things at the right time. Only 3 deaths for Vex. They just could not kill Moldamba. His positioning was absolutely perfect.
62,000 damage. No Inara in this game, so just straight up beating Arai Cirrus in healing. Good stuff from Odin's Chosen. We'll head on over to the map and champion drafts here for game number 3. This could be over here pretty soon, guys, if Odin's Chosen can keep it rolling. Looks like it will be Frog Isle. A lot of momentum here. Odin's Chosen looking good to keep things rolling.
Yeah, just denying denial. That is the theme of this set. And will they continue to be denied? Champion draft coming up right now for you to see Denial with the first pick yet again. Will they make the choice for Ruckus? Looks like they will. A little bit of hard-headedness here, Nick. Maybe a little bit of stubbornness. I don't know. This Ruckus, although really impressive at the start, has kind of lost its panache for me.
Yeah, Sarah's taken very early as well from Odin's Chosen. Maybe just because Odin's Chosen are realizing they don't have to take Bomb King. Denial haven't really shown that they want it. They haven't taken it at all when it was open every single game in their previous set. So just letting it stay open, getting what they need now before it's gone. And Shaolin looks like Prince Danny maybe swapping things up off the Eevee this time.
Yeah, that's the big key. I think although Bitey loves Bomb King, he hasn't ever been the Bomb King guy. We've never associated his name with Bomb King, whereas Evil Eye has definitely been one of the best Bomb Kings we've ever seen here in our competitive scene. So now they get the Inara, the Androxus, the Saris, the Bomb King. These are looking like great picks for them. The Shaolin comes through. Prince Danny TV most likely to be on that one. And now a Barrack. This is odd. This to me is maybe not what you want, and more of this is a call from a coach saying, let's get the right lineup. But Stolze, I'm not seeing him being very comfortable on really any of these champions here.
Perhaps. And now with no flank pressure, Denial leave themselves open to something spicy. Could be Kinessa, but Victor going to be locked in for Odin's Chosen. A lot of damage to help shred through not only these tanks, but another good hit scan option to take down Drogos.
And, I think this is going to be a real test of not only champion diversity. I think that this is the right draft for the direction that Denial need to go. They have to find themselves capable of playing Drogos well. They have to be able to flex onto champions like this and have a big time performance. Who will be on the Dragon? Who will come to play today? It's time to take it into game number 3 on Frog Isle to see if Odin's Chosen will wrap things up or if Denial will bring this set back. It's time to check it all out. It's Denial versus Odin's Chosen, and it's time for Frog Isle to see where things will land at the end of game number 3. Of course, looking at the lineups here, it is Wi-Fi on Architectonics Barrack, Fusillade Drogos for Stolze, Ripen Gourd for Maldamba on Arai, and Recurve Shaolin for Prince Danny TV, Aerial Assault Ruckus, finishing things up for Bitey.
Looking to take another first place finish here. Doseps will have Gunnery. Victor Cuscutie taking Darkstalker on his Androxus. Evil Eye has selected Accelerant for his Bomb King. Wardoom has taken Mother's Grace for Inara, and Vex 30 with the Mortal Reach on Saris with 2 Cauterizes, a Wrecker, 1 Master Riding. As we know, Wardoom loves, and Morale Boost for Vex. And Morale Boost is a pretty interesting thing for me personally on Saris because, you could go Chronos and almost, in my eyes, accomplish the same sort of thing. You just get more heals off. And not only can you do that, you can use your soul rend more, you can use your shadow travel more. You have everything available more often, and just healing more period is going to give you more ultimate charge.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Morale Boost is just a choice because of the fact that Convergence got that buff and it's so strong right now. I think that's a very wise choice, although you could definitely go Chronos here. It's just Morale Boost gives you still a very powerful benefit, but it also is a little cheaper, right? You don't have to invest that extra 100 each time. So maybe able to get to level 2 and 3 of that a lot more effectively here. Stolze, he's going to be on Drogoz. He's played this champion a lot, but he hasn't ever really made a name for himself. This isn't the same way we think of Drogoz when we talk about Bugsy or Mudastina on it. Stolze really in North America trying to represent a big-time Drogoz player here, and it's up to him and Denial to show that he has what it takes to go against the best, which is Odin's Chosen at the moment.
Salvo primed and Revi, first blood and second blood go very quickly. 1-2 punch in the way of Odin's Chosen. Trying to find some damage onto someone, onto anyone. Over the top. Evil Eye actually comes over with the Poppy Bomb, but then gets sent back with the Impaler Arrow right straight away. Odin's Chosen with 33% and climbing on the point.
And maybe more importantly, not necessarily Stolze here on this use of La Drogos, but it's Prince Danny TV with the Impaler Arrows, with the planets from long range on the Shaolin. Something he really showcased his prowess in doing on those Serpent Beach maps, where we really started to fall in love with him and his play on this champion. And that's a kill for him on to Cuss Cutie. Just the big turnaround that Denial needed.
Big long range shot. In fact, 99%. They're going to need to turn it around yet again as the respawns start to come through here. Long range shot's going to be good onto Vex, but they've got all the time in the world to work with and try and find the right angle into this fight.
Playing the superhero Shaolin as well. It's going to give Stolze a little bit of time, and he takes down Wardoom Zanara. He does fall, but this is a really good opportunity for them to be able to push back Odin's Chosen without a front line. 2 seconds left until Zanara is able to jump back into the fight as well. No ultimates really, except the Convergence. They've got to be careful for this one, though, because Saris could really turn the tide of this fight.
Overtime has been started right now. Evil Eye's low, Cuss Cutie's low. Danny sends one of them home. Evil Eye gets sent home in the middle of the air, but Odin's Chosen sneak it away somehow, some way. They found the window. Despite losing this team fight, they're going to go up 1-0.
Well, that's a Convergence that somehow went down, really helped us collapse this team. And really, I think you talk about that morale boost coming in to have an effective impact on this fight that's already paying dividends here. Spidey trying to push them back, and God, it's got to feel bad for Denial. So close, played such a nice round and still come out empty-handed.
Yeah, Wardoom gonna get stunned out here, but not a whole lot gained. Bitey with a big Hexafire finds one. Wardoom walls off the rest of it, but still taking a ton of damage here. I don't know if Sarah's gonna be able to bail him out.
Bitey really developing a nice skill of aiming absolutely down onto his opponents as a ruckus, and he's really getting a lot better at that. I wonder if it actually affects his ability to get headshots as well, because aiming down onto the head, probably a little bit more consistent and really getting those yellow chinks when you're trying to hit that going down. And the armor, chinks of the armor definitely falling for Odin's Chosen, but Denial still not able to really crack through the way that they wanted.
Big kills coming through for Dosovs. Rolling this payload off. Still a long way to go here. Not a lot of momentum coming off that point capture, as it was kind of snuck away somehow by Odin's Chosen. But now they're getting off to the races here. Payload's moving up about halfway. It's still a minute left to try and find the conversion. Big ultimates coming through. The bell has tolled. Barrage incoming. Kills, though, not following from Odin's Chosen. Incredibly
important here for them to find some kills. We talked about that armor, and it's just not able to crack full enough. And though, your real prowess here, I think, in this game is the fact that you've still been able to hold it down and not give up an easy 2-0, which is what Frog Isle is so known for. It's still gonna look like a very tall task for Denial to keep this up and stop Odin's Chosen, with Saris' ultimate convergence charged yet again.
Now we're trying to find our way through here, but so many big rockets coming from Stolze, keeping Wardoom oppressed, keeping him in the back lines, trying to get forward on this barrack. Here's the Dragon Punch rolling through. Who's Stolze going to look for? He's looking for a tank. He's looking for someone, anyone. Dosops will be the recipient of the Dragon Fist.
Absolutely, and there is exactly what he wants. Looking at the damage coming through from Prince Danny TV, it's not enough to take down Wardoom, but let me tell you what, Vex 30 almost going down, but just not quite. Saris, so much survivability with the shadow travel. I'm really excited to see how he keeps that up. The seismic crash here, perfectly used right after the slither from Maldama goes away as well. Wi-Fi over the dome shield, he's gonna pop it, and this is gonna give Odin's Chosen a little bit of wariness going in, trying to take away Denial's pressure.
Cutie goes down, but Dosups goes toe-to-toe with Stolzy coming out on top. Danny's so low in the backline. Wardoom has been staying alive this entire fight. Walls off Bitey as well. There's the barrage incoming, drops the wall. Big damage coming through, but Dosups gets shut down.
Actually misses one arrow, and that is why Dosups gets the second tick of the barrage off. That's so important to notice. And now, right now, Wardoom has this wall. If he puts it down, it's going to actually give them the capture objective, but Wardoom's going to fall. That means no Funny and Nara business. A missed stun, but a great follow-up kill from Arai will secure the defense. Oh boy, this is exactly what Denial needed.
A great attempt, though, from Odin's Chosen to be able to try and get that one through, sitting on still a Cursed Arm and King Bomb. So not a whole lot gained or lost for any of them. In fact, they are going to be out in front in terms of ultimates. Denial just have that Dread Serpent available to them. And taking a look at some of the items, no resilience is coming online just yet for Odin's Chosen. Only one picked up by Wiffle on his barrack. It's all Cauterize and Wrecker for the guys of Odin's Chosen. They've hit the level 2 mark, but holding that defense for so long, Denial was able to keep up with them. And so we're all about even in terms of the items heading into round number 2.
Heading into this fight, it's going to be a lot of the, I think, onus on Cuss Cutie to play well and to continue dominating in this role as a damage carry here, flanking with Androxus. Finds 2 shots, another step up into the air. Oh, he's going for an Accursed Arm. This is interesting. Through the forest, can't really see above the canopy, and this is going to mean that he doesn't get a lot of value for that Accursed Arm. Evil Eye does come to his rescue, though, and slay Stolzy, who was really hot on his trail.
In the backline, a lot of low targets. Danny's able to clean up one of them. However, Warden very healthy, still sitting on the point with the advantage. So winning that team fight from the point the entire time is putting Odin's Chosen in a very good spot to keep this rolling.
72%. Odin's Chosen really looking to come through strong here as this game continues towards its end. But round's still not over. This seismic crash could change everything, though. Stolzy looking to find one. Vex 30's there. Can he stay alive? That's the real question. Nice shot by Cuss Cutie. Stolzy does find a big rocket onto him, but it will leave the flanker alive, and it will allow him and his team to aggress under this point a little bit faster than they had wanted.
Enemy rampage.
Big Prince Danny planted there up on the high ground. 96% for Odin's Chosen, but still unable to find the win here. Unable to find the full 5-man squad as Dosups goes down. Pretty staggered right now. Bitey just boxing out, giving Cuss Cutie a lot of his ultimate charge, however. So need to be careful of just giving that up for free. Cuss Cutie once again getting in here to try and start the overtime, and Wardoom trying his best to stay alive against a Hexafire onslaught.
I'm watching Arai right now, and you know what? Very good slithers, a little bit missing on the heals, not really focusing on Bitey as much as I'd love him to be, but they don't need to. He's adding damage. This is the choice that you have to face as a healer, and Arai made the perfect choice for this fight. It's going to end up in Denial's favor because he really chose to do damage and not focus on healing when he needed to.
It's 30 seconds to get this 1-2 conversion. Denial back in the driver's seat. Only the Dome Shield available in this game in terms of ultimates. Everyone put everything on the line here. Prince Danny's actually gone into morale boost as well on his Shaolin, forgoing the Cauterize 3 for a little bit of time here, valuing that Heat Haze enough to be able to have an impact. Dosups is going to get stunned and actually slain across the map with a nice planet.
Cuss Cutie doing a great job as an Androxus player, really getting rid of Stolzy. And look at this, Arai goes in with a Dread Serpent and a Slither just to kill Cuss Cutie. Not worth there for me, and I think they end up losing a lot of momentum, and they lose a big game-changing aspect to their roster. But I will say this, the fact that they used it so early in this push means that he can easily charge it back up throughout this fight.
Yeah, I guess you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so trying to get that roll in there and just didn't pan out, but now it's going to take that much longer to get that sort of attempt up and running again. Cuss Cutie's actually getting very caught out here right now. Probably going to go down. Yeah, Prince Danny's going to take him out right there. So early man advantage. Grumpy Bomb stun. It's going to come out on the 2, and there's Arai. You want to solo ult us? We'll solo ult you right back.
Watch out, man. This guy, Prince Danny TV, he's on an 11 streak. Has not died in a while. Superhero Shaolin playing like a superhero himself. And Heat Haze is available. He's going to be running recurve, so it's just meaning he's going to fire very, very fast when he pops that ultimate and be stealth as always. Right now, he has the opportunity to spot out Cuss Cutie. Doesn't see him yet, but now Wi-Fi's alerted him. And if they can get Cuss out of this fight, Impaler Arrow misses, they might have a chance, but they're just going to contend on moving towards this payload.
40 seconds left to get this one rolling here. Not a lot of progress made frankly, from Denial. Barrage did come out, didn't get any kills for it, though. Wardoom gets one. Cuss Cutie finds one, 2 for 1 right now in favor of Odin's Chosen, but Cuss does go answer. Nice jump shot from Prince Danny.
That's huge. Danny comes in, takes down the flanker, and that's what they wanted. Bitey, though, is so low that I really think he needs to fall back, or he needs to get some help from Prince Danny TV, who wisely goes into the planet but cancels it out. And Wardoom chasing him around knows that he's going to be able to just finish off anyone who's low, especially with all that damage from the Stone Spear. Here we see all these ultimates ready to go. 55% for Arai on the Dread Serpent. Not yet charged, but slithers into a Grumpy Bomb, and he's going to fall there.
So that's the big thing to note here, though. Arai only getting 66% charged on his ultimate through the entirety of that round. So the solo ult not panning out, and he was not able to get his ultimate charged throughout the rest of that round. So he'll be in a rough spot here. 66% as well for that barrage on Doseps, who just used it.
And you know what? You're actually talking a good point here. You see that full seismic crash for Inara might have been there as well, which would have been, I think, the best news for Danny. But he actually fed a large streak to Odin's Chosen players by allowing him to kill off. A lot of players will sometimes jump down. They'll sometimes say, you know what? I'd rather just die because it's going to happen anyways, and not give that extra ultimate charge to Odin's Chosen. Right now, they're looking at 3 big-time ultimates ready for this fight. Only Victors and Saris are down.
Hexafire, Dome Shield, Heat Haze, Dragon Punch, all ready to go for Denial. Trying to get something rolling here. 18 early % on the point for Odin's Chosen. Here comes a lot of stuff out. Seismic Crash and King Bomb shut down the Dome Shield.
All right, still alive, though, and this is big. The healer keeping control of the point. Trying to heal Stolzy. Misses that one. They're going to heal him once more in the air, but here's Cuss Cutie, and he knows he's got to take a look at the point, but he's also got to take a look at the damage that could do him in. 39%, 42% for Arai on the objective. He has been the king, and although he's losing the healing because he doesn't really have the Inara on his squad, doing a great job of staying in command of this fight.
Every ultimate popped here. Dragon Punch ready to go. Trying to take down probably Wardoom here. Waldo is going to be good. Still able to squeak around the side there. Danny in a Heat Haze putting some good damage in. There's a convergence. Vex 30 trying to save this fight, but he just can't do it on his own.
Danny gets a triple kill there. Stolzy finishes the last one, and though the convergence is perfect and pulls several key members of Denial into it, it's all up to the superhero flanker and damage dealer, the 2 damage dealers to finish off the characters who could have followed up. Danny and Stolzy combining to show that their partnership is just beginning.
2 minutes remain for this payload, and it's already made more progress than it did in the entirety of the previous round here. Danny having a good team fight, having a good game on this Shaolin. Like to see him doing something different, showing that he can do more than just play Eevee for this Denial roster. Still having a great impact while he's doing it.
This is the champion that he loves. I mean, whenever I run across Prince Danny in any game, and even in these competitive games where he's played with other teams before this, we've seen it, Shaolin be his go-to champion. In the air, he slays Cuss Cutie. Cuss Cutie, the reversal bug, doesn't matter if you got a guy with pinpoint aim like that following up and finishing you off. Hitting only for 470 onto Inara, but that will seal the deal. Rampage for Danny. This battle of the TVs seems to have been won by this one a long time ago.
Joseph's in a bad spot as now. Can't really have an impact on this team fight. He's just caught out right now. Convergence will come through. Finds one. Danny, though, continues to go off, and the payload goes through for conversion. Denial get themselves on the board with a win on Frog Isle.
Danny coming through. Big victory for Denial. And, I mean, you got to put the MVP on Prince Danny's shoulders here. Only 5 deaths. Look at that outlier. I mean, that's a standard deviation. At least 2 away from everyone on his team, and almost in the game. 80,000 damage, 30 eliminations. This guy absolutely played lights out, and this is so exciting for Denial too. Coming into this set and into this week, they just didn't know how he was going to transition for them, and take away the Eevee, put him on Shaolin. I mean, wow, this is looking like a real solid team.
Quiet game as well from Cuss Cutie. 14 deaths and 64,000, so not even able to keep up with Inara on the Wardoom there. Struggling to shut down, and that's the good part about Shaolin, is he does so well against flankers. He's kind of that, just A+ backline damage guy who can kind of hold his own, doesn't really need help protecting himself, doesn't really have anyone who hard counters him, and he's just pretty solid against every lineup, every roster.
Well, what's also pretty cool is that Stolzy, we kind of questioned his Drogo's play a little bit. We always like to do that. And he showed up. 109K damage, 28-12 on the eliminations, which highest eliminations on his team. Deaths on his team, but 4 solo kills. That means a lot. Highest solo kills as well. I mean, he has a few slot Drogos who's really hitting the rocket, sometimes making those game-changing plays that mattered, and you can't discount that at all. The next map should be ready to go, and it does look like, let's see, Stone Keep will be where it is.
Be interesting to see. Champion draft ready to go for Stone Keep. Denial played pretty well on this one against King Garnet. This was the game 1 of that series, but they're not going to have the first pick as they did in this previous set. Odin's Chosen will be graced with that one. Denial running the Ruckus, very high priority on this map. And Jiraxis, though, going to be the selection first up for Odin's Chosen. And Denial are more than happy to take the Ruckus second.
Absolutely. And, this is a very important thing for them to have in terms of establishing the type of lineup that they want to go for. Stone Keep allows for height. It allows for maneuverability. 2 things that Ruckus with Aerial Assault and Cassie with Exaction provide very well for Denial, and very comfort picks as well for today's games for Stolze and Bitey.
Sarah Strogos, the selection for Odin's Chosen here. So having the Androxus on their squad is going to be a good look for them to keep that Drogos safe, as they know Denial now can't have it. But Makoa Hubbard, pretty low priority in this series and in the region, just overall, still one of the top picks in Europe, but definitely fallen down in North American priority.
Now, taking a look, Anara will be selected, as well as Bomb King for Odin's Chosen at the very end of the day. I think this lineup provides them with a wide range of suitable options for not only damage, but point control, push control, defense. This is a really, really solid lineup. And now Shaolin coming through at the very end. The most important thing for me about this one is, I think there's a little bit less room for Shaolin to hide and be full map effective, but Danny can make it happen. The thing is here, I don't see a lot of blaster pressure, and that's what Odin's Chosen has so much better than Denial here.
Not only no blaster pressure, but no hit scan either. So all projectile base and still being pigeonholed into that Haven damage reduction. It's going to be pretty tough here, especially to take down fast moving targets like Cuss Cutie on the Andra, like Drogos. Probably going to be played this time by Evil Eye, and I imagine Dosops will be on the Bomb King for Odin's Chosen. It feels like Odin's Chosen got everything they wanted here.
They sure did. So we'll see if that turns out to leave them with the opportunity to close this set or go to a game 5. Looks like this one's going to be a tight one. Don't want to miss this game on Stone Keep. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Odin's Chosen versus Denial, game number 4 here in the finals. It's been an action-packed day, and it's now time to take it even farther. Cuskity warming up on the Androxus. He'll be playing Darkstalker for his legendary Dosip, starting things off with the Accelerant Bomb King. Fusillade Drogos for Evil Eye, and that's a dangerous proposition for me if I'm staring at that in the face. Mother's Grace and Nara for Wardoom, and Mortal Reach Saris for Vex 30.
Whip, we're going to be back on his favorite Makoa there with Pluck, Stolzy on Exaction, Cassie Orion, Rappin' Gord, Maldamba, Recurve for Prince Danny Shaolin, a Aerial Assault for Bitey's Ruckus with 3 Chronos selections coming out from Denial.
Well, those advances are going to be recharging very quickly, you might say. And Prince Danny TV just doesn't see Cuskity, the counter flank coming through for him. And now Prince Danny's in trouble, but a planet could change it all. Here's a big reversal, but Cuskity will fall. Evil Eye takes down Stolzy, and he does take down Wi-Fi. And now Denial are in a small room with a lot of damage staring at them in the face. They may want to reposition here. 42% already on the objective for Odin's.
Arai going to be poked out by that salvo. Wardoom by himself with Bitey here on the point. Fire Spit going to connect directly with Bitey, so we'll provide that damage amp, but not for much longer. Big rockets coming through. Stolzy takes Evil Eye out of the sky. Huge swing.
Who needs hit scan when you got aim like Stolzy? He's going to dodge roll off and face against Dosip, a former teammate, and Stolzy cleans him up yet again. Stolzy knocks Nara into the air, finishes him off with Wi-Fi's help, and this is a complete turnaround here for Denial off the back of some great plays by Cassie.
45% now, north of 50. Denial. Complete driver's seat here. No ultimates charged up just yet. Bitey's getting close at 85%. He is actually leading the charge, having a lot of free damage farmed on Nara. Evil Eye gets very poked out very early, goes down. Stolzy finds Dosips as well.
Oh, God. Exaction Cassie is just running riot here. This needed the nerf. We didn't understand it. Nice wall, though, by Wardoom. Is going to seal off any pursuit. And that was actually masterclass there by Nara, just actually staying alive. And that was the last bit of consolation prize, I guess, that they could have gotten here in this type of a fight. Stolzy, though, 6 streak, absolutely really, long range kills, just proving that he knows how to turn this tide.
2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here to get this payload push to conversion. Already about 90%. Seismic Crash is ready to go for Wardoom's and Nara. Stolzy's poked pretty far out on the left side flank here. Just looking for some type of angle, and Denial here gonna try and have to survive through this X-Fire. Cuskity shuts it down pretty quickly, though.
Stolzy looking for Vex immediately, forces the shadow travel, and that just means Nara doesn't get the healing for that moment. Prince Danny TV's in the back line too, and he's looking to find Evil Eye. He will. Prince Danny TV, just when you thought you got rid of Stolzy, you got to deal with one more Bow. The Bow brothers, we call them, or Bow twins. Maybe that's a little bit better since they are girl and boy there, representing on the side of Denial. But Odin's Chosen stalled this push for now. Minute and 30 seconds on the clock.
A lot of time here. 40% of the payload left to be found. Ultimates all over the board for Odin's Chosen. Dragon Punch, King Bomb, Convergence, as well as a Cursed Arm. Denial don't have a ton to work with here. Just that Dread Serpent online, but Ancient Rage is getting pretty close. Bitey somehow found his way around the backside of the flank that most of the flankers take, but he is going to be spotted out. Not really doing a good job dealing with him, however.
The funniest thing is watching Bitey's aerial advance, watches his advances recharge after he runs out of them while he's midair. He's just so high. By the time he comes falling down, he's got another advance to move forward, and that's the beauty of it. Here's a Dread Serpent. Arai actually gets taken down off of Dosip's King Bomb, but they've got a lot of pressure still. Bitey providing a lot of it. Here's the Convergence. Stolzy will fall. Wi-Fi will fall. Dosip's having a field day here. Bitey's just left for dead. Triple kill for the Bomb King.
7 streak as well. 6 streak for Nara. Only 2 ultimates needed for that full team wipe. 30 seconds remain here. Strong zone coming out. Denial might not have a chance of getting back at this one. Cuskity narrowly stays alive and escapes with his life. That was a big boon to the side of Odin's Chosen. That would have been real bad if he went down.
Absolutely. And Dosips now looks like he could fall. 283 health to his name. It's Evil Eye pressuring out here as well. He's got a Fire Spit that doesn't work out in his favor, but Wardoom with a wall will solve things. Dosips still staying alive on the Bomb King. Very important. And even when Prince Danny goes invisible, he somehow finds a way to track him. This aim from this player, it's not something to be messed with. But here's the Seismic Crash yet again, twice in one fight. Prince Danny TV, though, gets a double kill, and this could change things for Denial.
Nara getting hacked to pieces by this dredge anchor. Gonna go down. 4 members alive and pushing. Vex30, the only one left to contest. Gonna try to get into shadow travel here, but won't make it.
Oh my
Denial sneak it through for the 2-0 lead.
Oh my God. I'm very impressed by that. They turned that around, and just when we thought it was over, getting that big clutch kill onto Dosips, who had been holding strong, seemed to just open the floodgates.
2 minutes for this payload push. Once these guys are able to find the conversion here, but 4 cauterizes. Wow. A lot of cauterized pressure coming on after the... So picking up another Chronos here. Whiffle going into that one, trying to combat some of these Makoa nerfs here. It's been surprising to me just the sheer fall off of Makoa in prioritization in the North American side. At the end of the day, it was just 2 seconds off that hook cooldown, and he basically took his entire exit from North American Paladins. But back and having the impact, this is what Whiffle's used to playing, and he's really showing that here in his gameplay.
To me, can Prince Danny TV keep stepping up? Can he find those kills? The double kill from him made all the difference, as well as the entire unit of Denial working together. 7 streak, though, for Shaolin, and now let's make it 8. Looking with the Impaler arrow, tries to find 1, misses it. 6 seconds till that cooldown is back up. He's just going to retreat. Great patience, great play here. Odin's Chosen in the lead, but Denial have gotten the advantage in positioning.
Stolze is being really poetic with just the way that he's able to move through these team fights, staying alive the entire time. Initial shot on the Cuss Cutie as well. Cursed Arnhem up in the sky, but Stolze takes him down. Convergence as well. Denial really just dominating Odin's Chosen right now.
Well, that convergence didn't really get much value, and that is a big game changer. They're counting on this Saris doing a lot of work. Dosips does get Prince Danny TV out of the fight, but not before he can fall. A little bit after that, he'll actually fall to a Pluck Makoa, and that is a lot of damage as well. So this now seems to be what Odin's Chosen was doing to Denial. They put on one face, they put on a little bit of pressure, and then once they finish with that, another person comes in. Denial have all the control in this fight.
Red Serpent comes through, Seismic Crash as well, but just can't find the kills to back it up. Denial clean up Wardum and go back onto the point. Totally in control right now. Great job by Arai, keeping everybody alive with this Maldamba.
99% on the objective. Denial gonna look to do it again. Cuss Cutie gonna get pulled and finished by Stolze, who is alongside Prince Danny, just absolutely turned it up to the nth degree. They're on, I don't know how high a gear you can get, but they're on it. They're past it. They broke the gear switch. They're playing at another level, and that is why I think Denial have just started to snowball off of these great performances from these damage carries.
Stolze really coming into his own on the Cassie as well. Like we said, just very movement through the fights has been insane. Bitey using a total of 5 advanced charges there to fly up through the air. 2 minutes remain here on this round. Only 1 ultimate available for Odin's Chosen, the Dragon Punch here, but just continuous picks. Denial really coming and hitting their stride here in game number 4.
Again, we will see the Inara actually being the dictator of who has the most healing between Maldamba and Saris. That's going to go just 6,000 to the way of Odin's Chosen Saris. But Denial, only 4,000 behind with the Maldamba. Arai actually playing lights out here and doing a great job of staying alive as well. 4 deaths only. But Bitey, despite his aggressive play, only 2 deaths to his name, which is very surprising to hear.
Scooping Stolze off the high ground. 3 kills going the way of Odin's Chosen. But again, similar to the previous round, a lot of progress already being made. Over a minute remains, but just under 25% of that payload left to its conversion destination. And not a lot of great holding opportunities on Stone Keep outside of immediately after the payload capture. And then you almost have to fall all the way back to your base. You can try to hold on the high ground, but it's really breaking that corner, breaking the castle is the toughest part.
Oh, what a Hexafire. Bitey takes the flank route, and he's a ruckus, but oh boy, aerial advance is really showing how strong it is. 3-0 is the score. If they finish this one off, and it looks like they might, it could be Denial heading into the next game. It's a game 5 potentially on the table, but Odin's Chosen, they have to contest. They can't get out of their spawn room. King Bomb comes in at the last second. Here's Vex30, but he gets pulled by Wi-Fi. He's going to go down. Cuss Cutie's the only one remaining, but the flanker looks like he's inevitably going to fall. This could be it. Seismic Crash maybe changing the day, but oh no, Wardum is down in Denial. Not just a river in Egypt. They are a team in game 5 of the finals.
Just insane comeback potential from these guys. Down, but not out. I'm very impressed with their resolve, especially with a brand new roster member to be able to push this one through. Stolze, though, having a massive game on his Cassie, shutting down a lot of people and just poking them low and moving through the fight very expertly. 65,000 damage. Bitey, superior mobility as well, 66,000 damage. Everyone who was looking to put out damage on Denial Squad having a game and a half.
I love this. I love what I'm seeing here. This is the best we could have hoped for, guys. I mean, the last 2 days, can we all just be appreciative of what has happened? The last 2 days, we've had basically 14 games in EU. I think this means we've had 14 games now in North America as well. Nick, you and I have been the pleasure of watching 27, will be 28 games of high competitive action, basically meaning it's the most intense experience you can get. Everything's going down to the wire here. The next map, it couldn't have been, you talk about poetry, you talk about storylines, couldn't have been better. It's Ice Mines that these two will be going back at it. If there was ever a map that could come down to 3-3, one capture point means it all, it's this one.
Be interesting to see how these teams like to draft. A lot has changed, frankly, since I feel like I've seen a game played. Champion draft. See what these guys take here. Inara, pretty impactful. I mean, before, even pre-buff, we saw Odin's Chosen taking Inara on this map.
Yeah, and now they will potentially grab it, but we've seen a lot more prioritization onto a damage option in the second and first picks. It's an Androxus, a Drogos, a Bomb King maybe. Now Denial Esports with the Ruckus feel confident that they've got a comfort pick for Bitey. They might look to Wi-Fi to get him comfortable, and that's the Makoa. And so if they select this, it means they're giving up the Inaris, maybe trying to play around it. Drogos taken away from Evil Eye. And I think that's really more of the case here. Maybe Stolze, not his favorite champion to play, although he does well on it, but maybe more saying it's a value pick for us and really value to take it away.
Good stuff here. So they'll be able to shift over onto the Cassie and Nara. Dosip's probably going to be playing Cassie this time around. And while we do see the Ruckus Makoa, those are comfort picks for Bitey and Wiffle. Stolze's not bad. He hasn't been bad today on the Drogos whatsoever, and Prince Danny's certainly not been bad. I would say much better than his Eevee was his Shaolin throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I think this is a great draft. This is a great, Arai has also played fantastically on this Moldamba. He seemed to get his rhythm, and he's had several games in a row with it. You've got people on comfort picks right now. The only person playing something different is Stolze, and is after how good a game he had onto the Cassie. This is where I think it could be different for me. If Stolze can show up big on this Drogos, Denial Esports, I think, have this game in the bag. But Odin's Chosen, they are not one to scoff at. Bomb King hovered over last pick and will be selected. Dosip's had a decent game on the Bomb King, maybe one of the bright lights for Odin's Chosen, but now he's really going to be counting on his damage.
We'll have to see. Yeah, I like the Saris as well. This is basically the same draft outside of the Cassie for Odin's Chosen, so they have the confidence. They just got rolled over with a very similar draft, but they're ready to try and run it back. They have their confidence, and we'll have to see which way game number 5 is going to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 5. Odin's Chosen versus Denial. Prince Danny TV on Denial looking to make it happen on the Shaolin. We'll see if we can keep it up. Wi-Fi starting things off with Pluck Makoa, Fuselage Drogos for Stolzy, Ripe and Gord, Maldamba for Arai, Recurve Shaolin for Prince Danny TV, and Aerial Assault Ruckus for Bitey.
Joseph's on his Grandmaster level 25. Cassie running Exaction. Darkstalker for Cuss Cuties. Androxus Evil Eye will be running the Bomb King with the legendary Accelerant Wardoom, taking Mother's Grace for Inara and a Mortal Reach for Vex's Ceres. A lot of Master Ridings coming out in this one.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, 3 Master Ridings, 5 in total across the game. Wi-Fi, Stolzy, and Prince Dan TV really wanting to get into position. And, you know, Androxus actually looking to grab one himself. Looks like the flank will be there, but Stolzy, Fuselage Drogos hits him with the double tap, and he will take his lead on the damage chart, but he'll also take his lead on the first blood charts. It's Denial here, taking the advantage in game number 1.
15% on the point for Odin as well. Prince Danny rolling through. Wardoom will be taken down by Danny, finding yet another kill. 30% for Odin's Chosen, but so much damage being pumped out by Denial. They are winning the team fight.
Absolutely. Round 1 going here to Denial. Pretty convincingly thus far. Cuss Cutie getting popped in by Drogos one more time. And now he's going to see him there. The result of the reversal will not be enough to slay the dragon. And so he will go back to base. And this should be Denial's point. So far, 66% on the objective capture and counting.
Cuss Cutie's getting kind of spanked right now. Nice fire spit. Almost picks up 2. Does take the life of Dosups, putting Ibuli at about 1 shot there. Bitey cleans up Wardoom as well. Finally, now Denial being able to roll through. But what I was saying is last game from Cuss Cutie was really bad. I think he was 6-15 with only like 30,000 damage to his name. And this time having a rough time getting it off the jump here. Only 39% on his ultimate charge, whereas Wardoom is already charged up and ready to go.
But you know, these guys, they used to be teammates. Solzy and Cuss Cutie, they used to fight even when they were not teammates. And now it seems like as they are on the opposite sides of things again, that epic battle will continue. This time, the finals on the line for week number 3. These two teams, so much history. And now, who will get the better in? Denial not able to do so in the past. This could be their moment. Stolzy keeps playing like this. A lot of game left to play, though. A lot of Paladins action to ensue. Minute and 42 seconds left. Dosups finds himself versing Stolzy. Fire Spit will hit. Big shot from Stolzy needs to happen, but Evil Eye will find the kill.
Trading out kill for kill, blow for blow. Dosups staying alive on his Cassie right now. Bitey's headed up to the high ground to try and pressure some of these guys off of it. Repulsor field's ready, but so much damage coming through right now. Nice snag out of the air. Evil Eye gets pulled into some trouble. He's going to stay alive for the time being.
Wow, surprise Wi-Fi got out of that one. That's actually a huge deal. I mean, this is a map where you definitely do not think it's the same just dying and then coming back versus staying alive and just retreating a little bit. It's so long, and there's the Dread Serpent trying to make this walk for Inara because she's got no movement skills, even longer for the Stone Warden. She's going to put the wall up, though, block some access to getting her, but Stolzy will be barely alive here, as well as the team of Denial as they get ready to push.
Danny finds a kill. Bitey finds one. They were both trying to find Stolzy, I think, is why they were so caught out. And just unfortunate picks coming through Convergence as well. But Stolzy cancels any follow-up from Vex. It's more than enough, though, as Wardoom and Cuss Cutie shut down 2. Wi-Fi tried to get his ultimate off there, but the windup is still just too long.
Dosups now facing off against Ruckus. The immunity from CC, and also the 30% movement speed is good, but they're getting pressured out here. It is just a healer to try and stop Bitey, but he finds himself all alone. He will fall.
20 seconds remain here, and the payload is really close. There are plenty of members here from Denial to try and find this one, try and push it through. Whiffle's caught in a bad spot here. Rock in a hard place, less than 10 seconds. It looks like it's just the full fall back call. Nobody from Denial was able to find the angle. They don't have a ton of mobility either to be able to try and get there uncontested. So one slightly good zone from Odin's Chosen is going to tie the thing up 1-1.
And that's an important kill. That's an important kill onto Wardoom. Just get a little bit more damage for your ultimate to charge up, and a streak that he might be on. Just kind of put a footnote at the end of that round saying, yeah, we didn't push it, but we definitely had the better of you. And if they can keep this up, this is big. Though, for me, Cuss Cutie not having that performance that he wanted, Nick, being able to just start over from scratch, that's a good feeling for him.
Absolutely. You can't get discouraged. If Androxus is the right pick, Androxus is the right pick for you. So sticking to their guns here. Master Riding 2's coming out from a lot of members of Denial. They are going to have the much favorable positioning here over the top of Odin's Chosen this time around.
Master Riding 2 is now being invested. So like you mentioned, like that positioning is going to come into play, not only from a flanking route, but really being on the objective first. And for Sha Lin, champion like that, you say, why Master Riding 2? The first shot, the impale, that means a lot for him. He gets the vision of Cutie for just a moment. Bidey knows he's got to hunt him down, and that's important. This flanker not really having rhythm or any rhyme to his play at this moment, just really out of sync.
18% Denial in the driver's seat, 2 kills for nothing. No answers from Odin's Chosen right now. Again, Wi-Fi escapes with very minimal health. Long-range fire spit from Stolzy is keeping these guys pinned back. Not a really great zone, so Odin's Chosen will have a chance at getting this one taken back, but not much time left on the clock for them.
And what's important here is the way Bidey's playing this area of advanced ruckus. He is the one applying this big pressure, and they can't burst him down. He's going to win these fights just because he's got so much health. He can bully them, and he's doing so much damage as well that he's going to charge his ultimate up enough to really add to that damage to pressure out any of these tanks. Saris jumps onto the point, but this is definitely going to be the end for her. Wardoom here as well, trying to just last long enough for his team to get back, but it will be the end for them. Walling themselves off is a concession of defeat. They will take the loss in this round as well.
Odin's Chosen's not finding the ult on, or not finding the mark rather, on a lot of these ults. Accursed Arm got nothing. King Bomb got absolutely nothing. You cannot afford that against a top tier team like Denial. They're going to abuse you every time. And you give them the opportunity now. Denial didn't even have to pop a lot of ultimates to counter out the pressure there. Cutie goes down again. Man, he is having such a rough game here. Where is he at even on the damage charts? He's basically barely over, you know, the healers.
Nah, it's tough, man. He's had no opportunities, but you can't just point out Cutie here. You got to point out Dosips as well. This Bomb King, huge damage potential, especially on Ice Mines. Everyone's clumped up together. Grumpy Bomb does so much. He's barely above Cutie here, but so is Prince Danny. So really, it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, but what I think is happening is there's so much more value being found for the damage that they're doing, because a lot of this is being carried by the tanks here and Stolzy on the Fuselage Drogos.
That's urging forward now. Strong team fight coming out from Odin's Chosen. Good stuff. Good hold here. Bitey trying to see his way out. He seems like he just always has an advanced charge in the back pocket. Salvo coming down. Going to put Dosips at about 40% health. Fire Spit might be enough. No. Vex 30 wasn't able to top him back off. Fortunately enough. The hold will continue.
You know what's interesting about the advance too? He's running air cool. Never really seen this card picked up. What it does, it gives you 100 health every time you advance, and he's running Fuel Reserves 4, which gives him 28% increased recharge rate for his advance. This is meaning that he's getting a lot of extra health over the course of a game, just because he's doing what a Ruckus always does, which is jump up in the air or move around.
Cutie does find Stolzy finally. Huge boon to the Odin's Chosen squad. Bitey shuts down Evil Eye, trying to see his way out. Cutie getting some rhythm in the back line, but it gets shut down. Double kill coming through for Bitey with 30 seconds remaining here. It's an awkward spot for Denial to be in because they have 2 men down. They need to wait for these respawns before they make a real attempt. But again, they can't give up too much ground here because last round they got zoned out and didn't even get an overtime attempt.
Bitey is playing so phenomenally on this Ruckus. 1 second he's shooting at Inara. Now he's shooting at Dosips. He's got a Hexafire. Wants to get her out of the fight.
Ooh,
he will not, though. Dosips will jabate him and take him down. And Stolzy looks for a kill. Oh, not what he wanted there. The Dragon Punch will go to waste. And so will any attempts at using those ultimates correctly. That will leave them kind of sparse here at this next point fight.
Dude, they have the Ancient Rage. Whiffle's all by himself. He's going to go down. Yeah, that's the biggest thing here. 2 ultimates not hitting the mark, and still Odin's Chosen tie things up. 4 ultimates left in their tanks. Ancient Rage and Dread Serpent, those are some pretty heavy hitters, though. So Denial, if Odin's missed the mark again with their ultimates, Denial could have enough at their disposal try and win this point fight. The items are going to be about equal here as both of these rounds have gone basically the full duration into the overtime. Caught 2s coming through for both squads. Master Riding 2s still largely only for Denial, however. The pace is not going to be kept up by Odin's Chosen, but they are starting to pick up some resiliences to try and counter out a lot of the CC coming through for Denial's ultimates.
And that's also just the value card. They don't have enough credits to get into another tier 3 or especially a tier 1 or another tier 2. So they go into the resilience. Does a lot of things for them. But most importantly, the Cauterize 3 picked up for Bitey right now. He's spraying and praying to a lot of the members on Odin's Chosen. So he is going to be a key fixture here. King Bomb already started up, and Narwhal there trying to lock in one kill. Can't find anything yet. Evil Eye, though, does take down Wi-Fi. That is the best point fight start Odin's Chosen have had in a while.
It's going to be better than nothing here. Convergence, a Cursed Arm finds Stolzy as well. So now Odin's Chosen can continue to surge forward here. Bitey's being chased out, but it's still relatively healthy. Wardoom needs to not overstep his bounds here, cannot afford to go down. Bitey's not going to get too aggressive here. Odin's Chosen, 33% in control of the point, but Denial are here and ready for the take back.
And the fact that Bitey didn't go down is really, really important because it just gives him the opportunity to just see the fight, to get damage out on the fight, to put people in the positions where they're not all 5 zoning you out and feeling uncomfortable. However, he does fall here. All cooldowns down, so it's up to Prince Danny TV and Stolzy to make some incredible type of comeback play. He's going to get Cuss Cutie, but not before falling himself. And Denial are denied this objective. And Odin's Chosen finally take the win here in round number 3.
Wall drop, and I'm realizing very quickly that Wardoom actually was screwed Dosups a little bit more than he would have helped him with that one. But now off to the races. Odin, after being down so long in this game, have the chance to turn it around. Conversion here means the game, the set, and the tournament.
Earthen Guard going to give Wardoom the ability to heal all the way back up to full, and that's been the difference maker for these 2 tanks, but it hasn't seemed to be the difference maker in this set. Everything tied away at 2 games apiece, and finally Wardoom will fall. Nara still inherently kind of crippled, so to speak, without any movement skills of her own to really break that distance gap and get away from trouble.
Minute 44 remain here, but Denial not wanting to get too aggressive on their zone. They're not going to push up past this first little choke point here. Whiffle out in front looking for the hook as well. Wardoom doesn't have the wall just yet. Will pop it up into the air. Dragon Punch is ready to go. Topped off is Wardoom. Cuss Cutie in a bad spot. He's going to do what he can, though, to try and drag all the attention into the back line.
Nice convergence, but without Cuss Cutie there, no Accursed Arm. Actually, no kills come from it, except on the side of Denial. Danny finds himself one, and Nara pressuring him out. The Impaler Arrow might do enough to slow her roll, but not enough to actually stop her from getting to her target. Good pluck from Wi-Fi will finish off Cuss Cutie. Now a minute, just under a minute for Odin's Chosen to push this through. Denial holding strong.
52 seconds remain here. A Hexafire could come out at any moment from Bitey. The respawns are starting to come through for Odin's Chosen. They only have a couple ultimates left. Neither team wanting to spend or overspend their hand too much, as we might be seeing a 3-3 scenario here.
Really, really good job by Arai. Great shell shield by Bitey, Wi-Fi, excuse me, to try and protect Bitey, but it's not enough. There's an Accursed Arm by Cuss Cutie, and now he gets plucked, pulled in, and killed by Wi-Fi. So they lose a tank, they lose a damage dealer, but this could turn out to be in Odin's favor. Excuse me, Denial. Now, having the issue of getting a respawn fully together, they're really close to the objective, but if they go down here, it could mean that the game is over.
Coming all down to this one team fight. 7 seconds remain here. Denial giving up good positioning here, but not wanting to get too over-aggressive. Wardoom walling out Makoa, getting healed up, topped off. Overtime is started. Can Odin's Chosen find the conversion for the tournament?
There's the convergence. What's going to happen? Bitey Hexa-fired out of the air by some damage himself. Stolzy looking for one on the Dragon Punch. Wardoom will die, and that may have just turned the tide here and forced another round. Stolzy is going to do a great job of using that Dragon Punch to get some action, taking down the big tank. And though Vex 30 will stay alive here, he might just die right when all of his teammates come back and need healing the most. And that is the key. Overtime here. It's going to tick away so fast that it leaves them no choice but to fight one last round here on Ice Mines.
So everything spent that round except for the King Bomb for Odin's Chosen. So a slight advantage over to the first seed in this tournament, as they have the only ultimate available in the game. Items all about equalized, but the resiliences are starting to come through in a big way from Odin's Chosen here. A couple of life rips as well down the line, just trying to spend those last couple of credits. They can't afford anything else, so they've got to just spend it, make use of it somehow, some way. Maybe it's going to be enough to swing the fight in their favor.
I love Wi-Fi with the rejuvenates as well. It just helps the healing that Arai is doing be so much more impactful. And if you take a look at the healing charts, Arai actually not on the team of Inara, beating him by 30,000 healing. This is a nuts game. Got 2 tanks to heal up, though, and he's doing a great job of it. Danny coming through, needs to find an impale. Here's the King Bomb. What's it going to do? What impact will it have right now? So far, nothing except forcing them back. Josephs doesn't find a lot off of it.
It's up. It's Vuli whipping on there on the King Bomb. That's the only advantage they had. Cuss-Cutie implanted into the wall and sent home early. 21% here. Double kill now for Prince Danny, the newest member of Team Denial, showing up.
Big time plays here by Prince Danny. Josephs, Wardoom on the back foot. Stolzy still alive, and that is going to come back to haunt them. Prince Danny TV, though, does go down. Stolzy here trying to revenge a fallen comrade, but will he be able to stay alive? Cuss-Cutie gets the better end of that trade. Former teammates battling it back. Here's a Dread Serpent. Oh, is Cuss-Cutie going to stay alive? The Resilience might have just saved his life here, and Arai, slithering away, goes down to the Godslayer.
97 HP. Bitey gets sent home. Josephs shot the tip of his toenail as he tried to round the corner, but Prince Danny comes away with something, anything. This is as close as a 3-3 fight gets. 57 to 63% currently in favor of Odin's Chosen.
Stolzy with 12 health. 12 health. Stolzy survived that last engagement. If he comes back to impact this fight, they are going to rue the day they let Stolzy get away. Here's a big salvo onto Wardoom. It's already starting to impact him. There's a big fire spit as well. This could change the game. Here's a Dragon Punch. Seismic crashes here. Wardoom's the target, and Wardoom will fall. Thrust up into the air, but pulled down thanks to Convergence. Bitey flying around like a ruckus does, and Prince Danny TV gets 1 on a killing spree. Gets 2. Prince Danny TV in Denial might have just won themselves this set. Triple kill for Prince Danny TV.
Heat Haze can't stop him, can't see him. Here comes Evil Eye. He's going to try to get the overtime started. He's up in the air, but a Hexafire says no contest. Can't get down 10 toes to the ground in time. Denial sneak away the victory here and find themselves a big 100-point boon.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this. Denial with the addition of Prince Danny TV. And the story for me is going to be 12 health. Stolzy got away at that last engagement. Sometimes the dice, the coin flip just goes your way. He comes back, dragon punches Inara, gets her out of the fight, stays alive. And Danny, as a result of all of that, goes in with a triple kill to clean things up. This is insane Paladins, man. One of the best sets I think I've ever seen.
One of the best weekends. I can't wait to write the recap article, maybe do a little something special. This has been a really cool weekend. I remember coming into this weekend, I was saying, it's so weird to me how Paladin series are always, 2-0s, 3-0s, even on teams that are pretty close to each other. But it appears the skill gap has hit that threshold, or maybe it's just the draft phase looking healthier than it ever has with all different types of characters coming into the fray. Teams just are figuring it all out. There's so many different strategies that can be played, so many different ways to find those payloads, convert them as well. Beautiful stuff here today. A lot of 5-game sets over the course of the weekend. Paladins has never looked better.
And how good does this feel just to have the tables turn for a second, to just give ourselves a chance to look at next weekend and not know what's going to happen, to be excited and surprised at the same time, to be amused, to be stressed, and to ultimately be relieved when your team, or maybe disappointed when your team had the performance or not the performance that you were hoping for. This is what esports is all about. This is what Paladins is all about. The compositions sometimes don't tell the story. Sometimes it's just having 12 health that changes the day. And sometimes it's adding a new member to come through. And sometimes it's actually picking a legendary nobody else does. And that's Bitey running through with the aerial advance and just playing Ruckus probably more in the air than he was on the ground over the course of today. It's been an absolutely star-studded show. And I'm sure we have a couple of things to talk about, although I forgot what they are. I'm not going to lie. Let's talk about the bracket. Let's take a look back. On your screen, this has been the action for today, Nick. I mean, you said it. Some of the best sets we've ever seen here over a weekend.
Yeah, the big story here, I like to see Kangarna making it this close. I mean, you look how close it was with Kangarna and Denial and how close it was with Odin's Chosen. How close is Kangarna really? Where did they come from? Just blazing into the semifinals and putting up such a good fight against Denial, who's been such a dominant force in North America for so long. Kangarna took the 2-0 in the bronze match as well, so they are ready and hungry for next week. I hope for their sake that they can make it into the finals here. They're going to need a pretty big point swing here to make it into the round robin stage of competition, rather.
It's going to be very, very important to take a look at, next week. We will be heading into some competition as well. The same thing will be coming at you week number 4. And of course, I'm not sure if we have the standings we are pulling up on your screen just to see the point totals, but it will be clearly Odin's Chosen, who are formerly Astral Authority, who are going to be at the top of the list right now. And this is a big deal. Still not sure who's going to come in first place. Yeah, for Spain.
Bracket qualifiers before we lock in those top 4 spots and send them off to the round robin to see who can qualify themselves for Spain. But, we got new teams coming in, guys. Congarna, brand new to the semifinals portion here. They're starting to figure things out, starting to hit their stride. And you can too. It's that simple. If you feel like you're a good player, you feel like you got a good 5 squad going with you, got a lot of community tournaments that happen during the week that you can sign up for absolutely for free, just playing, maybe win yourself a little money, a little motivation here to become the Paladins player you always knew you could be.
And make sure you guys stay tuned to Thursdays. We got a lot of action as well. ESLs for North America and EU. We'll probably see you guys there, and we'll definitely see you here on the weekend. Leave a follow if you haven't for Paladins Game. Make sure to follow Paladins Pro on Twitter. If you want to hang out with myself and Nick, you can follow us on our Twitters as well. My name is at Rain Day Gaming. Of course, my name is Randy, and Nick Keogh, High Res Pretty Hair. I believe you find him at High Res Pretty Hair on Twitter. And of course, can't do today without the people behind the scenes. Rude, High Res Rude, following just such a tremendous path of our admins and doing things to perfection, helping us out to run this tournament. And of course, the guy who's, what time is it now? Is it 2 a.m.? 2:30 a.m. Staying alive, switching all these screens, spectating for you. High Res Vox, Vox Tempest, hashtag blame Vox in the chat. He is one of the superheroes, not just Shaolin, of today for sure. That really helped us to get this going. So thank you guys, everybody who helped us out here. And we look forward to seeing you next weekend. As always, from all of us here at High Res Studios, we appreciate you watching. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming. And we'll see you all in the realm.